up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. The NFL schedule is out. Good morning, Brian.
What up, JP?
You know what's funny, man, is I've been an NFL fan my whole life. I've been largely obsessed with it my whole life. I've been doing it in a professional capacity for over 10 years now. I recognize the marketing machine. I recognize that we already knew the home and the away, and I still geek out, get super excited for the schedule release.
Yeah,
It's
know
just
a lot
fun,
of people
man.
do.
I
look at just like I've always did.
I'm not surprised you don't geek out over it.
No,
but
I don't geek
do.
out. I don't geek out over much. But the whole thing is, I look for the games. Just like when I was playing, we look for the road trips to go certain places.
Yeah.
Same way I do now.
Totally.
But, you know, I have my way of getting excited, but now I don't lose it.
You tend to stay pretty medium. For me, there's a number of
Medium
factors. Medium well, pardon me.
No, I like steak medium.
For me, it's just like, one, now in a professional capacity, I'm kind of planning my 6 months of my year and then trying to juggle kids and all that along with it. And then whether or not the exercise is futile, listen, if you were able to figure out who's going to win and lose NFL games 5 months out, 6 months out, Las Vegas wouldn't be giving away free drinks. Like, you can't pick winners the week of the game. It's hard to pick winners 10 minutes before kickoff, let alone right now. But despite that, the exercise of actually going through week by week by week and knowing like, oh man, they got a short week here. They got 3 straight home games here. Like, that is fun.
It's fun, but the whole thing about it is what you don't know is the other team that they may have a short week to play, they may lose a player or two, or they may be completely healthy.
But you might not know that until Thursday of that week.
Your team may be completely healthy. So I don't. It's a fun game. It's a space filler. But ultimately, none of us know.
I agree that none of us
like
know.
This one guy sent me a thing last night. I reposted it because, hell, he took his time to try and do it. So I said, I'm going to give him a little love. He already sent me 13-4.
Well, I mean, my man Stimmy Turner on Twitter just said, definitely a 10 or 11 game win schedule.
Yeah.
I do want to go through it week to week. I'd like to start kind of big picture and then go through week to week. And if you don't want to give wins and losses, I get it. I'm going to give you mine. Start with the preseason. I nailed that. I thought it was going to be the AFC East. It's 3 preseason games against the AFC East, and the 2 away games are the Jets and the Dolphins. I'm very curious what, if any, announcement comes out about the joint practices. I'd expect them to happen with both teams, and I think both the joint practices, unfortunately,
Jets and who else?
Jets and the Dolphins.
And Dolphins.
And I think, unfortunately, for Commanders fans, they're both going to be on the road because Ashburn is with modern practice facilities. Ashburn ranks near the bottom, and you sure as hell don't have space for 2 teams.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that all tricks out. I don't know. The only date we have for the preseason is the 25th of August, right? And then the other 2 will be
somewhere
2 weeks prior.
But one of them was, I think I saw 17th.
Oh, really?
Because I saw one of them as I tried to find the schedule last night. Some sites wasn't showing the whole thing. And it showed
I'm on their site right now.
It showed the 17th somewhere.
Okay. On the Commanders site, it just shows preseason Jets, Dolphins.
So
Pats.
25th is a Monday game?
25th is a Sunday night game.
Sunday night.
So it's going to be the Sunday night NBC game.
Okay, that's the third
preseason game.
No, that's the third Nationals game.
Right. Yeah, everybody's worried about their prime time.
I said they'll get 3. So
17th would be the Saturday prior to that, which would make a lot of sense. A lot of preseason games are Saturday night. So the weekends,
the 10th,
the weekends they're going to be are call it the 10th, the 17th, and the 25th.
Okay.
But the dates for preseason games are always very varied. Very varied. There's a terrible sentence. But let's get down to big picture stuff. Yes, it's a lot of travel early. At Tampa, at Cincy, at Arizona. The only
one that's really long is Arizona.
And the only real argument I think you can make from a competitive standpoint is that they're on the road for a Monday night, so you got a short week into your longest travel of the year. That's it.
But
and that is, to me, pretty flimsy.
To be honest with you, Jay, everybody have a situation like that. So we have to get out of that looking for reasons as to how we're getting screwed.
I totally agree.
Everybody gets it. And think about the damn Chargers. They're gonna be flying all over the damn place.
The Seahawks. Yeah. When we flew out there last year,
Seahawks
that is far.
They go to play in LA and they flying as far as we go anywhere.
Seattle, Arizona is a division game.
Yes.
Like
so I mean, the thing of it is we had developed a mindset of always thinking we're being screwed or messed on because we were not damn good as a franchise.
Right.
Now it seems that we're going to be moving in the right direction as a franchise, and I hope this soft-assness leaves.
Well,
okay? Because that's what we became. A whole fan group of all. I would hear so many people complaining about the referees, the travel, they're screwing us. Dude, everything is not growing against you.
I agree. And when everything seems to go wrong all the time, odds are it's more related to the team than all the it takes
Whatever
a serious confluence of factors.
Common denominator is where the problems normally come from.
There was a common denominator from 2000 to 2023.
Hell yeah.
And he's gone.
And they set a tone that was very mediocre and was very, very meager. And they always tried to make it seem like everybody was against them.
Agreed. Now, here's why I definitely don't want to hear any schedule complaints. Period.
Mm-hmm.
So they play the Cardinals 9/29. They'll get back. That's a 4:00 start on the East Coast, so that's a 2:00 start out there. That plane lands at Dulles 2:00, 5:00, 6:00. That plane lands at Dulles probably before midnight. Don't you think?
Which one?
The one you'll be on coming back from Arizona.
Yeah.
Maybe you lose time, so maybe it'll be the middle of the night.
Maybe I just spend an extra day and play golf.
You do. I'm saying the team, the players. The players will.
I mean, they'll be back, and then they are all traveling on a big ass plane together.
But hold on, even beyond that, from September 30th, okay, until December, they play the Saints coming off the bye December 15th.
Yep.
That plane will leave Dulles on December 14th. From September 30th to December 14th, they travel no further than New Jersey.
Yeah.
That's an astonishing run.
It's an astonishing thing, but the people that have developed that mindset will find something wrong with it. And I think what we have to do is ignore that. And
that's an astonishing run.
The bye week is in after which week?
It's a third straight year with a December bye week.
Yeah.
That is a disadvantage. But you also don't have to go anywhere for 2 months.
Going well. If things are going great, it's a hell of an advantage.
Well, I'll be honest. My concern, I think, and we can go line by line here. I do want to address the primetime game thing because I just think it's asinine. But I think they did a good. What are you looking for?
The schedule.
The show sheet.
I told him the schedule. He told me it was printed.
You know what? I was thinking of the show sheet, bro. My bad.
Show sheet and schedule.
I got.
Words.
You want the link to it?
I told him to print it.
Okay. I do think in free agency, particularly, they signed a number of veterans that come in and help them this year.
Yeah.
Right. And so I think defensively, like you look at the DNs I think the DNs will generate the same amount of production the previous DNs generated. And whether that's an indictment on the previous DNs, that's up to you to interpret. Mm-hmm. But at DN, at linebacker, they brought in some veterans to address some things, right? Yep. And I think that will work largely, but I have serious questions about the depth of the team. We talked about it coming off of OTAs. I wrote that roster review thing. That's my question. And honestly, that's a question for 2/3 of NFL teams.
Yeah.
Like the Niners, because they drafted so well for so long, had depth that when guys went down. If you look at the Rams a couple of years ago on their Super Bowl run, or you look at what the Ravens have been able to do, especially at the skill position, at the running back position, has been remarkable. Depth takes time to build. I worry that this is year one of a rebuild. So I worry about the second half of the schedule. And so to your point, maybe having that late bye week will be really advantageous. Oh, you got me one, Jeff. Thank you.
See, but like the thing of it is depth is something that is different yearly.
Totally.
And to be honest, when we look at the people that we expect to start, and then we look at people that we look and we say, oh, they may not work. Hell, somebody might click and become a great depth piece in one of those positions that we don't think they're gonna get it. So that's the ultimate thing where you have to worry. And then I think when you start looking at a season, you ever notice when you're doing something and you're jogging, you're lifting weights, and you're having a great day, things seem successful, you don't feel much pain, do you? When things seem to start off wrong, everything you do bothers you. In a football season, when things are going well, the depth seems like you got it because everything seems to be clicking. If you're screwing up, then you go, oh man, I can't wait for that bye week to come. But if I'm sitting in 9 games that played, we have 7 wins, I'm not looking for a bye week, because I don't want to stop the flow we have. But what about the guys that get a bye week early and then they got to finish the season out on a 10, 11 games a season?
And this is worth pointing out, I think, and it's something really smart the NFL has done. And I wonder if, in an effort to get to the 18, they'll kind of start calling it a pre-season bye week. The NFL used to have camp go all the way through Labor Day, and the first cuts were Sunday night or Monday of Labor Day weekend. They've stopped doing that, and I think it's really advantageous. It gives you a little bit of a break at the end of camp when those guys have been practicing some form of two-a-days, certainly not the form that you did, Brian, but they're out there twice a day. They're at the facility all day for 6 weeks. Training camp starts late July and goes 6 weeks, 5 weeks, depending on where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
They do get that little bit of a break, three days usually around Labor Day before the regular season starts. That's going to help a lot. The bye week, the three straight years of a December bye week to me is more bizarre than anything else.
I don't think that somebody sit up there and don't give them a thing until what's called. I don't think that's happening.
I totally agree. I also think, and I was told this by somebody close to the league, the Christmas Day games being on a Wednesday and the requirement to have those same teams play the Saturday before made this schedule harder than ever to put together.
I agree.
You've got odd number of games, and then you got to deal with a Wednesday-Saturday situation. Like, it's just, I think this schedule was incredibly difficult. I believe since Christmas moves a day every year, like, they probably won't have to deal with this again for a number of years, but they ain't giving Christmas back either. I want to go to the boys in the aquarium, but I want to finish what?
One of the guys yesterday on the little chat said, I'm tired of the NFL thinking that we want to watch football every day of the week. And it took everything in my power not to text him back. Hit him back and say, dude, stop speaking for everybody. You may think that way, because if a football game comes on, we turn that SOB on. Straight up.
Yeah, you remember when the Commanders played, or the football team played on a Tuesday, and it was awesome?
Yes.
That was great.
Don't care.
It was awesome.
It
was like Tuesday at 5 o'clock.
It's that sport that we look at, like, you wait all week for that one game. And that's why it's more of a destination type thing than having 4 games in a damn week.
One thing that is interesting, pull up the Monday Night Football schedule. I do think their primetime game is a doubleheader game.
The first game?
No. The Monday Nighter. Is that right, Landfill?
Yeah, I don't remember what the other game was, but I believe it is 2.
I assume they're the early one, right? So week 3, when they go to Cincinnati, is a doubleheader Monday Night Football.
Mm-hmm.
And so the haters out there will say that they screwed Washington there because Jags Bills starts at 7:30 on ESPN. Commanders Bengals starts at 8:15 on ABC. So it's not like a true national primetime game.
Jags Bills is going to have their people, but I'm going to tell you, the people that like the Bengals and like the Commanders are going to be watching that game. And if they happen to start playing better, or that game is going better, people are going to click off the other game if it's not going well. If it's almost a blowout going on with Jacksonville, they're going to turn it off and go to the other game.
Here's what I have to say to the prime time people. Brian, can you remind me, just in case I'm not that I'm not a math guy. Can you remind me what Washington's record was last year?
4-13.
4-13. Landfill, is that good?
No, that's bad.
That's bad. Thank you. Brian, can you remind me, excuse me, how many Pro Bowlers Washington had last year?
Let me see. 0.
Landfill, is that good?
That's bad. I actually forgot how bad that was. That's bad.
Why on earth are people outraged they only have 2 primetime games?
JP?
They based it off last year, and they're trying to get the most eyeballs.
But what I need to start focusing on is why do you allow those people who you about this time?
I'm trying to correct people.
We all know everybody works in this building and everybody walks around on this earth. We know that there's a group of people in society that no matter what the hell happens, they're going to find something wrong with it. You know that little term I give you on the golf course sometimes?
The after birdie?
CNF.
Help me remember CNF. I remember the after birdie.
Well, that's what these people are. Just remember CNF. I'll tell you in the break.
Okay.
I'm sure anybody that played golf with me, and they've heard me say it, they know.
I can't wait, and I'm gonna get us out on time here because I want to go through line by line, react to each game. I have a hunch, and Jeff, don't respond. I have a hunch. Jeff is mad. They're not on primetime more. There are people out there that don't understand why they didn't get more than 2 primetime games. Keep in mind, Atlanta, as we reported yesterday on this program, Atlanta's completely TBD. If that game matters and is good, that could be Saturday night. That could be Sunday evening. Like, that could be a lot of things. Week 18 at Dallas. Should that game matter? We have seen it before. They would love to put Commanders Dallas Sunday Night Football. Like, and
if you can find something wrong with that,
right.
something wrong.
Dude, the other part of this is flex scheduling starts the second half of the schedule. And now they can flex Thursday nighters.
Yes.
So if they're good, should you get to week 10 and they're 6-3, you're going to get all the primetime games you want. All right? We're going line by line. Commander schedule is out. Nobody go anywhere. All right, we're not going to get into it quite yet, but these boys are playing some golf in Kentucky, man.
Man, Brooks Koepka just hit one right there.
Yo,
over the water and spent it back to about 5 feet.
Brooks is 1 under through 4. Xander Schauffele is 4 under through 8. Jordan Spieth 3 under through 5. Rory's 2 under through 6. Boys are playing golf, Landini. That's like you putting from 10 feet.
Finau is now -3, Jay.
Making moves.
I like Tony.
I don't know.
That short backswing is amazing.
Who's Gim?
Never heard of him.
G-H-I-M. That sounds like something out of Pulp Fiction.
I thought it was Gin. Look like your
handicap.
Your handicap.
I want to let the boys in the aquarium react to the schedule. Landini, do you get excited for the schedule? How do you think the Commanders fared?
I like the schedule. Yeah. I mean, it's just, it's more football stuff. It's just another excuse to talk about football. I enjoy it. I would prefer if the bye week was up a little bit more. I think that's kind of rough, week 14 bye week. But other than that, I think it's fine. I mean, we kind of already knew who they were going to play home and who they were going to play away. It's just a matter of scheduling. I think one home game in the first 4 weeks is a little rough.
Not ideal, probably.
Not ideal, but if you come out of that thing 3-1, 2-2, hey.
Like, you're going to have a tough stretch one way or another.
Playing on Monday and then having to go to Arizona that Sunday kind of sucks.
It's a short week, man, for sure. But I think if you look, what a lot of coaches will tell you, especially how the preseason is played now, is the first month of the season, you're kind of just figuring out what you got anyway. So if you think the first 4 games, they're kind of figuring out what they got, and then they kind of settle in the second quarter of the season. Like, if you're settling in, okay, we know how B-Rob and Eckler work together. We know how Ertz and Sennett work together. We really like our 5-man front with 3 safeties, and you know what I mean? Like, when you've got some stuff figured out, and then you've got this stretch of home games, winnable games, I think that could work out relatively advantageous.
I truly feel
Doug Gim, he just made a birdie.
Practice started with everybody 2 days ago. That was
May 10th, I think.
14th. I don't want to hear about 4 weeks we trying to figure out how people work with each other. I think you get everything you possibly can right now worked out to when you hit the season, you hit the ground running. Yeah, things may present themselves as better than what you thought, but you need to have some level of understanding. I watched too much football over these last few years where we don't seem to know what the hell we're doing in week 6 and 7. And training camp is there for a reason. I understand they don't hit like we used to, but you still can learn your football team if you're serious about the approach that you're going to be going with. So learning in week 4? No. Hell, what if the other teams are practicing like that? We know that the Patriots basically looked at the 4 weeks of season like that. Catch them. If you got teams that are looking like that, you catch them while they're just trying to figure it out. You come out the bat knowing what you're doing and then improve from that point.
Jeffrey, what do you think of the schedule, bud?
Well, I'm excited about everything football, JP. And I don't think it's bad. I know a lot of people talking about this bye week, but Grant Paulson put something on Twitter last night that I kind of agree with. He said that they got a Thursday night game in Philly, and they get like a little mini bye week right there. And then, 2 more weeks, then you have your official bye week. So I don't think it's that bad being that late. Other than that, my syndrome is bubbling, fellas. Like,
oh boy,
it's bubbling. But
oh boy, Jay,
I've calmed it down, but I'm pretty optimistic about this season.
How optimistic? How much have you calmed down? Let's start it off with our guy Jeff. You can go week by week, just quick, and give us the wins and losses, Jeffrey. Whatever you want to do, but you have the floor, Jeff.
Okay, so a big question last night that I seen was how do you think we're going to start the first 5 weeks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Me personally, I see us going 3-2 if everything works out fine. If everything is running like a well-oiled machine.
A whale-oiled machine?
Well.
Machines use whale oil?
Well, WELL, man. Well, a well-oiled machine, JP.
The Maryland accent right there, boy.
We could possibly go 4-1 in the beginning, bro.
That's what I'm talking about.
I believe it.
Jeffrey,
Possibly.
All right. Here's what we're gonna do, because I'm gonna try to make some sense here. Tampa, week 1. At Tampa, 4:30 start.
W. Smash that plus 3.5.
Giants, week 2.
W.
Attaboy.
We're I believe we're going to split with the Giants, but we're beating them at home.
Monday night at Cincy.
That's the one that could be a W if everything is going well, but I'm gonna have to take the L on that. We just don't play well Monday night. I don't know what it is.
Week 4 at Arizona. Cliff going back.
We beat them.
Okay. Week 5, start of a very long, limited travel. The Browns.
I honestly want to let the Ashburn syndrome run because my boy work up there with them.
Let it run, bud. Let it run.
I don't see us beating Cleveland.
Okay, Cleveland's pretty good. At Baltimore, easy travel, tough place.
I hate to give our Cousins the credit. My second favorite team. Of course, I will be rooting for the
favorite team. Baby.
Of course, I'll be rooting for the Commanders. Of course, I'll be rooting for the Commanders, but I don't think we beat Baltimore.
All right, through 6 weeks, Jeff is 3-3, fairly rational. Back home, I got this as a must-win. I know that's going to drive me crazy. The Panthers at home.
I think we beat the Panthers.
Bears following week at home.
This is a tough one, but I'm gonna give us the win.
27-3 last year at halftime and Thursday night.
Better. I think we have a better situation.
27-3 at halftime of that game last year.
Yeah, that was a punch in the face.
Yeah,
I
was highly upset.
27-3 at halftime.
I was wondering about would I lose my job because I calmed down by the time I got to the game to the show, but I was the words I was saying while watching it were bad.
Halfway through the season, week 8, Jeff is 5-3 for the Commanders. All right, Jeff, keep it going. Giants at home. Giants on the road. Pardon me. Giants in the Meadowlands.
I got to give us the L on that one.
Meadowlands is a house of horrors. Even the greatest teams Joe Gibbs had trouble in the damn Meadowlands. Remember, like you guys have talked about the 91 team when you went up there and won on Monday night in the Meadowlands, how important that one was.
That was good. That was
It's a house of horrors up there. Not house of horrors. Jeff, week 10, Steelers at home. This is kind of dumb, but I like that it's week 10 and they play November 10th. It's a little weird, quirky thing.
You're a little quirky.
Oh, so I will have to give us the L on that one. This is where we started to go into the backslide of our season.
They beat Russ last year.
It did beat Russ last year.
It's a different team, and I want a lot of this is dependent on what our O-line looks like for real because they got some boys on their D-line.
That statement that you just made right there, that statement tells a story for me.
First smart thing he said all day.
I know. I'm just saying, like I don't get into it because we don't know who the rotation is on the two most important things of this team. I know everybody loves my quarterback and whatever. Offensive line is bad. Quarterback right ain't gonna be as good as he's supposed to be. The defensive line is bad. Secondary is gonna be horrible. So those two things have to present themselves in a huge way for me to believe a lot of what Jeff has said so far.
Yeah, I agree. Jeff, we go to week 11, Thursday nighter in Philly.
I gotta give it to Philly. Philly. Nah.
Let's go fast so Landfill doesn't kill me. Little bit of a mini bye, 10 days off. Dallas at home. That joint will be rocking week before Thanksgiving. Could catch Dallas in a look ahead because they'll be hosting a game in 3 days or whatever.
I hate to say this, but Dallas is always on a hot streak early in the season. I know this kind of still this midway. I give it to Dallas, and they beat us at home.
Dallas, the collapse for Dallas usually starts around the time Christmas carols start playing.
That's right around that time.
Yeah,
if they start playing it right around Thanksgiving,
they have throttled Washington on enough Thanksgivings that I'm waiting until after Thanksgiving's over. Titans.
This is where we
Real quick. Does anybody have any feel for what the Titans are going to be this year?
No.
None. I have
None
an idea on most of these teams, but new coach, quarterback that barely played, you get rid of Derrick Henry.
Yep.
Like, I don't know what Tennessee is. But you got them winning, Jeff.
Yes, I got us beating the Titans.
Okay.
We owe
Finally a
them too.
bye week. Week 15. I like this. Week 15 is on December 15th in New Orleans.
I got us winning. Here it come, baby.
Okay,
Y'all
Jeff.
feel it?
You
Y'all
got
feeling it
repeat
bubbling?
last time, JP?
What's that?
Keep your shirt on this time when
I
we go
will.
to the steakhouse.
I will.
It's bubbling.
Week 6. I'll try and get some beads.
It's
Week
bubbling.
16, Philly at home.
It's bubbling. We beating Philly at home. It's bubbling, baby.
Do it, Jeff. Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons.
We are beating them. And who do we close out win
Week
on a
18.
important win? Needed to get in the playoffs. We won Dallas. We beat them.
Oh, yeah, Jeff.
Oh, but what's that record?
He was 5-3 through 8. Then 3 straight losses gets him to 5, and 4 straight losses gets him to 5-7.
You call 4 straight losses?
6-7. 4 straight wins to finish the year. 10-7 for Jeff.
All right, Jeffrey.
Yes, sir.
10-7 for Jeff. We'll get my picks, landfill picks, and if B will make picks, B's picks.
He's not picking.
All right, mine and landfill. Nobody go anywhere. All right, folks. In about an hour, we're giving away Nick Swardson tickets. Really funny comedian. Make sure you don't miss that. We got some heavy hitters coming up. John Kimes joining us 11. Nick Jambala joining us at noon. Bleep You Thursday at 1 o'clock. Peter Rosenberg, 12:30. I want to give my man Landini the opportunity. Jeff, the Ashburn syndrome kind of kicking. Jeff's got him going 10-7. That's the same record. Last night we did a podcast, me and Tischler, and he had him going 10-7. I'm going to take under 10 wins for the great Landini. But the floor is yours, sir. Let's start kicking things off at Tampa, 4:30 kick, 9 on September 8th.
I have an L. Tampa. They made the playoffs last year. That's not a bad team.
They won a playoff game. They beat the Eagles.
Now, week 2, that is a bad team. So that's a W playing the Giants.
Now we're talking.
Cincinnati, Joe Burrow is injury prone, but assuming he's healthy, that's an L.
At Arizona.
I feel that's a close one, but I think that's an L too.
They're 1-3.
Landville has them at 1-3 at the same quarter point of the season. Jeff had them 3-1.
Yeah.
Cleveland was winning games last year with Joe Flacco at quarterback. They're going to have Deshaun Watson back. Like, he's actually competent. That's an L.
There's some level of assumption that Watson will be competent, but that defense is so good.
Bro,
and the run
I think
game
he'll be
is so
at least
good.
Joe Flacco, last year competent.
Yeah.
Flacco's not a bad quarterback, Danville.
Joe Flacco.
Deshaun Watson is better than
Joe Flacco's not a bad
him,
quarterback
Joe Flacco
on a good team.
Wasn't making a lot of mistakes.
When Flacco's on a good team, he's pretty good. When he's on a bad team, he's pretty bad.
Yeah.
There's some quarterbacks that can elevate a team. Flacco at this stage of his career is not that, but you put him on a good-ass team and tell him to hand the ball off and hit a couple play action passes, he can do it. Week 6.
That is the Commanders playing my second least favorite team, and unfortunately they're really good, so that's going to be an L as well.
All right, through 6 games, Landville's got him 1-5.
It's not great. It's not great.
Yeah.
Now, week 7.
That's a must win. They have to be. The Panthers are so bad.
Yes.
David Tepper's a villain. Their quarterback sucks. They have to win that game. That is a must win.
So that's a win.
The Bears win. The Bears suck.
Okay, so now Landfill's chopping a little wood. 2-game win streak. We're now 3-5 at the halfway mark.
That is correct.
The inverted record that Jeff Walker had.
All right, now coming up is the Giants. They just always find a way to lose to the Giants. There's no way they're sweeping them. That's an L.
Especially up there.
Yeah.
I fear that game.
Mm-hmm.
Week 10, Steelers at home.
I am kind of a Steelers hater. I wish
Landfill,
they.
You're kind of a most things hater.
Kind of hate both.
I wish they sucked, but Mike Tomlin's just a good coach. I feel like they'll pull that one out.
So L for Washington.
Mm-hmm. Week 11, Eagles. That's a win.
Ooh, on the road Thursday night.
The Eagles are playing the Rams and then the Ravens after that game. They're not gonna look ahead. Trap game.
I like it, Landini.
Put too much effort the week before, then look ahead the week after.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha, Land.
Well, where's that Rams game? Is that in LA?
Yes. So they're
in LA, coming back home, short week.
They're at Dallas.
Just come stay right here.
They play the Cowboys, then the Thursday night against the Commanders. Dallas, at home against the Commanders, in LA against the Rams, in Baltimore against the Ravens.
That's a look ahead. I like that, Landini. I like that a lot.
Cowboys at home, that's unfortunately a loss. My least favorite team. That's going to be disaster. Titans. The Titans suck. W. Bye week.
And then you got four to finish.
I got win in New Orleans coming off the bye.
Yep.
Loss against the Eagles. They're beating Kirk Cousins or Penix, whoever's starting at that point.
Or Heineke.
And then I think they're going to lose against Cowboys at the end of the year.
Do you know your math, or do I need to do the math?
I believe it's 7-10.
0-1, 1-1, 1-2, 1-3, 1-4, 1-5, 2-5, 3-5, 3-6, 3-7, 4-7, 4-8, 5-8, 6-8, little hope. 6-9, 7-9, 7-10. 7-10 for the great Landini. I think that's fair, honestly. This team won 4 games last year. Vegas has the win total at 6.5, I believe. Like, if you think they're going 7-10, what matters is Jaden Daniels is the guy. If you have a definitive answer at quarterback and it's a sub 500 season, that's okay because you've got an answer at the game's most important position, and then you know what you're building for the future.
Why not have that answer and also do some things? Because
Certainly the goal is to do some things.
But if you find that answer and you think you've improved your team, last year at 4-13, there were some games where it seemed like they didn't make the right calls, and they could have won 6-7 games last year.
True.
So I'm thinking if your team is better, why not think 9 wins?
Now, Landfill predicted 7-10. Jeff predicted 10-7. My mom just texted me, I don't know what Jeff was smoking when he made those win projections, but I want some. Nobody go anywhere. John Kahn joins us next.
Your mama get just like him.
Back to Ohio, folks. Let's learn something. Our friend, Mr. John Keim, Commanders
JK.
Insider for ESPN. Check out the John Keim Report. Joins us now. What up, Johnny?
What up, guys? How are you?
We are good, man.
Tell us how they're going to go 17-0, John.
There you go.
Come on, B-Miss. They're going to rest their starters in weeks 17 and 18, so we're looking at 15 and 2.
15 and 2 sounds fair. But seriously, what'd you make of the schedule? I think it's really pretty advantageous, man.
I think it's pretty good, but come on, another December bye? The hell?
The December buys are kind of ridiculous. That's more for us to complain
They
about.
got a mini
Well,
buy.
yeah, but that's what that's like one of the first
But
things I
even the
look
mini
at.
buys 2 weeks ahead of
Yeah,
that.
but I mean,
Yeah.
Brian
not
doesn't want
traveling.
anybody to complain about anything.
they're not
No.
traveling a lot. So, I mean,
Well, that's a good thing, right? And I
That's
think
better.
No, listen, that's what it's funny because on my walk this morning with my wife, I was talking about that. I said, yeah, the bye, blah, blah. But the good thing for them is they travel the least amount of anybody this year. So that kind of helps. But yeah, looking at so the things that jump out, I mean, it's a fairly balanced schedule, and there's like pockets where it's like, okay, 3 road games in the first 4 weeks, 4 in the first 6. Not ideal, but it's not like these are not like they're all impossible games to win. I think then you look at the final stretch, like the last 7 games, you have 5 against NFC East opponents. So if you're having a good year, you can really make a move at that point, and or just put yourself in a better spot for playoff contention. And I mean, and the way the NFC is, I mean, every team is kind of in it going into those final 7 games or so. Even these guys were last year. So, I think that finish can be good if you're playing well. But and I think the other thing that jumps out was, okay, really the first thing I looked at was which primetime games. And I thought for sure Chicago would be one against Caleb Williams. But then, the Joe Burrow reunion or the LSU Heisman Trophy winners, I guess, in Cincinnati makes sense too. But that I thought there might be another one on Monday night because of the Jaden effect. But, I think that'll be an interesting one for sure.
I am not surprised at all that they didn't get more. Like, the team was bad last year.
Yes.
Of course, there's excitement about the rookie quarterback, but I also think now that they have all these flex options available late in the season, including Thursdays, like getting caught up on the primetime games right now is kind of like it could look dramatic. And think about it was only 2 years ago they flexed Commander. It might even been football team then, but the Commanders Giants into Sunday Night Football.
Right, and those are for late, obviously late, as you go. But I just thought the Bears game would be one early in the year instead of a 1 o'clock game. But that's fine. Yeah. And here's the other thing: if the kid plays the way you think he might be able to, in 2025 they'll be on quite a bit. So
yeah, exactly.
I think the goal for this team should be not so much how many times you're on this year, but how many times you're on next year, because that's going to be reflective of the season that he had and they had.
Well, and
so, the last game against Dallas, like, could that be something fun to watch? So yeah,
let's hope
that could absolutely get flexed.
Yeah.
And the other part is, let's say they do build this thing so that they're really good. When you're really good, your schedule gets really difficult because you're constantly playing Monday night, Sunday,
right,
Christmas Day, Thanksgiving, because they want you on.
That's
right.
We complain about not having them, then we get them. What are we gonna say?
Right. Exactly.
Oh man, we got too many games.
Well, that's as an organization, you want that because it means you're doing well. But I will say that's the other one is playing a road Monday night game followed by a West Coast trip to Arizona. There are shorter, it's not the longest West Coast trip, but that's always. I mean, maybe it's more of a challenge for reporters who are a little bit older, but maybe so because they're flying private, we're not. But still, like those, if you're going to play a West Coast game after Monday night, you'd rather it be at home. But it's not like Cincinnati's not exactly far, but still.
Which one of I'm gonna go off of my perspective. I could care less about the travel. I like the cities. Which city are you most looking forward to going to?
All right.
Don't say Cincinnati either.
Okay. Well, it's all right. So So there's two things. One, New Orleans. I mean,
All
you know,
right.
and I like Tampa's. I like Tampa, but I love New Orleans. Love Arizona. But when you say Cincinnati, keep in mind, like, I get a chance to go back and watch an Ohio State game on that Saturday. Plus, one of my best friends lives in Cincinnati, so I can visit her and her husband as well. So that is a selfish one for me. But in terms of like just the other stuff, like, you know, New Orleans is such a great food city, and you know, it's just a cool city. Like,
it's unique.
Kind of, yeah. It's
Actually,
hard
we
not
need to go
say.
early so JP could go to Lafayette with me and watch a game.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Are they home that weekend? Have you looked?
I'm gonna look now.
I'll look too.
It's late in the year though. That's like they're not.
Oh
gonna,
yeah, they'd
that's
probably
the
be at a
15th of
bowl
December.
game
Yeah,
by that point.
yeah. I
They
mean,
may
that's,
be done. No, December. Yeah.
it's December 15th.
Season
yeah.
over by then.
We haven't had this discussion. What do you think the best crowd will be this season? Now, obviously, the later you go, the better the crowds get, depending on your level. Anywhere. I think the one we can bank on, though, weeks 2 and 3. Week 2 at home, Jaden Daniels' debut against the Giants. But I think week 3, that Cincy crowd with Burrow back, Monday Night Football really brings the juice. I think that could be wild. That could be a lot. And I haven't thought as much about that aspect, but yes, I would think that would be because that is that's one of those games. This is why the strength of schedule stuff is hard to take into account, like from one year to the next, because like the Bengals didn't make the playoffs, but they didn't have Joe Burrow, and their defense wasn't as good. Now that was a key part of that, but kind of makes a big difference. So that game is like a Monday night game with him there and early in the year, like that's going to be a tough one. So yeah, I would think that crowd would be pretty electric for sure. The home game I'm looking forward to just because we saw the excitement last year just by the change of ownership. Mm-hmm. Now you've changed everything, and now you have a quarterback that that could possibly be finally be the answer there. So I think there's going to be a different level of excitement for that one than we've seen in a while. I agree with that, man. Talking with our friend John Keim here on the BetQL guest line. You can follow him at John_Keim, Keim. Do you go through the exercise of wins and losses at this point, or do you stay away from it? I stay away from it only because because we haven't even, I think if we knew more about this team, it'd be easier to do that. But I have more questions about them than I do about the schedule, right? And I've also, like, you always learn with the schedule. I mean, let me say this. Like, I do kind of go through that. I don't have to do it we used to have to, for ESPN, we'd always have to, like, okay, predict a record or whatever. And, like, which I always, it's hard, but you do it for that purpose. Well, we don't have to do that now. So I kind of went through it quickly. But then it's like, I don't know enough about these guys. Like, how long is it going to take for this offense to start to mesh? We had some questions like that last year, but now you have everything's new and you have a rookie quarterback. I don't know what that's going to look like initially. And so I think that's part of the hard part in trying to go game by game. The other thing is too, I just remember, like, every year there are a couple of games where it's like the game looks dramatically different, either because the team's playing better than you thought or the other team has injuries and it makes it look different. So, but yeah, I haven't quite done it to the level where it's like, okay, here's a win, here's a loss. I mean, you kind of do it like, okay, can you get to 7 or 8 wins? And then I say, well, we don't know enough about them to know what they really look like or what it's going to be like.
Yep. I think you need to know 2 levels, the immediate backup of the teams to understand what they could possibly do. You don't know that. And it's like, we're just throwing out things.
Yes. And that's a good point. That's the other thing I was thinking about when you have these late buys. And again, just my wife hears all this stuff like every in the mornings, and like she probably just like, I don't know, I probably bore her sometimes. Yeah. Well, I tune myself out, so she probably does too. But part of that is when you have those late buys, especially, you've got to have, and even in 17-game season, forgetting where your buy is at, you've got to have that depth more than ever. And so that's what I'm going to be curious to see is how good is the depth that they've built, because that's a huge key, because you're going to lose guys, and what's the drop off? That's going to be a big key for any team. Well, in addition to the quarterback play.
Totally. I was saying that a little while ago that they signed a ton of veterans on 1-year deals largely to make themselves competitive this year because they recognize the lack of depth. But like when you look at what they built with the Niners, it took them a few years, and then they were able to sustain injuries, fill in with free agency. Like, we got to remind ourselves this is year one, and for all of the excitement right now, and there should be, and especially if the quarterback, maybe we should start here. What did you think of watching Jaden a little bit now, especially with the veterans, some 7-on-7? Obviously, there's no hitting, there's no pass rush, but he's been impressive.
I mean, yes, and I think as like you have to like, what are the things you're looking for in that, right? And the footwork is really good. And you brought this up the other day when we were on the sidelines watching rookie camp, just how fluid he looks, right? And so when you're watching him in those footwork drills and just the way he gets his feet around, that's one of the things you watch. Like in the first 7-on-7, I'm watching like, okay, he's going through his progression here, and he goes, your feet are going with your eyes. That leads to accuracy. And we saw it on film, and you saw it at the things like he's got a quick, compact release. Mm-hmm. And when people talk about arm talent, it's not about the strength of the arm. It's that kind of stuff. Like, what is your release like, right? And, how quickly do you see it and you go? And is it boom, boom, right? Some quarterbacks, you might see it, you hesitate, then you go. That's not arm talent. But he has that. And so I think you see that. And I think the accuracy, and like they're doing a lot of those drills throwing into the nets, and he's consistently the most accurate in those.
And he gets pissed off if he missed one, which I love.
Yes.
I love the competitiveness against himself.
Yes. And I think that's like when you watch him play, you see that competitiveness. Like that's why and sometimes it can work against him with some of those hits he takes, but you see that with him. And I also think the other part you see and hear is like you see the smile, constant smile. And that doesn't mean he takes things lightly. I just think this speaks to how relaxed I think he is in that environment. And then you hear like the rookies talking about, Ben Sinnott talking about like the personality and how they just, you gravitate toward that. And so those are all good things. Like everything that you've heard about the kid has been pretty good.
Right.
And, it doesn't like, and we all, you always qualify because if you don't, then someone's going to come back and say, well, you guys said in May, well, this is what we see right now. And yes, we don't know how it's all going to look like once it gets into a game, because then it depends on the offense around him, the players around him as well. But I will say the kid's off to a good start. I think they made the right pick. I don't think there's been any doubt about that at this point.
Well, there's a little bit of the last two first-round quarterbacks. Haskins, there were questions about who wanted him, frankly, right?
Correct.
And then he got to town, and there were questions about understanding the level of work it took to make it in the NFL.
Correct.
Go back to Robert before that. Robert immediately was played up for the cameras, the crowd. Like, one thing that has stood out to me about Jaden, just considering the past two first-round quarterbacks taken, not only is there not a lack of understanding about the work it required, the kid seems to want to do the work and double it. Like, he seems like a straight-up football rat. Mm-hmm. And then he doesn't seem to care at all about the cameras and all that. Like, he avoids landmines and did it really successfully over the last month.
Oh, when they ask questions, he answers the question that's going to please his team instead of ones that's going to agitate his team.
Well, and I also
a lot of guys don't stick with that.
Right.
Right. And I don't think there's anything. Nobody's saying it's fake, but I don't think it's like a rehearsed thing. I think it's who he is. Yeah. And that's what has jumped out, because every answer kind of becomes the same. Like, you're here to earn it. I haven't done anything, basically, is what he's saying. And like, he says all the right things, but I think it's genuine. And I think that I would say this, that certainly sets him apart from some other quarterbacks I've covered. So
I'll say this, John, even if he said it because he was taught he had to say it, I still like that better than the other people.
Correct. Right. No,
because other people they never learned it, must be, because they never said anything like that.
Right. And he's not coming here saying, I'm here to be the face of the franchise or whatever. And, I'll leave it at that. But like, that's like, he's not saying that stuff. He understands, you're here to play your role, whatever that role becomes. And I also, JP, to your point about, football rap, like that's one of the things that people who know, I talked to someone who knows him, has known him a long time. And he's like, he and his dad are football nerds. Like that's what they do. They study football. They've always done that. That's been their thing. And I think that's what you see. Like he seems to, so sometimes you might see pictures of him on social media, but I was talking to someone about that. And he's like, that's really the quarterback coaches who are working with him who post that stuff. He's not the one wanting to post that. I think that too, I'd say is a good sign because, I think we've seen like that doesn't always equate to success. And I think he's a guy that likes to put in the work. It's why he did that virtual reality stuff
right.
and all that. And so I think all of that is really good. And that's the thing you heard about him throughout this process is the work he puts in. And it's not about, running sprints and all that. The work is as much about learning defenses. Like for a quarterback, it's, grinding the film and working on your game and trying to get better one thing that jumped out with people throughout their draft process was just the improvement he made from the pocket. But that came from, it wasn't just because, he played 5 years. It's because the work you put in to then improve. Just playing 5 years doesn't make you better in the pocket.
Totally.
Because yeah, right.
He improved every year over the 5 years.
He put the work in.
Exactly. And I think that's where, if you want to start with a quarterback, like the traits are great. Like these guys all have traits. And not that the other ones didn't put in the work, because I think they did. But then you take the traits he has with the work, and that's why I think there's a lot of optimism about him.
Some of them didn't. Let's just call a spade a spade.
Oh, no, I'm talking about
you can say, like, I'm going to tell you, some of them didn't do a damn thing. All they cared about was the success.
No, I'm talking about in this draft. When you're comparing them to Drake May or Jay. But no, I would say, B. Mitch, you're right.
Yeah. There were some folks around here that didn't put the work in and were still celebrated by the previous owner. I think it's a very new day. You know what I mean? And I think
I do,
dude. Real quick, just because we haven't hit on it, and I don't know that we'll have a ton of time for it. Going into OTAs, looking at the roster, I thought adding a veteran receiver was very much on the radar, and then sure enough, yesterday they add a veteran receiver. What can you tell us about the move?
Damier Byrd, fast guy, small, experience with Kingsbury. He had 30, but that was like from 2019. Did not play in the league, or he was on teams last year, but I think it's just practice squad. So
small guy too.
Small guy, but speed. And so I think if you're going to try and spread the field, it's nice to have more speed, and we'll see. But I think. It's funny because with that, like, I'm really curious to see what Luke McCaffrey develops into. And let me go back. He did. But the other guy I'm going to go back to is Jahan Dotson. Like, I still think that kid can play. And,
agreed.
I think like 2 years ago, like, I loved watching his route running because he kept getting open. He didn't always get the ball, but he was getting open. And I think he's one of the guys that probably appreciates all these changes as much as anybody.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Big time.
Absolutely.
So, like, that's why, like, he's going to be one that I'm really like, what does he look like this year? Because we know what Terry is. We don't know what McCaffrey can become, but like Dodson's kind of like, there's been those snippets, but I think he can elevate.
Johnny, thanks for the time, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
And just so we're clear, so I can tweet it out, you had him at 15-2, right?
Yeah, with resting the starters the last 2 weeks. Yes.
Thanks, dude. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm about to tweet that.
You should do it. People go nuts. It's our boy John Keim, JOHN_KEIM on Twitter and Instagram. When we come back, I'll give you my schedule breakdown. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right. Schedule release last night. Always a blast, man. I just enjoy seeing it, trying to figure out cool games for people to go to. If you're a Commanders fans looking for a road trip, Arizona would be dope. I think New Orleans will get wild.
Arizona would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, West Coast, there's always a ton of fans.
New Orleans not wild. It's fun.
New Orleans will be wild because I think there's a lot of
We may see some mechanical bulls again.
burgundy and gold fans down south.
Remember that?
I do. Lot of good games. I think Dallas. I mean, if you live down there, that could be pretty epic. I though now am going to give my way too early prediction, right? And we're all entirely aware that we don't know. People struggle to bet football 20 minutes before the game, let alone 6 months before the game. Yeah. That said, it's a fun exercise. Week 1, Landfill, we're going to Tampa. I think people kind of sleep on Tampa. They got everybody back. I think Todd Bowles is a good coach. They play good, sound defense. Baker played quite well for them last year.
He did last year. Can he follow up with that?
Well, I think Dave Canales was a big part of it. He left for Charlotte now. But I got the opening loss, but then a resounding, and I know how dangerous it is to say this against the New York Football Giants. I got a resounding win against the Giants in front of an absolute wild FedEx Field, people wearing Jaden Daniels jerseys. You just see number 5s everywhere you go. I think that will be one of the most fun games because it's last year was the home opener with Harris, but Harris was still it was everything he inherited. He bought the team a week before training camp started. There was nothing they could do. This year, it's his team. It's starting to build the things he wants. I think that week 2 Giants crowd will be pretty damn epic.
Okay.
I think the game will match it. Week 3 at Cincy, that's a L, man. Cincy's really good. Now, they've got some questions on their defense. Trey Hendrickson, what's happening there? But I do think that could be a really fun kind of shootout-y game. And think about the LSU storyline there.
Oh, yeah.
With Burrow versus Daniels.
Yes.
To me, this year,
2 of the best seasons ever as a quarterback in college football.
Right.
Happen to go to the same school.
Right. Within 3 years of one another.
Yeah.
For me, this year is about growth, not necessarily wins and losses. I think there's going to be more wins for sure, but I think it's about seeing what you've got at the quarterback spot and then a number of other spots and how you build from there. So I do have a tough start here because I think that Arizona game is going to be pretty tough. I think they can win that one, honestly. I don't know what they have there. I'm gonna go win. So I'm 2-2 at the quarter mark. Cleveland at home. That's tough. Cleveland and the Ravens, those are 2 of the not only I'd say top 10 teams in the NFL, but also just super physical teams.
Defense.
And their O-lines. I mean, they run the hell out of the football, both of those teams.
Yep.
And when you look at Washington, I don't know how equipped they are to handle a fella like Myles Garrett. So I'm going to go back-to-back losses there against the AFC North. Then things warm up. I got back-to-back wins, Panthers and Bears. I think you got to win those, man. You don't want to put too much pressure on anybody, but Carolina's absolute must-win.
Yeah.
And then Chicago did a lot to rebuild their – Chicago
I'm actually
could be favored in that game.
What game
Beat 'em
is
at home.
Darryl Green's jersey being retired?
They haven't announced that.
That's going to be a huge game.
Well, he's got a pretty famous play against the Bears.
Could be.
That punt return touchdown.
Whatever game that is, it's going to be loaded.
That's a great call.
Tony Lane says that too.
What, that it could be that Bears game?
Yeah.
I mean,
One thing about I know how we're pushing toward, but when those guys from that era comes along, people support that.
Well, to your point, arguably Daryl's two most iconic plays in a 20-year career with the same franchise, the punt return touchdown against the Bears, where would he pull his hamstring or his rib or something?
Yep.
Or when he chased down Tony Dorsett on Monday Night Football.
Could be Dallas.
That's November 24th. That'd be a pretty juicy one too. So at the at the halfway mark of the season, 0-1, 1-1, 1-2, 2-2, 2-4, 4-4. I got him even halfway mark of the season.
All right.
That would be
Do
double.
Things go
That would be
up,
double the
or
wins.
Do they start to
I kind of
waffle a little bit here?
I
Mr.
kind of
Finley?
stay on the same path here. Fool me once. I don't even know what the hell that saying is, but
fool me once, shame on you.
They got to win. They haven't beaten the Giants in their last 4 tries. They got to win in the Meadowlands before I'm predicting a win in the Meadowlands. Steelers at home. That's a tough game. I think the Steelers just play really, really good defense, but I'm not sure I trust a lot of what they have offensively. I'll say they beat the Steelers, lose on Thursday night to the Eagles, although I really like Landfill's research on Philly being in a possible trap scenario. I got a big dub. I think the crowd will be electric. I think Dallas will be looking ahead to figure out who Dallas is hosted on Thanksgiving for me, Jeff, please. I think they beat Dallas at home. I don't know what Dallas has. I then think they beat Tennessee. I don't know what Tennessee has.
Mm-hmm.
So going into the bye, where was I? I was 8-8, right? I was 4-4 rather. So that's 4-5, 5-5, 5-6, 6-6.
The
7
Cowboys
6.
play the Giants on Thanksgiving.
Who knows? So I'm 6-7 going into the bye week. I think there's real excitement. I think they get 7-7. I think they win in the Superdome. I realize this, B. I've never covered a win in the Superdome.
Haven't?
No, I've covered a bunch of games.
I haven't covered one.
Did you ever have one? You ever win a game down there?
Mm-hmm.
In college or pros or both?
Both.
There you go. So I got him at
we lost in high school.
I got him at 7-7, beating the Eagles at home. 8-7, excitement getting hot. I think it's fool's gold for Atlanta. I think they're going to have a 1-year pop, but I think they're going to have a 1-year pop. I think Atlanta comes here and it's a loss for Washington. And then I think a game with a lot riding on it. I'm not going to call Sunday night getting flexed, but I think you're looking at least at the Sunday 4:30 national television slot for Commander Washington versus Dallas. But I think Dallas wins that one.
Why do you think they lose to Atlanta?
I think Atlanta's gonna be kind of good. I think Kirk has one really good year, and I think next year it gets sloppy there because the guarantees are running out. Kirk likes his guarantees. Penix probably wants to start playing. That's why I'm calling it fool's gold. I think they have one good year.
I think that the whole thing. I think Kirk's whole thing is going to run out eventually, and I think this will be the beginning of it.
They went 7-10 last year with awful quarterback play.
Mm-hmm.
I think the way Kirk is such a maniac kind of, I think his rehab from the Achilles will go well for at least a year.
What happened with me is the way I look at him at times. I know people look at him differently. You had awful quarterback play in Atlanta, but you had people who would take chances and don't give a damn. He's very, very cautious in everything he does. Will that take away from a little bit of the explosiveness?
Well, and Kirk is known to have stinkers of games in late December at FedEx Field. But dude, I got him at 8-9, and I think that's really good. They won 4 games last year. I got them doubling their win total. I think it's hardly a reach. Honestly, I don't even think Jeff's 10-7 is that much of a reach.
No.
I think the schedule breaks pretty well for them. I think they could win some games this year. I worry about the depth. Every NFL team's got to worry about depth, but I really worry about it with these guys because I think they put a lot of Band-Aids on spots and not necessarily long-term fixes. Coming up at noon, Nikki Jabvala joins the program. field has the most visiting fans?
Steelers.
I
one
think
of the teams from Pennsylvania. Just say it like that.
I think it's between the Steelers, Week 10,
And the Eagles.
the Eagles, Week 16. But we also know there'll be a lot of Dallas fans. Week 12 is the Dallas game.
Around that time, they may not be coming.
We talking about fans from the actual state, not
people that just live here.
They've never been to Texas or none of that.
Yeah,
unfortunately, there's a lot of Steelers fans that just live here too. I mean, you're texting with one of them right now.
Yeah. Big Tony.
I
mean, Lil Tony. Lil Leg Tony.
What do you think the best crowd is? Here or there, Jeff? Most electric environment.
Ooh, most electric environment. It's definitely here when we play Dallas.
That New Orleans game when we went last time, that thing was fire.
Well, that's when they had the two. Skins were up 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I was saying, but that game, they started playing their little music. People started dancing. I'm like, what the hell? I think they put a spell on the team, man.
The last 2 games, or I guess I've covered. The first 2 games I covered down there were that game where Chris Thompson got his leg broken. Kirk got called for that grounding late. It went to overtime. New Orleans won in overtime. That game was bananas. They were up 2 touchdowns in that game. Then the following game, do you remember the Monday Nighter where Drew Brees might be able to break the all-time passing yards record? And he broke it in the first half.
Oh, yeah.
He hit that bomb over Josh Norman.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Jay and Josh Norman got into it at halftime. I mean, that was a show, dude.
Yeah.
When was that? Probably 2018. What was the score in that? I feel like Breeze ended up with like 400 yards passing. That place, I don't know which one of those, honestly, was louder, because they were both really loud. And the Superdome, you get all those drunk Louisiana folks. I mean, it gets really, really loud. Final score of that game was 43-19.
That's not good there, Jay.
Nah, it sure isn't. And it was 26-13 at halftime. Breeze hit. I'm trying to find this pass he hit. Breeze hit Traquan Smith for 62 yards. That's the one that was the record breaker. Alex Smith started. I mean, just an Alex Smith game right here. 23-39 for 275 and a pick. He didn't throw many of those. Breeze, listen to this stat line, Brian. Holy moly. And the final score of this game sounds better.
And how tall was he?
5'10".
How big was he? What kind of career he had?
Really good.
Okay.
Listen to Breeze's stat line in this game. 26-29 for 360 with 3 touchdowns. He only had 3. He had the same amount of incompletions as he did touchdowns.
That's Drew Brees, brother.
That's bananas. I want to make sure we mention this in case we forget it. The Giants, it's their 100-year anniversary this year, which is cool. That is very cool to have that kind of longevity in the NFL, especially when franchises were moving and, collapsing during the early 1920s or whatever. The Giants have unveiled what they call Century Red throwback uniforms. If you haven't seen them, they're all over social media. They are like red from the top down. It's like red across the top for the shoulder pads.
Awful is what they are.
They're bad. I think they're really bad.
Did they ever wear something that looked like that? That doesn't look like nothing I've ever seen.
Jeff, what do you think of those? Everybody can give one word answer or however many words you want, but they are bad.
Ill.
You?
Ill.
Ill. Okay.
Ill. EEWWW. Ill.
It's like you saying ill.
Ill, man.
Definitely saying ill.
What are you?
That's what it sounds like you said.
Spell the word again.
EEWWW.
He's trying to
Ew.
say ew, but he's
Ew,
saying
ew.
No,
ill.
ill. Like ill. That is nasty.
I got you. Just sound like you have an L in there. That's
What
I'm
you're
saying.
trying to say versus it sounds like you're either saying ill, like ill communication, or eel, like the snake type thing that swims along rivers?
Well, where I come from, we say ill, like ill, that is nasty.
Jeff, you and I are all from here.
They say brother and father too.
I don't say that. I don't say brother or father.
You grew up, what do you call it, 6 miles east? I grew up 6 miles west. I don't say eel. I say ew.
JP, you also don't have a country accent or no hints of no accent from Maryland. You know you're also a professional journalist,
I
right?
also say 20, though. 20,
yeah, you do say 20.
2022. That's a tough one.
CH.
All right, Jeff says either ill,
Which one
eel,
say
or ew.
When we say
Man, this ain't no blah, 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 P. Leva, what was your word?
Horrendous.
Is it possible they'll grow on you? To me, it looks like something from any
That's
given
not growing
Sunday.
on me because I'm not going to be caring about that.
I'm going to amend it. I have a different H word. Humiliating.
They look like something from any given Sunday. I don't know where they're just wearing khaki pants. Like those are my chinos. You always ask me. Whenever I'm wearing my chinos, B-Mitch is like, "Oh, you got something going on today." That's what they look like.
This looks like a Madden created jersey.
I think you created that.
You think I created what? These terrible
The
jerseys?
chinos and that ugly top.
Here, I will show everybody on YouTube stream.
Oh, they're making comments on it already.
It's bad. Giants uniforms.
Somebody asked, are they going bowling?
They will wear them up to 2 times this season. Do we know when? Do we get to see those in person?
I hope they don't wear them when we play them.
I like they said up to. That gives them an out.
Yeah, just wear them once.
Or don't wear them
Get their
at all.
ass kicked. I think they got to wear them at least once because they're certainly going to sell them. Who's the moron that buys that thing? Coming up next, Nikki Jobvala. The song hits so hard.
I know they don't say the words, but do they think they really did that to where people didn't know what they were saying?
When you hear Petey Pod, you know who's joining us. Nikki Jabala from the Washington Post. What's up, Nick? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing good, Nick.
We are good. We are good. Let's talk about the schedule. You've been covering the NFL for a long time. The schedule, I allow myself to still have a lot of fun with it. Do you allow yourself to have a lot of fun with it?
I think more than maybe a few years ago when I was like truly cynical and I thought it was the most ridiculous thing ever that there's an event around the schedule release, which I still kind of believe. I mean, it is ridiculous.
Not wrong.
But I do understand like more of the fan perspective. Like that's when they can really plan their time to, go see the team. So I get it. And I do like I love the team videos. I think those are just fantastic. So I get up for those.
Is our guy Julian joining us?
He is. So if you hear a lot of that grunting, he's eating. Yeah. So
he's a hungry
sorry
boy.
in advance.
It's all good.
Lunchtime, boys.
So beyond the spectacle of the schedule release, which you can argue is incredibly dumb, what did you make of how the Commanders fared?
I think their schedule this year is pretty decent. I mean, the Week 14 bye for the third year in a row is a little absurd.
Yeah.
That's just brutal. And I feel like the rookies on the team are going to get a rude awakening to the league with that. Their years can be so long with that. But I think the rest of the schedule is it's palatable. I mean, there's that stretch between, the Monday night game, the Cincinnati game in week 3 and 4, and you got to go out west to Arizona. That's not going to be easy, but I think the rest of the schedule is it's not terrible. When you open in Tampa, there's not like a backload of divisional games. There's not, I'm trying to think of things they've had in years past where it was just, I think their strength of schedule is like tied for 16th, which, only matters to a degree, I guess, but.
Right. And I think getting caught up in the strength of schedule stuff is like, yeah, 1 year to the next, there's some stuff you can extrapolate, but you can hardly pick this thing 1 week to the next. You know what I mean?
Right. And I mean, so many teams have been completely overhauled, like the Commanders. I mean, look at Chicago. I mean, the Chicago team they faced last year is not going to be anything like the one they faced this year.
Good, because that team kicked their ass.
I know. I mean, that game was a turning point last season. So I circle the Bears one as a significant game. I'm honestly surprised it wasn't on primetime just because of the quarterback appeal. Just having, there's only so many times that, the 1 and 2 have faced off in their rookie year. I thought that would be somewhat of a draw for TV, but guess not.
Well, you look at the schedule and pick out wins and losses, Nikki?
I don't like to do that, one, because I'm always wrong. So I don't like setting myself up for failure. But I just feel like there's so many variables at play. Like, I mean, we've never seen Jaden Daniels on the field. We've never seen Caleb Williams on the field. We've never seen how a lot of these teams are. So, I mean, I feel like when you do that, you're doing it off of how these teams performed last season and like the strength of schedule, which is based off opponents' combined record the year prior. It's just sort of misleading. So, I mean, I try to avoid it if I can. I think inevitably somebody asks me for a record prediction and I'm inevitably very wrong every year.
Well, we are lucky to have you join us every week. And in season, whenever I ask you for the slightest hint of a prediction, you always very calculatedly and intelligently avoid the question. So I know you're not giving me, but you should know that Keim just 1 hour ago predicted 15-2.
And they're gonna be resting everybody the last 2 weeks.
Right. Yeah, it's a left tackle situation that kind of concerns me. So I'm a little hesitant to predict double-digit wins just yet.
And it's very fair to have questions. I think they got some. Yeah. They think they've got an answer, but I don't know if they have an answer right away.
Yeah.
Talking with Nikki Jabala here on the BetQL guest line. Of course, you can read Nikki's work in the Washington Post. You can follow her on Twitter at Nikki, NICKIJHABVALA. I'm going to do this just to drive Beamish shocked The B. Mitchell Finley Show is also brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to
We're
find
only in the third hour of the show.
contractor near you and available tax credits, rebates. Rude. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Nikki, you and I also got to watch what this team is now. OTA practices the other day. What kind of stood out to you, good and bad?
I think the biggest thing I took away, because it is just one practice and it's always light at this time of year. But just like the way they structured practice, the tempo of practice, a complete 180 from the last few years. I mean, there's no standing around. Every second seemed to be accounted for. I mean, they're doing, dual 7-on-7s on opposite fields, which I think is great. You get everybody a ton of reps. You get to see a lot. Everybody's moving. I think it's great. I love the way they did their practices, and I hope that's sort of a glimpse at what they're going to do, going forward. I think Jaden, he's fun to watch. I mean, granted, we're watching him throw passes against air, but it's fun. He's got an incredible release. He throws the ball beautifully. Just seeing the guys back out there, seeing how he interacts with the other guys, I thought was really good. Sorry, my kid really likes his bottles, so there's a lot of noises.
He said, "This stuff good, boy." Let me tell you.
But yeah, I mean, those are the things that I kind of went into it looking for. Is how is he with the other guys? How is he at the basics? How does he work with Cliff Kingsbury? That was the other thing that stood out, is how involved Cliff is with the quarterbacks of the stage. I mean, he worked, I think, exclusively with the quarterbacks from what I saw.
He was so hands-on too.
So hands-on. And I've never seen him in person work with it, so I had no idea what to expect. That was cool to see. And the guys seemed to really take to the coaching, and he seemed to have a good rapport with the guys. So yeah, it was fun to see that aspect. Beyond that, I don't know that you can glean a whole lot, like, what's this offense going to look like, and how are they going to use B-Rob, and that type of thing, because it's still early. They've had not even 2 full days of install. Yeah. I don't think.
I love the way that they get through the practice, though, because I've always felt coaches go out there these 2.5-hour practices. That's a bunch of BS. Nobody's going to stay attentive that long. Coach Gibbs would go 1 hour and 50 minutes, and we got everything in. But you have to move at a rapid pace. And I think that also gets guys in shape, where you don't have guys doing 1.5 hours of working out after practice, which I think should make any coach, any head coach, be a little upset. If you could work 1.5 hours after you practice, and my practices are horrible.
Right. Yeah, I also think there's a balance there that, you don't want to run guys into the ground in May or June or July or whatever. Like, guys shouldn't be dealing with, wear and tear type of injuries at this time of the year.
Totally.
You want them fresh going into the season. I think some of that was missing.
All right.
Take your time.
Julian saying, "Look, I'm tired of you talking to those other
Let
two
us
dudes.
go.
You got to focus on this dude."
Yeah. Do your thing. We'll catch up next week.
All right. Sounds good, guys.
All right,
Thank you. That's our friend Nikki Jabvala from the Washington Post. But I think you're right, B, that one thing you always mentioned with Andy was the pace of practice. Like with Joe, you guys were hitting. But by the time you got to Andy 10 years later, like the league was kind of evolving, right? Like rules were changing as far as practice. But
I wish, and I told you this before, I told Andy Reid I would rather practice in shoulder pass and hit than do what he had us doing. Because, dude, it was a track meet.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But eventually, I saw that it kept you fresh. It got you in shape. But ultimately, you never, ever were feeling like, oh, this is easy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing about it. Like, practice today, the rules have changed, but it doesn't have to be easy.
Right. I think there's a huge difference between hitting all the time and still even just like a level of attentiveness. And say what you want, man. When you're on the bench, this is something I know from my athletic days. When you're on the bench, you're not that locked in.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you have 7-on-7 going, and a lot of times it's going to be first team, you're just not as locked in because you're on the bench.
Yeah.
So by creating the dual 7-on-7s, and if you were looking at the football field, you've got 7-on-7 going
Everybody's working.
Towards the right, on the right side of the 50-yard line, and 7-on-7 going towards the left end zone.
Yeah.
On the other side. The pace was so much faster, and especially with these 90-man rosters right now, everybody was getting work. Now, the O-line and the D-line, because of where we are in the NFL calendar, NFL offseason calendar, frankly, they're not getting much work. They're kind of hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
But the 7-on-7 guys, the skill position guys, I mean, they're getting plenty of work. They were probably gassed, if I had to guess.
But I think if this is the time of the year where you're getting into shape and you're running and doing all that stuff, why not be able to put that energy into practice? OTAs are only for a certain amount of time, right?
Yeah.
So get your work out doing then. Look, Chad knows who's out there working and who's running, who's doing what.
They have the monitors on them. They know.
But in the past, it used to be we show up today and we have to run 15 gases, 20 gases, whatever it is. So we got to run. When I got to New York, they had us running 220s and 330s around the damn football field. But if you're in practice running like that on those days, you don't have to do all that stuff unless you feel that I need extra work. But if I'm the coaches, I'm looking at you and I'm going to see how much extra work you can do, because if you could do another hour of extra work, you didn't give me enough in practice.
We got distracted earlier by just how ugly those Giants jerseys were. The best comment I heard, and this sounds right, you know the Montreal Canadiens, the Habs as they call them up there? Those look like Montreal Canadiens practice jerseys. Like that's what the Montreal Canadiens wear.
Hockey team?
The hockey team. Or like a rugby shirt or something. But the horridness of the Giants practice jerseys got us distracted from the important thing that I need to do. That is give away some tickets. Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to see Nick Swardson, Toilet Head, Friday, January 24th at Warner Theater. Tickets are on sale Friday, May 17th at 10 a.m. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Tickets courtesy of Live Nation. Call in right now. Get Jeff working. I think he fell asleep there for a minute. You know, it's an interesting time with the Commanders, B. It's like what I say about the senior prom. It's got to be, if things aren't good and the vibe isn't good and all of this isn't being celebrated right now, then something is dramatically wrong.
Yeah.
Like things are supposed to be great right now. At least though, it sounds like they are, and that there's real excitement about the rookie QB. I tend to believe them when they said that was the top of their list. He looks like the real deal, dude. And you don't want to keep going back to it, and it's super premature. But when you look at the schedule, it doesn't. When you look at the schedule, sometimes you think, oh, you know, rookie quarterback, they could really struggle this year. I don't look at it that way. I felt less confident last year in what was almost a rookie quarterback than I do this year.
I don't think when it's I would say this all the time. I don't care if it's a rookie quarterback. I don't care if it's a quarterback coming to a team for the first time. I don't care if it's a rookie offensive lineman, defensive lineman. They're normally going to take a little time to get to that level. It doesn't work automatically. You know what I mean? And a rookie quarterback coming in, I said it with Heineke. I said it with Sam. I said it with Robert. I said it with other people. After 4 weeks, they're going to adjust what they're doing to you. Sometimes they may go quicker than that, but sometimes it takes a little longer. Your coach, offensive, has to be able to make the adjustments and be prepared for them. Because that team is going to see what you like to do. Analytics is involved too. They're going to be able to say, okay, they love doing this in this situation, that situation, and they're going to start doing things to make you have to do something else. That is when you find out the rookies and the younger people that are taking those steps, because they're anticipating what you may try and do to stop what they're doing. So we'll see.
Totally. It's going to be fun to see. I thought this was
Just think about it. You know, tonight I'll be doing this thing with Peyton. That's a question I would love to ask him. When did it get to a point where you didn't have to go through a week of practice or have a coach tell you something when you knew what the opposing team would try to do to you? Think about that. You know? You have to remind me of that because I always think of these questions so early and I forget them by the time I get to the person.
Write it down, dude. Give me a bullet point on it. I'll text it to you right now. Hey, Peyton, when did you realize that no matter what the defense is, I'm going to do what I want?
No.
Give it
when
to me
you
again.
realize by what you all are trying to do, what the defense is going to try to do against you. You know, did he anticipate those things or did he wait till the coach to tell him about it?
I imagine for Peyton, by
Peyton
like
probably
year
knew
3
what
or
the
4,
hell was going on. Yeah.
When did you realize that by what you're trying to do, the defense would react to it?
How they would try to combat what you're doing, basically.
Man, I don't know that I can write
You're
this
adding too
down.
many words into it.
We'll go
I
through
forget what the hell I was talking about by the time
We'll
we
go
get to
through it through the break. B-Mitch is going to MC a really cool event tonight. We'll talk about that a little later. We've gone 2.5 hours deep on schedule talk. Let's catch up on the NBA, NHL playoffs. Next, it's B-Mitch and Finley. Ooh, girl. Shock me like an electric feel. I know why you're playing this. Jeff, you got any idea why he's playing this? Shocked me like an electric eel. Baby girl.
I'm going to keep my comments for off air.
Jeff out here singing MGMT. Eel. Like everybody knows.
No, it's not ill. It's ill.
Yo,
Ill.
like my 5-year-old daughter
That's not
knows
what you
how
were
to
saying
say
at first,
ew.
Jeff. You've added the wah to it.
My
Like,
5-year-old
I
daughter
didn't.
knows how to say ew.
She also knows how to say this.
But nobody says ew.
Ew.
Everybody's ew. Ew. That's
L,
nasty.
that L,
Ew.
That L
Ew.
is coming at the end, and when you try to go slow, you put wah.
No, I'm literally saying it is ew.
That's not
you,
ill.
Ew.
You said
you just
ill.
said.
No, I'm emphasizing so you can hear that I'm saying ill. Ew.
Right, you're saying ill.
No. Man, I'm not about to have a speech class with y'all right now, man.
All right,
man.
we've been going heavy on the
Fish
NFL
you.
schedule. Let's catch up a little bit. Also, Bleep You Thursday coming up at 1:00. I have a Bleep You. I may have a series of them, but I definitely have one.
Why are you bleeping people, man?
There's a growing problem in the world that I want to address. I'm here to help the world. When you think of me, Brian, don't you think of me as someone that helps
Hell
the
no,
world?
I think of you helping JP.
It would help me in the process. But
I knew in the long run it was going to come back to you.
let's go through the NBA playoffs. Celtics closed out Cleveland last night. Cleveland was able to win a game, which is cool, but the Celtics are going to win that thing the whole time. Donovan Mitchell gets hurt. They got no real shot. Interestingly, I think the line on that game was 15.5.
Uh-huh.
Boston won by 15. Vegas, man.
They get close to those numbers, man.
Vegas knows. All right. What day is it? 17th? Today's the 16th?
Yeah.
There's no hoops tonight? Okay, never mind.
That's one game,
All
brother.
right. Tonight, we got Timberwolves Nuggets at 8:30. Denver's up 3-2. Brian, what can you say about Joker and about Denver? After 2 games in that series, they looked cooked.
They look very cooked. They have experience.
They got some championship
They got pedigree.
cojones.
But I'll say when you have when they played that well all year, they wasn't gonna just go away. And I think you said it to me the other day, and as I think about it, if the refs had taken that throwing the heat and pad thing more serious and suspended him a game, they probably would not be where they at right now.
That's a good point.
But when you allow that team to stay intact with an act like that, you left them there because all they had to do is win one game. Then it's 2-1. When they tie it up, guess what? Now Minnesota is like, oh Lord, the pressure's all on them. They play with house money on the other side.
Totally. And
they already won one. Wisconsin's won 3 in a row, 3 MVPs in a row. They are now in a position where nobody would be upset if they had lost.
they are dogs tonight in Minnesota. They're 2.5-point underdogs. This is an awesome game and start time.
It's
Starts
rather
at 8:30.
2.5 on the road. That's like saying your favorite.
It's pretty close, and who knows what it'll get to. Look, I'm looking right now. It's already down to 2. Obviously, Anthony Edwards has been fantastic, but I don't know about Karl Anthony Towns. The player I like the most, the second most on that team is Naz Reid.
I think Rudy Gobert has to play better defense.
I think Joker's just putting his brain in a pretzel, man.
Yeah. But Karl Anthony Towns played better on what you call him. Rudy came back, and all of a sudden now it seems like he can do whatever he wants to him.
You'll be shocked to know that Jeff just highlighted a comment on the stream that says Jeff is right. He does get to pick which ones he highlights.
Who said Jeff is right?
Dickie Lee Roan.
Yeah, whatever. But right above that, Jeff is saying eel, not eel.
Yo, Timothy Parker and B. Mitch's hair are like my two biggest haters, but I'll wait to address them at 1:00.
You can call it what you want, but all these people that's just swinging, you can't just go along with them either.
All right, now hang on. Let's make some picks here. T-Wolves Nuggets tonight. We don't have. Does anybody not think Denver's going to win that series?
I'm
Anybody
really
think
rooting
they're
for
not?
the Timberwolves.
You think Minnesota can win the next two?
I
They have
really
to
think
win
they
2 in a
can.
row.
I want them to. So yes, I'm gonna go with the Timberwolves.
All right.
Feel even better about the Nuggets. Dallas versus OKC has been a pretty good series. Not necessarily compelling games. There was the one comeback. Dallas is leading that thing now and headed back home for game 6. I think Dallas can absolutely win that. That game is not
They're up
till
3-2 right now, too, aren't they?
that game's Saturday night, 8:00.
They're
up
up
3-2.
3-2 as well. They can win it. I think
OKC's young to have to win 2 in a row.
Gilgeous he gonna need some help. His
I feel like
supporting
Chet hasn't
cast,
shot well this
Huh?
Chet has not shot well this series.
his people go away. They don't help him all the time.
I also think when you have a young team, like we saw this with the Kings last year. They were young, everything hit. They played really hard every night, and you're able to stack up. The NBA, man, people may not like this that are involved in the NBA, but a lot of these dudes don't play hard every night. So if you get a team that does.
The NBA knows this. That's why they implemented all these
Right,
damn new rules.
right. They're aware of it. They just
know
don't
it
want to
very
admit
well.
it.
Yeah.
I think Dallas just has such veteran savvy. I think the Mavs are going to the Western Conference Finals, and I think they'll give whoever it is a pretty legit scare, man.
Okay.
Also got Pacers Knicks. The next game is tomorrow night. Knicks are up 3-2. Going to be trying to close them out at Indy. I think that goes 7. I think they come back to the
It
Garden.
goes 7 if the referees keep worried about the coach.
Well, the last 2 games have just been such an ass kicking that the refs made no difference.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
But I always tell people they don't have to make a play every play. They just have to make calls to set the tone, and that's how the game will go. Because guys are going to find out early on in the game, just like in a championship fight, you feel people out. They're going to feel the referees just like they're trying to feel the other team. Once you notice what you can't do, you know where the game is going.
The last 2 games, though, have just been who makes their threes. The Pacers were lights out from 3 in game 4. The Knicks were lights out in game 5. And the deficits just get too big too fast because they're both. Think about it. How bizarre is this? That the score of game 5 was Knicks 121, Pacers 91. Game 4, Pacers 121, Knicks 89. Like those are just like inverted. It's
weird.
That series is over if last Friday night the kid Nebhart doesn't hit an outrageously contested and
don't shoot that shot.
Yeah.
Oh, good job, dog. Good job.
No. Yeah. The question continues to be, will the Knicks run out of gas? Who's all's injured?
Well, they got just 8 people playing.
They say Anunoby's coming back for Friday night. The rest of those,
my dad would always ask me, who the hell is they?
It's listed as his estimated return date, May 17th. I don't know. It's on ESPN. I don't know.
Gotcha.
I think that one goes 7, and then I think you get Celtics Knicks, and I think Celtics Knicks might be a bit of an ass kicking. I don't know. The West is going to be more compelling because the Celtics appear to be the best team, but I'm calling my shot now. Whether it's, I think the Western Conference Finals ends up being Nuggets, Mavs. I'm taking either of them against Boston. I just don't buy.
I think the Nuggets, yes. The Mavs, hell no.
Why not?
I just think that they have played the Celtics they got enough offensively that you have two guys on Dallas. They're leaders, Doncic and also Kyrie. They don't play no defense.
Nope.
And against Brown and Tatum, you better play some damn defense.
Yeah, I weirdly have this like faith in
I just
Kyrie.
think Horford cannot check the Joker.
No, no way. Just a quick update on Eel versus U Gate. Him over there, 21 says, "Ew, Jeff not saying a L. It's an accent thing. JP, a white dude from Montgomery County. He has no accent. JP, a cool dude though.
Hey,
I'll take that.
What's his name
I'll
again?
take
What's his
that.
name?
Him over there, 21.
Him over there, 21.
Highlight that in the stream.
I'm a
Jeff.
black dude from Louisiana,
Yeah, what
and
do you
I
say
have
about
a hell of
me?
an accent, and I still hear a damn L.
Yeah.
Landville's a white dude from Virginia. What do you hear?
I mean, Jeff's got L written all over him.
B. Mitch is hosting a really cool event tonight. We're going to hear about that next. Maybe a little golf update. Phone lines open at 1.
Hey, it's Autism Acceptance Month, and we're making a difference together. So join me as I bike to the beach to support the local autism organizations. Come out on Friday, August 2nd, and enjoy a 25, 50, 70, 100-mile ride to Dewey Beach. Ride with me or donate to our team to help us hit our goal. This ride is designed for all riders. You don't have to be a perfect rider. You don't have to be a professional. Anybody can come out and ride. So bring your crew and help us raise money for autism awareness. Visit biketothebeach.org/bmitch to get involved and make an impact today. That's biketothebeach.org/bmitch. We're taking the donations right now. So let's get out there and do this.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. PGA Championship going down in Kentucky, my old Kentucky home. Xander out in front, dude. He's on his 17th hole. I guess he went off the back because he's on number 8.
He didn't play that last week.
No, he didn't. But dude, he's on 17. He's 9 under. Course record is
I hope
63.
he's not just going out there playing so great right now.
But do you see where he is right now? He's down this hill, like down by a sprinkler head. He didn't get relief. That's a tough little shot.
He didn't get released because the sprinkler head's not bothering him.
Look at that. He might make that thing. Oh, my gosh.
Sprinkler
Xander
head was not bothering him. It was on the other side of the ball. If it was wet, they would have probably gave him a relief.
Wow. That was a hell of a shot from where he was. I assume he taps that in for par.
Jay, I look at it like this. That wasn't a hell of a shot. That was a supposed shot. He's a pro.
No, that was a hell of a shot.
Man, you watch some guys, they make shots that we would never, ever put the club on the ball.
I'm fully aware of that. I'm just saying that was a hell of a shot. Schauffele, assuming it's a par 72, let's say he knocks that in for par on 17, so he's 9 under with 1 to play.
It's a par what?
I assume 72. I don't know.
I'm saying it's par 4, par 5, the last hole.
Oh, 18. I don't know that either. Well, especially because he'll be playing 9, not 18. So I don't know. Maybe it's only a par 71 because they always move it around for the way these guys play. But
we'll find out.
Course record would absolutely be in play here, and maybe he could break it. Well, that's a hell of a way to start a weekend major.
I don't like when people come out there early though, because that thing don't last normally for him.
Well, and he's never won one.
Yeah.
Tell everybody about the event tonight.
Well, actually, it's the Burgundy and Gold.
Burgundy and Gold banquet,
Coach
right?
Gibbs with his home out there in, I guess that's Manassas, they would say. It's like out there by Manassas. It might be Bristow area. But
Youth for Tomorrow is the
supposed
organization.
to sit there and have a conversation, with Peyton Manning and myself.
That's pretty cool.
You see guys, you play with them, you play against them, and you basically realize there are people that you respect and you want to know. And I think the crowd would be very interested in learning what made him tick. The sense of humor. Where did that come from? Mom, dad, how he and his brothers work. The thing of when he and Peyton, remember when Eli, they said Peyton was supposed to go in the NFC, didn't want to go in the NFC?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. When they were trying to get him here.
So all those different types of things, like, what made him go?
Well,
what the hell does Omaha mean?
Think about, listen, nothing's going to touch where he was as a football player, but the media organization he's building out with his Omaha Productions as they start to expand.
Mm-hmm.
It was the Manning Cast. Now he's producing the podcast for Scott Van Pelt. Like, he's growing his own empire. I'm curious why, like, what the motivation, like, he's got enough money, right? Maybe he wants to change how players get covered.
Let me ask you this question. Does Bill Gates have enough money?
I'm not making it about money, but I'm saying, like, does he want to change how players get covered, or is it just something he was always interested in? Because it's a different, like, the Manning Cast and stuff is a different way to watch a game.
If you watch him doing what he does anything seem like it's out the ordinary for him? Or just seem like that's who he is?
Seems like he's just being himself. Yeah.
So the little saying I heard back in the day, find something you love, you never work a day of your life. I think he wants to be able to have an impact on a lot of people, but I think it's just who he is. You know what I mean? Because, like, when I see people, when I ask a person about their job, I'm looking for exactly the stress in your eyes or not. There are a lot of people who act like they love their job, they love the money, they hate their job. He seems like he's having a damn good time.
Sure. Well, and what helps when you're Peyton Manning is everything's on your terms. Like, he's doing those shows from home. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he travels when he wants to. If not, he's at his house. And
I haven't signed a deal like that. They got to have me a studio outside the house.
I would happily.
But that honey-do list, boy, it doesn't care. If you're at home, you will get one.
how about this? I don't have to be at my house, but I need to not be at Navy Yard. I know that. This is the biggest bottleneck in the entire DMV. There's no good way to get in here. There's no good way to get out of here.
How long it take you to
God forbid there's horses pooping on the road.
How long it take you to get in?
This morning,
I'm saying like most days, what's your average commute?
40 minutes.
You know how many people right now throwing something at their radio because they do 2 hours, hour and a half.
I mean, like I'm not telling them they should be happy or sad. I'm just telling you how I feel about it. Like when everybody realized what you could do remotely, it has changed how you want to go to the office.
I still think radio is done better when the two people are in the same position.
I agree. I just love for you and I to not be in this position.
Okay, well, you could drive to my house every day. I got a studio.
I probably would. I wouldn't want to mess with 66 though. There are locations I would love. Just this ain't one of them. I would rather do Ashburn every day. That's
no hell to that.
Why?
Why?
You'd rather drive here than drive to Ashburn?
I just don't want to be at Ashburn every day.
You'd rather drive here than Ashburn?
I don't have a lot of I had the problem yesterday, but most times I roll right on in.
Apparently, it's a 3.5 hour walk from here back to my house. Some days, maybe I should consider that. All right, folks, we're gonna make Jeff work.
Try that.
People are fighting in the stream, man. I don't know what the hell.
What are they fighting about now?
Jeff, basically.
Jeff starting stuff.
Don't start no stuff, won't be no stuff, Jeff. Jeff, you can address everyone in the next segment here. All right, sir. Phone lines are going to be open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. We come together as a people, as a congregation, as a group to air our grievances, get mad about silly things. Should you want to be mad, the Commanders don't have more primetime games. This is an opportunity. You want to be mad that the Jets apparently have 6 primetime games. This is an opportunity. You want to be mad at a growing, alarming trend, landfill, like me, this is an opportunity. If you're mad about a stop sign or a red light or, God forbid, a red light camera, this is your opportunity. It's Bleep You Thursday. Phone lines open next. Picture the fool. Shout out to our boy Nate and team over at Hank's Oyster Bar bringing lunch by. Those Hog Island oysters are out of this world. All the food is really good, but I feel like if I was on a desert island, I would just ask for those Hog Island oysters for the rest of my life.
Those oysters are unbelievable, dog.
They're so damn good.
They are unbelievable.
Calamari's banging, lobster rolls banging. Their location down on the wharf with the weather getting nice. You can enjoy an evening down there, Landfill.
Yes, you
Have
can.
a cocktail, sit down, chill out a little bit.
Won't have to get no mimosas.
Be Mitch Moses. Also, it's Bleep You Thursday. I'm going to let our guy, Eastern Shore Drew, is on the line. I'm going to let him lead us off. All right? Drew, who you mad at?
Right now, I'm mad at whatever idiot stops his car on the Bay Bridge. It makes a trip back to the Eastern Shore longer than all the road trips that we're going to be going to this season. So I'm
Somebody
really
just
excited
stopped
about the
on
schedule,
the bridge?
But, I can't say it. You'll bleep me. But
All right,
I like to bleep that guy.
get home safe, dude.
Yeah,
Sorry,
man.
that sucks.
It's that bridge has a lot of issues.
Definitely.
We did a 100-mile bike ride over there one
it's
time.
a 4-mile bridge?
Huh?
I never realized it's a 4-mile bridge.
But we did like a century. We call it a 100-mile bike ride. We did that out in Cambridge, Maryland, I think it was.
Sure.
And we got ready to leave. We had stopped to get some food over at Harris's.
Okay.
And I was like, I kept seeing all the traffic on the bridge. And I was like, yo, man, there'll be a lot of traffic. Guy said, you're not going across that bridge no time soon.
Dude.
The guy had climbed it.
Oh, my God.
And wanted to jump.
I just looked this up. If you're trying to go east across the Bay Bridge, stop. Yo, it looks like it is dead stop traffic from the bridge all the way back to almost like the 50-97 split, like parole, like before you even go over the 7 bridge. So good luck if you're going to Annapolis, man. Yikes.
Yep. You do better just going up 95 and coming around through what is that, Delaware.
Well, let's hope, whatever happened is okay too.
That's right, stopped on the bridge.
I got one from Dwayne via Twitter. He says, bleep you to all the national media that gave the Knicks no chance against the Celtics. The Knicks are the only team in NBA to play game 1 through 82 of the regular season with the same intensity of a game 7. Nothing is certain for Boston. Knicks do play hard, man.
They play hard.
Boston takes games off, man.
But it's you can only do so much as a human being.
Bro, I just saw this on the news. Apparently, my high school, BCC High School, is on lockdown following a reported bomb threat. Bleep you to those people. Stop this stuff.
Yeah.
Tony is in Dumfries. Tony, what up, man? Who you mad at?
How's it going, guys?
What's up, man?
I want to say bleep you to the schedule makers because I was all excited. My birthday landed on a Sunday. That was week 3. They freaking made it a Monday night game, and it's away, so I can't even celebrate at the stadium, man. Bleep you to the schedule makers.
So you worried about them having a Monday night game?
No,
I was worried about. I wanted. Yeah,
but they got
I wanted
a Monday night
game on my birthday.
But that's the only Monday night they got that happened to be against his birthday. I get it. That's a fair bleep you.
Okay. I'm gonna let y'all go with that.
You don't think that's fair?
We want this team to have a primetime game. They gave him a primetime game.
No,
now we complain about when it is.
No. He wants him to play on his birthday.
Listen, right? My birthday doesn't land on a Sunday all the time, right? It's been almost since I think
I got a plan for you.
On a Sunday was versus the Lions.
Is that casino? I mean, is that sports book still over there?
Should be.
Over where?
At the field. I don't know what the name of the field is.
Commander's Field, I
so
think.
You could go over there.
No chance anybody wants to hang out at that sports book.
He could go over there, hang out at the sports book. He'd be at the stadium.
That would
on
suck.
a Monday night.
No,
on a Sunday, watch the game.
I mean, this guy. If you're going to a sports book, go to National Harbor or just go somewhere else. Man, all the people who call in and say that place is god awful. I'm sorry, buddy. That sucks.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it.
What JP said.
Maybe in the next 10 years, I don't know.
Dude, when Tony,
I had to play on my birthday sometime.
I've had to work on my birthday. When Tony calls in You know when like 60 Minutes or something is doing an interview with a dude that they have to like change his voice because he might be, the mob might be looking for him. It's like, yeah, I saw him. I saw him steal the money.
But that's Tony's voice.
That's what Tony sounds like when he first calls.
That's because he has a good phone. Most people that call don't have good phones.
Jeff, would you like to voice some concerns?
Yes, I will, JP.
Yeah, let him know.
First off, bleep you to B Mitch and JP.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, my boys. But first off, it is ill and not ill.
Oh boy.
And yeah, I'm
out on the eel debate.
And next one goes to this guy who thinks it's cool to be to name himself after a part of a man's body that doesn't exist anymore. B Mitch's hair. Like, dude, stop reaching out to me. Like, stop talking to me in the stream. Dude, once you block me, once you as a grown man block someone or block me on Twitter, I don't want nothing to do with you because that means you can't hang. Can't. Stop talking to me, bro. You're a loser. I don't want to talk to you no more. I don't want you to comment on my stuff. I don't care if you don't listen to the song. Like, just stop talking to me, bro. You're a loser. And that's all I got to say. Another thing, bleep you to everyone that's in. We have turn signals for a reason. And you turn your turn signal on. You check.
Jeff going hard.
You check to wherever you're going to make the lane change. You check your blind spot, and then you make the lanes change. Do not just turn your turn blink on and just jump over. That does not automatically stop you from getting in a car accident. Y'all have really ticked me off this week because everyone is doing it. It don't matter if it's a Virginia tag plate, a Maryland tag, a DC tag. Everyone around here just drives crazy, and y'all need to stop. And that's my bleep use.
I'm not going to speak on that, Jeff, because I will say something to get myself in trouble because I know it's particular people that do it all the time, and I'm going to leave it at that.
I would love for you to continue that thought.
No, I will not. One thing I am, I'm smart. One thing I am.
I have a bleep you. There is a infiltration. Now, I got to be honest. I don't know if it's just this building, and I know a lot of government people work in this building, and the government people kind of get to do whatever they want at any time they want and call it work.
Mm-hmm.
But there is an epidemic of people like just going to the gym to hang out.
And do what?
Yo, this dude this morning was not only on his phone talking with someone, I think he was on a Zoom.
In the gym.
Yo, on the bike. And the bike is like a seated bike, not like a standing bike, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got a laptop on his lap. Like, you're clearly unable to bike if you've got a laptop on your lap. And the gym downstairs, more and more, there's just people hanging out. Like there's some regular people you recognize in there. And I kind of think this one dude was like hollering at this chick while she was trying to work out, which I don't think is particularly.
Was he hollering? Like hi, or he was like trying to holler?
The latter.
There you go.
That was what I interpreted because it seemed like there was like a couple different attempts at conversation, and then finally he left. I don't know. That was a couple weeks ago. It's driving me crazy. If you're in there, like.
Let me ask you a question, though. You think they listen to us?
I don't know.
So next time you go in there, you think they might be waiting for you?
I don't know.
Jeff, go to the gym with JP. He needs some muscle.
Nah, they got the just get your hip thruster guy from downstairs.
My man, the hip thruster. I don't know. Also, a bleep you to those that get mad at me yesterday for tipping games. That's on you.
For what?
When we're able to report a game on schedule release day, right? That's on you.
Who got mad at you?
Yeah, it happens every year. They just want to see the whole schedule when it comes out. Cool.
That's not how it's going to happen.
Then don't look at Twitter or X. Like, that's on you.
No, they were looking for it when the games were coming. And then they got mad because you told them.
Right.
Why else are they looking at your they know you are going to give information. Why the hell are they following you if they don't want information?
There have been some Timothy Park says, bleep B. Mitch for not liking mimosas. It is
Hey,
an odd,
Timothy, one finger salute back to you.
it is a very odd stance.
No, it's not an odd stance. I mean, I did not say I don't like mimosas. I say I am not going to be having mimosas with my 4 dudes. Okay? And if that's what you choose to do, then that's a damn problem.
I thought this was funny. Jack K said, yo, B. Mitch's hair, watch your back, man. Jeff's got an army. And B. Mitch's hair said, yeah, of eaters.
Yes, JP. No, JP, you don't understand how you set the chat off yesterday and set the whole show up because of your use of the term eaters. But let's just keep it on bleep you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, man.
You do a lot wrong when it comes to your mouth.
People are engaged in the chat. I'm focused on the listeners. Until our numbers get calculated differently, I am much more focused on the listeners than I am on the chatters. That sound right?
A lot of listeners complain about some of the things you say too.
Nah, not me. Gerald Robinson, this is funny, says, bleep the junkies for always wanting to have a eggplant emoji conversation. Like, dude. Jay is in D.C. Jay, who you mad at?
Fellas, looks good, man. Thanks for taking the call, man.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Are you, buddy?
I'm good. Well, my weekly bleep you to perpetuity for my neighbor on all mail occurrence, that's every week. But I was calling him to bleep my homie down in Houston, man. So y'all know when Denver was down 2-0 not too long ago.
Uh-huh.
I called, we talked about the game. I called, talked, and the man sounded depressed, all sleepy and tired. It was like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He's like, what's going on, huh? Oh, yeah, man, I don't know how we look. Now they up 3-2. Man, Joker is the best center ever played. He want to argue that, man, he's better than Kareem and Shaq and everybody ever played just now. I said, oh, my goodness. I said, so bleep that dude, man, for his insane outlook on this game, man. The fair weather fans and all the fair weather fans. Because as soon as they go up, now all of a sudden he's good again. But when they was down 2, like I said, man, he ain't had 5 words for me, man. And JP, a little bit of advice, man. When you got problems at the gym, man, take your homie you drink mimosas with, man. Take them for backup, man.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Anybody that want to tell me about some damn mimosas, the dude you sit down and have mimosas with, take him as your backup.
Thank you, Jay.
And see how far
need
back
backup.
you gonna be.
I just need people to not be conducting Zooms from the gym.
I'm just going to tell you this.
If you're in this building, you have an office. Do it from your office.
Well, if you are coming on radio saying it and one of them might hear, you may need some backup one day.
Brian,
get me.
The amount of things I say on this radio that I might need backup for far predate this my grumpiness over the gym.
Some of the other stuff you say, I don't know. You got a certain crew looking for you right now.
Who wants to get weird? Commander Tequila's on the line. Hello, Commander Tequila. How do you do?
I'm pretty good, you guys.
Good,
I got 2 bleeps, man. I got 2 bleeps.
Okay.
Bleep the guy that's shooting or at the high school or having a bomb threat because my guys are stuck. They can't come to work. Now I have to leave them for lunch. And then my other bleep is that old man Jerry Jones and his cowboy thing. You don't know what a ring is. And guess what? I send Ezekiel Elliott a cannon ring because he needs one.
You
so
sent
that's
him
my
one?
bleep.
Thank you, buddy.
What's that little thing called, the one you put on your finger?
Ring pop.
Ring pop. Yeah, send him one low.
Always a wild ride with Commander Tequila. I appreciate that. Landfill, do you have a bleep you?
I have a couple bleep yous.
Uh-oh.
You always have
Buckle
one.
up.
My first bleep you is to ESPN Plus. The streaming service is just not it's buggy. It crashes all the time. It's very hard to watch games on there. They need to improve it. Then my second bleep you is to Netflix for producing a 10-part Jerry Jones documentary.
Did they really?
They're going to.
They're going to.
When's that coming out?
Hopefully never.
Hey, you notice Netflix has two Christmas Day games, and Jerry Jones getting a whole special, like double the time anybody else getting.
Might be on to something there, B.
Jerry said, yo, we need to let these people come in.
Might be on to something there, B.
I got a deal that's weighing on that.
Demetrius is in D.C. Demetrius, who you mad at?
I go to work at 5 o'clock every morning, guys. No traffic. Smooth sailing into Georgetown. But every day when I leave, there's a whole bunch of trucks delivering goods, doing their jobs. They're okay. But then we got a bunch of guys pulling up, putting their hazards on because they don't want to look for a parking spot to run in and get their food. So today when I left, some guy did that, put his hazards on, went into Chipotle. Everybody else got blocked at the light for 5 minutes. I'm in no hurry. I'm going home. So he came back out, hopped in his car. I put my hazards on and blocked him in and started my phone, waited for 5 minutes. Then I let him out. Bleep too.
Good for you, buddy.
There you go, brother.
Thanks, man. All right, now, I don't want to catch heat on this because I saw the line blinking and asked. So if Rev is mad about the amount of time he was on hold, you direct that at Jeff Walker, sir. Hello, Reverend. How do you do?
What you mean, hello, Reverend? How do you do? JP, did I tell you? And the other day, you will bleep you because you were Burma. Don't misspew my words when I be joining on you, JP. I didn't say you look like no young Tiger Woods. I said you look like white Tiger Woods up there with that hat and that jacket on. What's going on, Bammers? Bleep all of y'all Bammers on Thursday. I could be bleeping some piggers right now. I could be bleeping the Bammer named Jason, but I ain't gonna do nothing like that. What I want to do is I want to bleep that Bammer named CK at 1067 The Fan because on Monday it's the glorious Rev T birthday, and I ain't got an invite to come do the in studio, talk my job with y'all Bammers for 3 hours up on 1067 The Fan for my birthday. Plus, JP, you a Bammer too, bleep you again because you still owe me my bottle of Hennessy. Bammer with the big ears.
I do owe you a bottle of Hennessy. That is true.
Yeah.
I won't be here Monday. So if you want to come in and celebrate your birthday, take that up with the Cluster Buster or Landfill, whoever you need to take that up with. But happy early birthday.
You know I really love you on the back end of that. But can I say one more thing before I go outside of bleep you, though, y'all?
Yes, but we got to go.
Mitch. I'm real quick. I just want to say shouts out to my daughter, Kendall. She graduated from McDaniel up there on Saturday. Hey, y'all, Rev T, a real proud daddy right about now. Political science and philosophy all in one. You know what I'm talking about?
There you go.
Believe and love somebody. Hey, man. Hey, happy Thursday, y'all. And bleep all the damn DMV. Y'all know who this is, and I ain't never short of my words. The people's hype man on Bleep You Thursday. Rev T. Bleep you, and bleep you too, Bama.
Thank you, Rev. Congratulations to your daughter. That's great.
Yeah.
That's terrific news.
Glad you take after their mom.
Now,
that's how you get them on the back end.
Will25 said, B. Mitch is not invited to my birthday brunch. I thought we should at least squeeze that in.
Hey, tell him, cool. Don't want to come.
Peter
I go to my own brunch to drink some bourbon with my boys.
Peter Rosenberg joins us next. 98.7 The Fan. A lot of action in the studio, in the station today, because our boy Nate, if you're watching on the stream, you can see Nate say what's up from Hank's Oyster Bar. Decided to bring us lunch. The Hog Island oysters, if I lived on a desert island, that's what I would. That's my one food selection, I think.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
so good.
That's the number one seed. Man.
They're so, all of it's very, very good. But B. Mitch knows this about me. Like, I'm a person that identifies my favorite thing, and that's all I discuss. And it's like the wings at D City. Those oysters, what are they?
Yeah, so it's sort of like a oyster Rockefeller, right? So,
but there's no spinach, right?
No spinach, no cheese. Instead, we make garlic and Tabasco.
Heavy Metal Chris
butter.
putting one down right now.
Yeah. So yeah, they're on
Chris, you're
point.
not even
Man.
using a
Can't be
fork.
beat.
You just using your tongue.
Yo,
Boy, you're
Chris,
a weird dude.
that
boy.
thing is hard to get out,
That's
man.
what I'm
It's like
saying. He just
cheese broiled to the shell. Yo, I tell you, dude, you're dripping that everywhere. That was gross.
It smells bad.
Telling you, man, this is a prison cell. But you bringing lunch isn't the only cool thing. You have some news for B. Mitch.
I do. So you asked earlier if I had a bleep you Thursday. I do not. I have a bless you Thursday.
Oh.
So I came to bless B. Mitch. I actually had a meeting with Lorraine this morning. So we will be kicking it with B. Mitch at all 3 locations starting next week.
That's awesome.
Pretty stoked. And I'm going to put something together. We want to do a couple events. We're going to pick a charity and bless them as well. So we're pretty fired up, man.
Appreciate you, man. Thank
yeah,
you.
of course.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Right.
Can the charity be me, Landfill, and Jeff?
No.
Doubtful.
Okay. Can the charity be the Finley Girls College Fund?
Hell no.
Also doubtful.
You already got that taken care of.
Yeah. You're killing it, man.
I mean,
you got like 9 jobs.
1,500 jobs. I mean, what you think?
Brian, you've complained about what you've spent on college over the last 6-7 years between oldest to youngest.
No, it's been longer than that.
What do you think I'm gonna have to spend in 15 years when my girls get there?
You better get that 529.
Woo.
That's all I gotta tell you.
Seriously, have you had any kicking it with B. Mitch yet?
I had it this morning.
Dude, it's awesome.
It's really good.
And what I
That's
like
very good.
about it is that it's light enough to drink.
Yeah.
Like a lot of wheat beers get too heavy. If hypothetically you want to have 4 of them, but that one you could put a few down.
When hypothetically you have.
Well, Brian, you know me. I would never binge
Well, yeah,
drink.
I mean, but especially going into the warmer months, it's great.
Yeah.
It's really good beer, and we're looking forward to it.
Kicking it with B. Mitch instead of a mimosa.
Landfill, you only get one drink. Mimosa or kicking it with B. Mitch?
Mimosa.
Damn.
He's soft.
Damn, B.
Yeah, he's soft as cotton.
What about you, Jeff?
Kicking it with B.
I also vote kicking it with B.
He
I'm not
likes
as
real soft.
anti-mimosa. What do you, as a man in the service industry, what do you think of Brian's hatred for mimosas?
Yeah. See, this is all like JP like to leave out stuff. I said I will not be going to a bar with them. and
I
we
was
order
never,
a pizza
I was
or
never
something.
part of the group, for the record.
Huh?
I was never part of the group. I was merely the facilitator
You
of the
are
conversation.
part of the group. We had our buddy Ryan the Stallion, works for Grant and Danny. They sent us a video one day. They were sitting on a park bench. 4 dudes drinking mimosas. That's not cool to me.
I will say, I think it depends on where you go, right? It's all about the ratio. So if you get mostly bubbles and then a splash of OJ,
I think
I just drink the bubbles.
Do any of your spots do the bottomless? I think that's why people get.
But
Stallion
I
just
really
wants
don't
the value
I don't
of
like orange
chugging.
juice really with alcohol because it makes the orange juice taste sour to me.
I don't drink alcohol while eating almost ever. Wine with steak once in a while. It's just a personal
Really?
thing. Yeah.
But
I'll
I'm
drink
just
before
saying,
and after. But
if
while I'm
me,
eating,
you,
it's just water.
JP, and Chris and Jeff and Landfill lineups one day, we're not popping out mimosas.
It's not
But
my
me,
first
I'm
choice.
also not looking to go hang out and drink mimosas either. It was Stallion and Cody and Landfill.
That was
maybe Jeff.
And that's what I said, that they
Stop it.
soft as cotton.
Y'all are moving the goalpost on this.
Not us
It was
ever.
strictly brunch. And it wasn't no park bench. Nobody was going to no park bench. Nobody was just going out.
wrong.
We said if you go to brunch, it's okay if it's 4 dudes to drink
No.
mimosas. We're
What you
brunch.
call them sent us a video. You wouldn't need much around there, so don't speak.
Oh,
what you
okay,
don't
I
know
was going to say,
about.
because we wasn't talking
But
about
what
going to
I'm
no park
saying
bench.
Landfill has the audio.
If me,
you still have the Stallion audio for
if
Mimosa
we go to
Day?
brunch, I'm not ordering that.
Landfill, can you?
I'm gonna order a bourbon. And my burp right in your face when you start drinking your mimosa.
It's such a weird,
like he said,
flex. I'm going to order bourbon, and I'm going to burp in your face when you drink a mimosa.
It's all about the ratio. It got to be majority champagne, splash of orange juice, or pineapple juice, whatever one you want to go with.
I could go majority vodka.
I'd rather
and
just get a
splash of
vodka.
Lemonade.
I'd rather just get a vodka.
Vodka in the morning for brunch is crazy. I'm
No,
sorry.
it's not.
I take the champagne.
Brunch could be morning or afternoon.
Behind Bloody Marys.
I do not drink soup with alcohol.
And you want me to go drink a sippy cup with some champagne in it.
I'm not that big on mimosas. I can have one, but for me, it's just, I think Bloody Marys are kind of gross too. Bloody Marys, I always get interested, and then I have like 2 sips, and I'm like, oh my God, what do I do with the rest of this? And I
sometimes it's
we have a whole build your own Bloody Mary.
Sure.
I got red. I have a tomatillo sauce. You
See,
can
it's
pick the rims and all the
it's
garnishes. It's
sauce.
pretty cool.
It's whatever you mix with it. Because sometimes some of the mixes are not that good.
That's
Some
true.
of them are fantastic.
Yeah, ours we make in house. We have the red and tomatillo base. They're pretty tasty.
Yeah. I think it's depending on what you're drinking it with, but the whole thing about it is just go with the vodka or the bourbon. Moving.
So as people don't realize this, maybe, that we've all become friends because you listen to the show and are a huge DC sports fan. Skins at the top of the list, I assume. What did you make? How do you, as a fan of the team, like take in the schedule release? Do you want to like see the video at the end? Do you not care? Are you following it all day for the leaks?
I don't want to say I don't care, but I was telling you earlier, I just feel so beaten down over the last 25, 30 years that I'm just sort of in the wait and see mode. I think, again, I was telling you guys earlier, I think from a fan perspective, you can see the change with the new ownership, and a lot of it's positive, almost all of it's positive, frankly. So, I'm excited. I don't necessarily think we're going to win 16 games or anything, but I'm excited. Like I said, I think it's a lot of travel, at least as far as we don't have a lot of travel early. You've got the short week and then our longest trip to Arizona, which is kind of crazy.
That game 3 Monday night in Cincy to game 4 at Arizona, to me, is the only real thing you can complain about, or the late bye week.
Yeah.
But dude, they traveled the least miles of any team in the NFL.
That's true. Yeah. And I hadn't thought of that until I was actually listening to your podcast. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think I might try and make the trip down to New Orleans week. What is that? 17?
Let me know.
15.
15?
It's week 15, December 15th.
Okay.
JP and I may go there Wednesday.
Really?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, we may have to make a trip of it.
Yeah, I think we could enjoy
We
ourselves
have a
down
good
there.
time down there.
Oh yeah.
We could.
Hook up with Maniac.
Oh my gosh. Have you ever been to New Orleans with Brian?
Not with Brian.
I've had the pleasure of, I've been to New Orleans, and I've been to New Orleans with Brian, and they're unique adventures. I can say that.
It's 2 different towns, depending on who you with.
Say that.
Yeah.
I think Tampa would be an awesome.
That would be a fun name.
That's a good one.
Tampa's a good city, man. I like Tampa.
Good spots we can go.
Arizona's awesome too. What I hate, and Beamish tells me that I shouldn't care or whatever, but I care. I wish Tampa and Arizona were in December when it's cold here. Like that would just. I'm a person that needs sunshine in my life, and that would give me some. Although it doesn't get that cold here.
To be honest with you, JP, when you go to Arizona and Tampa, you work so damn much you don't get sun.
When I have to stand outside for 4 hours,
5 of those damn 15 jobs you have, maybe you can.
Why is everybody coming at me today, Jeff? Come on, man. J-Dog's forever.
You asking for something you can't enjoy.
I promise you, I can enjoy it a little bit.
That stadium's supposed to be pretty cool too, right?
Which one?
Tampa.
Yeah, it's cool. You know,
cool.
it's not necessarily
It's great to run
new.
101-yard touchdowns in.
Say it again.
I said it's great to run 101-yard touchdowns in it.
Yeah.
I did not do that. I have been on the pirate ship, though.
I did it.
I know.
I did get. There's a gif of it on Twitter of me getting freaked out when they fired the cannons.
I remember that. Yeah, you sound like you were drinking a mimosa.
Tampa it's honestly kind of interesting. I don't even know what the hell that joint is called now, but I wonder if that wasn't. I mean, the fact that you scored in it, right? When did your Your last year was 04?
1999. I scored here. That was my last game for this team. Think about that.
That's crazy. So think about it. FedEx opened in 97, right? Actually, Jeff, that's Rosenberg on the line. See if maybe he could we do 5 minutes in the next. What do you want me to do here, Landfill? We'll decide on the fly. We'll break. Raymond James opened in 98. It's about a year older than FedEx. It holds up. It holds up well. It's in a good location. They got plenty of parking.
Doing things that needed to be done along the way.
They maintain their pirate ship. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We'll be right back. Exactly.
Bleep you.
I know that you're listening right now, and bleep you.
Yeah.
I'd like to go
100%.
to Brazil for the Packers-Eagles game. I really want the Commanders to get on one of these international games again. Because the London game, whenever that was, 7-8 years ago, was so much damn fun. It's like hard to remember back to it, man.
With the tie?
Yeah, the tie sucked. I've told you the story with the tie, right? This is the kind of ass that only happens to me. So, game goes to it's before it goes to overtime. So Hopkins has that kick to win it in regulation, right? And they're tied up. And so there's no press box. You just sit in the stands at the stadium. And then you have to go down to this one entrance to get on the field. And then you just have to like run on the track to get to the locker room. Like it's not built for media the way our stadiums are built for media, right? And so I run down there because the Bengals called the timeout, I think. And no, this was in overtime because it was sudden death still then. So I run down there because Hopkins has the chip shot to win it. And I say to the guy, I was like, hey, I'm just heading to the locker room. And he's like, no, you're not.
You did tell me that.
He's like, no, you're not. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? He's like, nobody's allowed on here till the game's over. And I was like, yes, sir, I understand. But, he's going to make this kick and then the game's over. And he's like, nope, there's 6 minutes left. And I was like, yeah, but it's sudden death. When he makes this kick, the game is over. And he's like, 6 minutes left. Kind of big, beefy guys had enough of my stuff. And so I'm like, okay, fine. And I sit down like right next to him because I'm so confident that Hop's going to make this kick and then the game will be over. Hop kicks it, pulls it left. Game continues, at which point he looks at me and looks back at the clock as the clock keeps winding and the players run back on the field. And I look like a complete jackass. It was I've
seen you act like that a few times.
I don't think I was acting like a jackass.
Well,
the guy should have made the kick.
This is the difference. In this country, we do everything like that. In other countries, they follow the rules.
I tried to explain to him that when the kick was made, I tried to explain sudden death to the man.
I understand, but
maybe I should have said
in
golden
their country,
goal.
you wait.
I should have said golden goal. Golden goal. Oh, Jeff, major breaking news, buddy.
What?
This is per the Associated Press. The Justice Department has formally moved to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug in a historic shift in U.S. drug policy.
Hold on, JP. I got breaking news, too. The U.S. Department of Defense has declared J.P. Finley's ears a weapon of mass destruction.
If you actually just came up with that was pretty damn good. Let's make some bets. All righty, boys. I don't know where we are on the week. I don't know.
Last time we did a Heard It Here First, nobody won. There were games postponed. So I just say
fresh week, one night.
Let's just
one
do
night
one
only?
night to determine who is the winner for tonight. For the week.
Jeff's looking for a one-night stand.
Not with any of you.
Shouldn't even be thinking like that.
Exactly.
Why is in your head?
Wait, who shouldn't? Jeff?
Both of y'all.
Jeff should. He's single.
Both of y'all.
All right. Who likes anything?
I think I'm gonna have to go at landfill with this.
Oh, going right at landfill.
Caitlin Clark over 20.5 points.
Where do they play tonight?
They play in Indiana, I think.
Is it national TV again?
It's on Amazon Prime.
Oh God.
I'm gonna have to try to get somebody's password.
I have an Amazon Prime password.
Me and Landfill had a bet on that already.
I think it's my father-in-law's. I don't really know the password.
$15 this time.
Beeman's just making stuff up.
Hold up. So you guys bet $15 is a serious bet for Landini.
I also think she's going over this time.
Oh, so now you're scared.
I'm not scared, B. It sounds like you're the one that's scared. You're shook.
So you could go buy you some more
you're running
mimosa juice.
I would make a mimosa
juice.
Next time I take your money on a Caitlin Clark bet, I will make a mimosa.
I'm gonna go out there on a limb. I'm gonna just take the Timberwolves tonight.
T-Wolves, huh?
Make something out of it, T-Wolves. And since we're trying to win this thing, hell.
The patented Brian last second parlay.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Nats and O's are off today? Son of a gun. All right, I'm going hockey, going to Canada, as I am wont to do. I think Edmonton needs a win tonight. Bad. Is that accurate? I think they could be closed out if they don't win.
I'll take the.
Oh, no, they're
I want
tied
the
2-2.
Phillies.
Phillies are good. What is? Are you sure that's under the threshold?
Minus 145, JP.
Okay.
I don't normally go like y'all.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No.
I'm going over 6.5 goals, Edmonton versus Vancouver. The game starts at 10 o'clock. I might even watch some of it. Nate, you want to put a bet in?
I'm good.
Philly?
I'll never bet on Philly.
Unless B. Mitch is playing for him.
Hey, Nate, I can't help you, man. I mean, they hooked me up. They hooked me up when somebody thought I was trash here.
I know. I'm not mad at you.
B.
I'm just mad at Philly. That's all.
All right. Closeout schedule release day after show. Jeff's has them 10-7. Landfill has them 7-10. I'm at 8-9. Who do you think is the most correct out of those?
I think you and Jeff are one game off.
You think it's 9 and
11
8?
wins?
9 and 8.
Oh.
9 and 8 are better.
So if it had to be 9 and 8 or better, means you're closer to Jeff.
Yeah.
You think there's more of a chance they win 11 than they win 6?
Yeah.
Wow. Now, eventually, those kind of odds come out, which are pretty telling. But right now is the era of schedule making exuberance. Thank you to Nate for coming in. Thank you to the good people
Appreciate
at
you,
Hank's
Nate.
Oyster Bar.
For the food and the beer.
Thank you to everyone that listened to the program today. Thank you to everybody that was on the stream that wasn't fighting and insulting Jeff. How about that, Jeff? That's me helping you out. Thank you to John
You should stop
Keim.
talking so much damn trash.
Thank you to Nikki Jabvala. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. B-Mitch owes you a kick in it.
and you are listening live. We are on our DC studio, Half Street, our normal location.
Regular.
We're not out and about eating delicious barbecue like we were yesterday over at the D City location on Florida Ave, which was great. And it feels weird. We're going to do 4.5 hours of radio today.
It's a long time.
No Nats baseball. No shutout loss to the White Sox to make us work less today.
Indeed. And that was a couple straight of those, if memory serves. Although we have eaten well for a couple straight days. We had D-City Smokehouse last night, a delicious barbecue explosion. I come in here not even knowing that this is happening. Well, Hank's Oyster Bar drop off. Your boy is shucking and jiving, adding pounds and inches to the waistline.
It's been a good couple of days.
Yes, sir.
Around these parts.
Love it.
We also now know who the Commanders are going to play when. We've known who their opponents are. The schedule release thing's amazing to me, which is not to say that I don't get the excitement. I totally do. I live in a household where we count down to it, where it matters. My wife likes to travel to a road game. We like to know when certain meetings are over the course of the season. But we know most of the information.
Yep.
That's what's so amazing.
Just a couple of times, and now we're so excited. Yeah.
But there's a lot to get into on that front, which we will hit in just a moment. Do want to let everybody know we've got tickets to see Hank Williams Jr. We're going to give a pair of those away today, right at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. So if you want those tickets, the concert is 2 days away. Make sure you're listening. It's coming to the DMV. We've got them for you at 4. And then speaking of the DMV, Maryland Turpin product, Sean Merriman is on the show today at 5:45. Want to talk pass rushing schedule release with him. That should be a good combo.
People forget the start to that dude's career. Injuries derailed what was going to be a Hall of Fame career. He had 40 sacks through 3 seasons. Walked on campus with double digits. He had 17 in year 2, led the league. Just unblockable off the edge. He was a star, but always awesome to catch up with him, talk football.
No Nats tonight locally. So you got some NBA, NHL playoffs to pay attention to. And maybe an evening where you can get something else in. Maybe you knock off an item off the to-do list. Maybe you read a little bit. Maybe you go to bed early. I don't know what you want to do.
I don't know.
How are you going to spend your May 16th? You got to figure that out on your own. Let's talk about the schedule that came down the pike for the Commanders yesterday. Things we like, things we don't like. I'm going to give you the things that I like.
Okay.
Thing number 1 that I like. I actually think they have a chance to start fast. Now, there's not such a thing when you pick second in the draft because you were so terrible, and it's the first year of a new GM and a new head coach and a rookie quarterback. There's not going to be a bunch of games you're favored to win. 1 or 2 times all year, you're probably going to be favored to beat your opponent. But when you line up all the teams that you got to play against, they're either the really good teams or teams that you might be able to beat. And in the first 4 games, they have a Bucs team that I think is pretty overrated and average. A Giants team that is the other of the clubs in the back end of your division. And the Cardinals, who were picking in the top 5 because they weren't any good last year. In fact, you beat them last year. I think there's a chance that you could start out pretty well. It could have been worse. You could have had a really arduous first 4 games where you're playing against a bunch of the better teams in the league. Maybe you play the Ravens and the Bengals and the Steelers, that whole division or something. Tampa Bay, the New York Giants, and the Cardinals, first 4 games, I think there's a chance they can get off to a decent start.
It's not the best chance that could have happened. Like you could have started with, for the sake of argument, Carolina, Tennessee, maybe you throw Arizona in there. Like your easiest quote unquote games where you're probably favored more often than not out of the first 4 weeks. But as we said last night, kind of as we were reacting in real time to the games that were leaked out, I would say this is closer to the easier side of the schedule than it is the more difficult side. Because as you mentioned, you could have a Cleveland, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, or a few divisional games right in a row to start the season or something like that when you start doing the math. So I think Tampa Bay's decent. New York, they can't seem to beat, but they're right kind of in that same bucket as you. Arizona's a bit of an unknown. Best team in that on paper right now in everybody's power rankings through the first 4 weeks is clearly Cincinnati, a potential Super Bowl contender if things break right for them. But I think in general, you're right. That's on the, if 5 is neutral, 10's impossible, 1's easy, it's probably closer to 1 than it is to 10.
Yeah, I'd rather what they've got than Philly, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Dallas, or something like that in the first 4 weeks. Second thing that I really liked about the schedule, the lack of travel is a godsend.
That's my 1 seed.
And this is something that we knew about before the schedule even came out because we knew where they were going and where they weren't. Although I guess it was possible they were going to have to play an international game. Those have trickled out over the last few days. But they're only going to fly 10,650 miles worth of travel this football season. There are 32 teams in the league. 31 are going to travel more than the Commanders. You can't ask for a better slate when you go out west one time to go to Arizona, which is not an overly difficult place to play anyway in terms of like environment. It's not the best home field advantage in football or anything like that. You're past the Mississippi River, I think a max of twice, once outside of the division, which is the built-in game every year. 32 teams. They have the easiest travel schedule in terms of mile traveled. Think about this. 10,000 miles for them. There's 4 teams that are flying over 25,000 miles this year. I think that's a underrated, really, really good portion of the schedule they were handed.
It's a massive thing, and it's my number one takeaway from the schedule. So anecdotally looking at it, you'd go, they don't really seem to go west very much. I think they're in the central time zone a couple times, but they're certainly not in the mountain or the West Coast time zone, maybe but one time in Arizona. And sure enough, Warren Sharp quantifies this and looks at mileage flown, and there's your answer. It's the least amount of travel in the NFL. Now, that doesn't seem like that big a deal on the surface. It doesn't like give you a touchdown. You're not making a third down stop because of that necessarily, or completing a pass or not. But when this is a razor thin margin league where a field goal that bounces off the uprights versus a fumble that's recovered, some of these 50-50 propositions, that's an advantage that you can either scoff at or acknowledge. It's more difficult to travel a lot further and have kind of arduous, sort of delays and those sorts of things. They take a toll on a physically demanding sport over the course of 5-6 months.
And the travel's gotten so good on the charter that it's all seamless. Like you leave the locker room, the police escort,
escort to
the airport. They drive you out onto the tarmac and you hop on a plane and you leave. But it's just about the time in the air, the time away from home, occasionally the time zone, to your point, that you're playing in and trying to adjust to. That was something we knew before the schedule came out, but I still think it's worth mentioning. Same as the quarterback schedule that they play, which is not all that ominous. I kind of like the quarterback schedule, certainly compared to a year ago. I looked this up. So I've got 8 games against quarterbacks that I perceive to be on the hot seat, possibly replaced if they don't play well this year, or rookies. It's about half of their schedule. They have 8 games, counting division games. Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, half of them, against guys that you could tell me are in the top 10. Like you could talk me into top 10 type quarterback in the league. They play 8 of those games out of 17. Burrow, Kyler Murray, Lamar Jackson, Hurts, Dak, and then Kirk Cousins. But they have as many games against either bad quarterbacks, super pedestrian quarterbacks, or just neophytes who haven't seen a whole lot, who you might be able to confuse. So I love the quarterback schedule, something that we knew before the schedule came out. Something I love that we didn't know before the schedule came out. I think I'm in the minority on this, Danny, because people hate the late bye week.
Mm-hmm.
If you squint and look at it with your head cocked to the side like I am, they could have what is effectively 2 byes in the final 5 weeks of the season, because they've got that Thursday night game against the Eagles late. Mike Shanahan told me this once. He used to ask the NFL to give them the Thursday night games that people didn't want, because he viewed the Thursday night games as what he called mini byes. You play on Thursday, your guys are tired, fatigued, whatever, but now you get to rest up for the following several days. If I don't bring them back to work until Wednesday, it's kind of like a bye week.
Mm-hmm.
They have that with the Eagles Thursday night road game. And then a couple of weeks later, they're bye, all in the last 5.5 or so weeks of the season. If they can get through the first half of the year without a ton of injuries, the late bye that everybody hates becomes a bit of a godsend, to be honest with you, especially if you're hanging around and you're in the mix playing important football.
Because it's a slog in November. I mean, they're going to play basically 5 games in November. December 1st would have been the 5th, but that's a grind at that point, right? As you now get kind of into the teeth of your schedule too, with a couple division games in there, some difficult opponents in terms of, Steelers are always tough. I don't think they're a juggernaut, but they're not going to be pushovers. Steelers, Eagles, Cowboys, they're in the middle of that November stretch. You survive that if you're hanging around Counting Crow style. To your point, you get your bye week, then it's almost like that glorified perfect time to rest when everyone else is going through their slog, right? If you can be around 500, who knows what happens there over the last few weeks.
I also don't think, I'd have to look a little more detailed, but top of my head, they don't have one of those stretches that's just a disaster where you play 3 games in 10 days. Like the Ravens have one of those. And Washington has in the past, by the way, where it's like a Sunday into a Thursday into a following Thursday kind of weird situation where 3 times over the course of a week and a half you're playing football instead of what's normally 21 days for those 3 games. And it just kills your body. These players want nothing to do with that. They don't have to deal with that. The last thing I'll say that I like, no home primetime games. Now, this is more selfish for me, and I think it's for a lot of our listeners, they might agree to this. Getting to those games is a gigantic pain in the butt. Traffic in and around D.C. for those night games can be brutal. On top of that, you ever been to a night game? You stay, you're hanging out, maybe you're having a couple of adult drinks. The game ends, it's midnight, there's traffic getting out of there, you're home at 1:32 in the morning, and you got a meeting at 7:30 or whatever, and you got to be at the office. You're not feeling great, you're not on your A game, and you got no sleep. No home night games at stadium to be named later, I think is actually a really good thing.
Yeah, and if you're around here, your team probably lost the night before, so it all feels like a big waste. But yeah, I love that. That's among the things that I like, as few primetime games as possible. We are not ready to showcase the house yet. This is not the time. We should be hidden from sight as much as possible until you're ready. It's the worst stadium in the sport. I don't want those aerial shots where like, here's DC. Here to the east, a little ways, is where the stadium is also. With the blimp, where do we put it? Over the memorials, the nice stuff, or then kind of to the east where there used to be a shopping mall that isn't anymore. So that's very, very good. As few primetime games as possible until you're ready. A couple years from now, give me all of them.
Anything else that you really like about the schedule that I didn't hit?
You touched on most of the things I like. Here's just sort of breaking down that travel, kind of an extra layer of it. There are 3 times they have back-to-back home games instead of home road, which they do a couple different times, but there are 3 stretches where they have 2 straight games at home. I like that. One of those stretches, there are 2 games at home and then the bye week. So again, just thinking of extra rest, extra challenge to, disrupt your routine, have to go on the road a day early to sort of, mess with the prep. There are 3 different times where they have multiple home dates in a row.
How about this? Home in Baltimore, which is basically home. I mean, that's quite literally like the drive from Ashburn to Landover, Maryland is not that much different than the drive from Ashburn to Baltimore. Okay, you're talking about another 30 minutes or something.
Right.
But home at Baltimore, home. From
so it's like 3.5, yeah.
September 29th, when they're in Arizona, they're not truly traveling again until November 3rd. They basically don't get on a plane the entire month of October. That's a pretty good deal.
That's a great deal. Right. That's kind of an extra layer of it. And so, yeah, mention everything else. Things I don't like. You want to throw those in there?
Go for it.
I think so. You've looked at quarterbacks, which I think is a really smart way to kind of look at it. I took a slightly different tact and looked at it this way. 9 out of their 16 games. Now, this is on paper now in May. Who knows what? A guy slips on a banana peel, strains something, or somebody's great. We don't know anything yet.
9 out of 17.
Thank you. 9 out of their 17 games are versus teams in the top half of the power rankings. Currently, as it's set right now. Basically, everybody thinks these teams are good. 9 of their 17 games. I think I mistyped that. 9 of the 17 are against top half of the league in power rankings. I believe 7 of those are against top 11 teams. I kind of counted that because Dallas is 11th
in power rankings. Is this? Just kind of a random
ESPN's, NFL.com, and a couple others that I looked at. Sort of an amalgam. So when you start to add up, Steelers, Browns, Cowboys, Bengals, who people think are going to be really good, up to the Ravens, who are in the top 3. This is not Cupcake City. This is not easy. Then there's a bunch of games with teams kind of in your tier, that mid-20s tier, and then there's a couple games against teams that you're looking above, like you can thumb your nose at, like Carolina and such.
Pittsburgh is a good example to me, and I like that you brought them up because that's not a fun game to have to play. Like, they are going to be favored for good reason and may beat you. But the reason I go quarterback is you'll be in that game. The Steelers are not blowing anyone out. They didn't last year. I think they finished 10-7 and made the playoffs, but they had a stretch in there where they lost back-to-back games to really bad teams, and everyone thought their season was over because they weren't getting any good quarterback play. And I would throw Cleveland in the same mix if Deshaun Watson doesn't play a lot better. We don't know what Caleb Williams, a rookie, is going to be. The Bears look like a really solid team, like a game that you're probably going to lose. Well, if Caleb Williams is struggling or keeping both teams in the game, I think there's a lot of those in there and that's kind of why I stare at the quarterback thing.
Which is a great way to do it, by the way, because there's so much variable to it, right?
Totally.
To your point about Cleveland, they've had horrendous quarterback play, but last year were good. Everywhere else were 11-6. Basically, I think they were 8 or 9-2 with Flacco, that Joe Flacco, and Deshaun Watson at quarterback, and neither was any good. So if they get any kind of decent play, you'd figure they could be pretty good. But again, no one knows. That's why there's a 50% turnover rate among playoff teams to not playoff teams.
And that's the other thing
year.
I was going to say is the power rankings going into the year, without doing tough guy talk, just don't mean anything.
And of course they don't.
We're basing it on what we saw last year, and these rosters aren't even formed. I mean, it's May 16th. Guys are going to be traded and cut and signed. So that's why, to me, is the quarterback that you're playing is maybe the most instructive way to do it. Thing I don't like, I'll add this to the pile. 3 road trips in the first 4 games. Now, by paying the piper early, that works out really beautifully at the end of the season when you're home for, I think, 4 of their final 6 games or something like that.
Yep.
But 4 road games in the first 6 weeks with a rookie quarterback. And I saw this stat floating around. Rookie quarterbacks, this is not surprising. The first 4 weeks of an NFL season, Danny, as opposed to the rest of the season, for a rookie QB over the years, their performance is starkly different. The idea being that right around week 5, week 6 is kind of where they start to figure it out a little bit. And with Jaden Daniels at quarterback, you're going, all right, is it good or bad to be on the road early, to be traveling? Rookie quarterbacks have won 27% of the time in the first 4 weeks against a 35% expected rate, minus 8%, whereas they are at the expected rate for the rest of the year. Point being, rookie quarterbacks typically struggle for about a month. You're going to play on the road 3 times in those first 4 games. Now, if he comes out and lights the world on fire like Robert Griffin did, then you're hanging 40 in the Superdome and nobody cares. And maybe that's going to happen. But I just thought that was notable. And then the last thing I didn't like that I wrote down, they do have a stretch where they have back-to-back road games and a short travel week out west. As great as their travel is, and I think it's as good as you can ask for, no complaints as far as I'm concerned compared to what a lot of teams are dealing with. How about the Monday Night Football game in Cincinnati week 3 into Arizona on the road week 4? That is I'm home from Cincinnati at like 4 a.m. or whatever on Tuesday. And on Saturday, I'm flying to Phoenix, if not on Friday. That's tough. And that's the one where I'd go, man, even though the Cardinals aren't that good, that kind of travel can even the playing field a little bit if Washington is better, and I'm not even sure that they are.
No, that's smart. I mean, again, early in the season, if I have to do it, everyone's going to have to do something like that, right? But if I'm going to do it, I'd rather do it in September than November, December, kind of as the grind sets in. But there's no good time to do it, but it's less bad, if that's a way to phrase it.
Stat that backs up my point on that. For teams after Monday night that travel for the following weekend. Are you tracking? You play Monday night, you're on the road the next weekend. Those teams since 2000 are 22-28 against the spread. And underdogs, which Washington probably will be on the road in Arizona on a short week, might be a pick 'em, have covered only 10 of 29 times, meaning they have played down. They just have not met expectations essentially 66% of the time in those games. It's just not an easy thing to do. So that's the one scheduling travel quirk that I hated.
My last nugget of things that I didn't like, I don't think Tampa's particularly good. I think they probably punched above their weight class last year to make the playoffs in a crappy division. But I think Todd Bowles is a good defensive mind.
Yes.
They were 7th out of 32 in terms of points allowed last year. That's not my favorite landing spot for my rookie quarterback. A guy that's going to blitz a lot and really test you and probably not give you the easiest quiz to start your pro career off. I could see some hits. I could see a lot of punishment potentially. They're going to make the young rookie say, I not only don't know what's coming, but I know how to beat it. I think that's hard for a lot of veterans to be able to conquer, let alone your first start on the road against what was a pretty decent Tampa defense.
You're probably 100% right. They have lost a little bit defensively, and they're older too.
Yes.
Like some of that group, like Levante David at linebacker, as an example, at some point you'd like to think that they fall off. I think that the D tackle that they drafted last year, Kalijah Cansey out of Pitt, it has a chance to be awesome. They've still got Vita Vea. But otherwise, I don't know how many players on that defense anymore really scare you. Maybe Antoine Winfield Jr., the safety, who's outstanding. They just drafted a nickelback, Tyke Smith, in the 3rd round. But he's such a good defensive coach.
Yeah, to me, it's more about scheme.
That
Yeah.
he's going to scheme something up. I think you're onto something. But let's open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines for you guys at 800-636-1067. We want one thing you love about the Commanders' schedule and one thing you hate. Favorite, least favorite thing about the schedule that they were handed by the league last night. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are on X and Instagram. You want to keep the conversation going when we're done 4 hours from now. At Grant H. Paulson for me. At Funny Danny for DR. Last night was the Super Bowl for the social media teams that work for all of these NFL clubs. This event now has become, it's easy to say must see, kind of you count down to 8 p.m., but it's a, how good is your social media group? Opportunity
It's an
for
arms race, yeah.
everybody to flex a little bit, right? So what teams do is they all come up with a witty, creative, produced way to get their schedule out. And some teams tap into celebrity and star power, and they get a big name to help them out with it. You know, others try to do something more funny, or everyone's got their own way of doing it. The Commanders the last couple years have leaned in to essentially social media trends, I would say, or just kind of like a fun activity that you see people doing on social media. Like a couple years ago, they broke items that looked like something that resembled the team they were playing in one of those like places where you can go just to destroy room, right? Last night, the way they did it was, and you see this all over social media now, is this cake or is this the actual thing? And then someone will try to cut into it with a knife, and it's you're playing like cake or not cake. I had to try to explain what that bit was last night to Kevin Sheehan and Ben Standig for probably like 10 minutes. And they're like, but I don't understand.
I wish I'd been privy to that. I could have used that explanation also.
So you couldn't get it either?
I don't understand the point
It
of
was
it
so
at
funny.
all.
So both of them were like, so the no cake means that it's a hard game, and the cake means that
Yeah,
it's
did you want to
easy?
be cake or not? Like,
And
was
they're
there any
like,
correlation?
But why were they trying to troll teams? So the cake means win, and the no, and I'm like, no, you're missing it.
So if the
was like-
Bears is cake and you're looking at the rollster that's been converted, if it's a sheet cake, it means it's a good game. But let me say this. If it's a double layered cake, it's red velvet. That means you're favored or you're a road dog by the half point thanks to Church. Like, is that the bit?
It was, I'm telling you, these are my guys,
Yeah.
right? I love them both. I'm like, no, it's just cake or no cake. And they're like, yeah, but what does the cake signify?
I seriously didn't know.
And I'm
I
like,
realized it wasn't for me and I didn't get upset about it.
and
But
I'm like, it signifies nothing. They're like, then why do cake? And I'm like, but because like it's an online thing,
Yeah.
it's social media. So you have a picture of a hat.
Yep.
You can't tell. Is it just a hat or is it a piece of cake that looks exactly like a hat until you cut into it and you can eat a hat as cake? And they're like, so which games do they think they're going to win? And I'm like, all right, I just can't do this anymore. But they did come around. They got it. I don't know that they loved it or not.
Right.
But I thought it was fine. It was cool. My wife and I sat there and played cake or no cake.
Yeah.
She knew what was going on. I didn't have to over-explain it to her. The winner again was the LA Chargers. They win this thing every year. They're better than everyone else. Now, at football stuff, like when the season
it's more hit or
starts,
miss for them.
pretty mediocre.
Uh-huh.
But when it comes to the schedule release, they pummel. So they did a simulation
Mhm.
of their schedule, which in and of itself is fine.
They did a fill.
The idea is good. Not whatever. But the zings and they call them like Easter eggs or whatever.
Yeah.
The jokes and the bits and the skits that were involved for each team and joning on things about that organization's history were just great. And you could watch it a 10th time and you'll see another thing you didn't notice. They did very, very well. Did you see any that you liked?
I saw the one that I like best is the Tennessee Titans one.
Very good.
Now, this one wasn't as good as last year's because last year they invented this. I think this was the first year they did it.
So, if I may,
Yeah,
to be
please.
that guy, they definitely didn't invent it. They saw it online.
Oh, well, you know what I mean. The
Yeah,
first
yeah,
time, I'm not saying the right words. They debuted it last year, so this one wasn't as good
There
as
you go.
last year's. Last year's was amazing. They just asked random people that have no interest in the NFL on Broadway, which is a cesspool, by the way, in the middle of Nashville. They're like, "What team is this?" And people were like, "Oh, that's the Horseshoes," like a game against the Colts.
Exactly.
You know?
It was like originally this thing that went viral because someone had a German boyfriend or something, and they're like, "What team is this?" And they did the skits.
Oh,
and the bits.
that is the Angry Falcon.
So on Broadway, they
Mhm.
pull this off mostly with like girls that are at bachelorette parties or old people.
Just
or whatever.
hammered folks.
Exactly. So they played that up again. I thought they kind of was like season 2 essentially. I like it.
Yeah, that to me is my favorite.
The way they did it this year was like, what do you know about this team? Is it essentially what
Yeah.
they were asking? So it would show like For the Commanders, a guy was like, they got rid of Kirk Cousins. And then for the Vikings, it was like, I think they also got rid of Kirk Cousins.
They also, yeah.
But it was just one-off little lines from people that don't know anything about football. It's pretty good.
Yeah. So that's the one I like. The others I know when they're like, here's an online bit that we're playing up on. For example, Washington's. I'm not criticizing it. I just know that it's not for me. I know that joke was not. I'm not the target. I'm not supposed to get it. I didn't understand if cake was good, if I wanted to be not cake, if that was making fun, if someone should feel slighted because they were cake.
But you get what it is now.
No,
I still don't get.
I don't understand. No, but I'm not mad about it.
But there's nothing. Can I try really quick?
Do your best. Yeah.
There's nothing to get.
Isn't there?
No. I put this bell right here on the table.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this cake or not cake?
That's a bell.
And then I take a knife, and the knife just bumps into a bell. It's not cake. Whereas if I took it to a baker and I said, make this cake. And so they made cake that looked exactly like this bell.
Yeah, like the guy Buddy does on the TV show.
Sure.
The I'm talking about Buddy. I make the cake that was supposed to look like a firehouse.
Are you talking about Duff?
No, but the guy's Buddy Vaccaro or something like that.
I don't know, but
Cake Boss. That's the name of the show.
Okay.
Thank you.
All they're doing is cutting into the bell to see if it's cake or not.
But so okay.
That's all it was. Cake or not cake?
Yeah. I don't get it.
You're good now?
No. But that's my point is that I've realized now I'm out of the demo. Whatever the demo is, I'm out of it. I'm not supposed to get it. It's not for me. I'll spend a cursory amount to try to figure out the point. And if it's not intuitive, I go, maybe I'll try for the next one.
Good Will Hunting's one of my favorite movies ever. The Patriots, based in New England, did a Good Will Hunting bit with Julian Edelman, Rob Gronkowski starring in the film. I thought it was very, very good.
I'm Toby Altizer with.
No, that's Toby Altizer.
Why is Toby?
That's just a taped update.
Did the Patriots use Toby Altizer?
No, let's try the other thing that we wanted to play.
Meet Jules Hunting.
This kid's genius is unparalleled, but we need to get someone to get through to him. We got to get the rest of the schedule.
You're telling me that this kid cracked the code that it took the whole offseason to come up with?
The art of scouting lies in the ability to translate observations into actionable intelligence that can be used as a competitive advantage on a game day. Are you going to keep plagiarizing football scouting methods?
They basically reenact the entire trailer and plot points of Good Will Hunting. Ernie Adams is in there playing the Robin Williams character.
That's funny.
So you haven't seen it?
No.
I'll send it to you. It's very, very good. I thought that one was probably my favorite. But yeah, it's a cute, fun little thing. You know, it's right. Release your schedule, 8 p.m., show a little personality. Let's see how we stack up.
I got no problem with it, by the way, just for the record. It's usually the type of thing you would think I would hate, but because it's not for me. This one I don't mind. There are no games. You know, I'm not missing any content because the social team is on this. I'll watch a couple, and if I don't get it, I realize it's not for me. I'm at peace with these.
Shane is in Virginia. What did you love? What did you hate about the Commanders' schedule?
Hey, Commander Dan and Grant. Hey, what I love about it is, like you said, Grant, the quarterback play is not. Last year was brutal. I mean, we don't have those quarterbacks we're facing this year. Most of those quarterbacks probably won't be starting when we play them anyway. So, what I hate, of course, 3 out of 4 on the road. You know, don't sleep on Tampa at Tampa. But the end of the schedule, too, if we're trying to make it compete, the end of the schedule, those last 4 games is tough, even with that bye week, like week 14, which is kind of weird. But, you know, I think that schedule's doable. You know, I think we're still middle of the pack still. I think we maybe, 8 wins this year, my predictions, which is not bad for a first-year coach and a first-year rookie.
Appreciate you, dude.
Buddy. Let's go to Mitch in Jersey. What'd you love? What'd you hate?
How you guys doing?
Good, man.
I like that I don't have a lot of traveling because these games in Brazil and Germany and England, and maybe they can find a spot in Asia or Greenland and Chile. It's just too much. I don't like that we have 5 games practically a month, and I'm especially looking forward to the Pac-2 game. I mean, the game against Caleb against Jaden, because Jaden started at the Pac-12, Arizona State, to did something to that program. And Caleb will start in the Big 12, which I think is still in Big 12, at Oklahoma. You know, it's going to be something new to get used to. These the Pac-12.
Yeah, the realignments are going to be tough.
I'm not following his conference thing between those two.
No, he's just saying they were both in the Pac-12 at one point, that no longer is the Pac-12. I guess it's going to the Pac-1.5 or
That's
2
what
or
he's
something like
excited
that.
about with Jaden Daniels and Caleb.
Yeah,
Williams?
he was just sort of making a joke there, and I moved on. The point is,
it was a good joke. Caleb Williams, number 1, Jaden Daniels, number 2 in the NFL draft. I'm fired up for that game. I'm with
October
Nick.
27th for that one. That's the really the fourth out of this string where they don't travel very much. Home against Cleveland on October 6th. On the road, I'm using quotation marks. It's in the same state, for goodness sakes. At Baltimore, home against Carolina, home against Chicago. And that's the fourth out of 4 there.
I got some food news for you, Danny, that is pretty devastating, and it involves a place everybody listening has eaten at many, many times.
Oh.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The G&D show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Kandori and Murad. They provide legal services and estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Whatever you need, they can handle. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to mention we referred you. You can get a discount. kmlawyers.com. The food news that I promised you in just a moment, Danny. But first, these are the amount of games this NFL season that will be played on each network. Are you ready?
Go.
272 regular season games. 101 will be played on both CBS and Fox. Those are your 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock, Sunday day tilts mostly.
Okay.
There's some extra Thursday night stuff in there or some Saturday night stuff. But 101 games on CBS and Fox each.
So that's 202 games total. So that's what, 70 games left on other networks?
That's right.
Yes.
23 games for Disney. That's ESPN, ABC, and ESPN Plus. That's essentially the Monday Night Football package. By the way, there is one game exclusively on ESPN Plus this year. They're adding that to the ledger.
Yes.
So I've got ESPN. Of course, I have all the ESPN games. Not so fast.
Not so fast, my friend.
You have the ESPN Plus app, because there will be one game you need that for. 22 games for NBC. That's 18 on Sunday Night Football. There is a Thanksgiving night game on NBC. There is the kickoff game, the Ravens and the Chiefs, the original kickoff to the season. And then you've got a Saturday night game in Week 16 and the exclusive Peacock game. So that's the 22 games on NBC.
Okay.
16 on Amazon, 15 on Thursday night, plus the Black Friday game. Did anyone see that the Black Friday game, I think the start time this year is like 2 p.m.? They've moved it even earlier. I thought part of the bid on Friday was that it had to be late enough for high school football or whatever.
Or early enough for high school football? Because they didn't want to conflict with Friday Night Lights?
No, the idea was that they can't have it on Friday because of the work week and Friday Night Football somehow involved. But essentially, what we were told by Florio when they started doing this was they would have to do the math to figure out like how many minutes were going to be played before a certain hour and then start the game as late as they could. But they moved it up. So figure that out. I don't know. Peacock is the other of the 22 games on NBC. And then the 16 on Amazon, including Black Friday and Thursday Night Football. And then 7 on NFL Network and 2 on Netflix on Christmas Day. So CBS, Fox, Disney with ESPN Plus, NBC, Peacock exclusively on the app, Prime exclusively, NFL Network, which you need with your cable provider.
Yep.
Might have to add that, and then Netflix.
Man, it's not going down, that number.
Football in 2024.
Yeah. I mean, watching the NBA playoffs now are similar to a degree, right? Where it's one night I'm going, okay, let me go to ESPN for the playoff game. No. This is a TNT one. Well, this one might be on True TV because they're on at the same time, or this one's on TBS, or this one's an ABC game because it's Saturday. I don't know.
But the difference is all of those are over the air.
Oh, yes, of course.
Cable platforms.
Yeah.
There's no app that you need to have to watch any of that.
Totally.
The
I'm just
NFL
saying, like,
is writing the book on the app game.
yes, they are. And they are into the breach on that one. They are the leaders.
Here's my food news for Danny Huhe. McDonald's is getting rid of free drink refills. More fast food chains may follow. This via the New York Post. So apparently, after this story originally came out, there was a correction that this isn't a national decision that McDonald's has made, but they are allowing each location to make the determination. And I guess a lot of the locations are deciding to do this. But forever, you go get your large cola, and nobody's got better fountain cola than McDonald's.
It's the best.
Just so we're all on the same page. There is no better fountain soda on planet Earth than the fountain soda at McDonald's. That Coca-Cola Classic on those. They don't do crushed ice, which I would prefer, but they do the, you know, the McDonald's ice.
Of course, come on.
Shaped just
Come on.
so. About 25% of the cup with that ice, and then you put that cup right under the machine, and that a traditional Coca-Cola Classic, an American tradition, right over top of that ice, Danny. Well, you pummel your soda with your burger and your fries. You get yourself a little refill on the way out the door. Not anymore at a lot of McDonald's locations. You're going to pay for that refill. Now, I don't know how many people go into McDonald's anymore. When's the last time you went in? I'm a drive-through guy if I'm doing it.
Road trip stopping. So yeah.
You still do it occasionally?
Absolutely.
Like I realized we were driving for Mother's Day to where the heck were we going? We were going to King's Family Landing. I say King's Landing. That's from
Game of Thrones.
Right, that's Game of
a
Thrones.
trouble spot there.
Very
There are
different.
dragons. I don't know if I'd want to.
We were going to King's Family.
Going for the siege battle of Blackwater
Vineyard out in like Crozet, Charlottesville area, and the kids were yelling and needed something, so we had to stop. Right. I go in. There's not even humans that take your order. I was standing for like a minute waiting for someone, and they came over there like, "Oh, use that." And they're just now it's all touchscreen.
Yeah.
Everything's just go through. Don't talk to anyone. Don't say hello. God forbid you look at anyone. Just touch a screen. But now you can't even get a refill at some of these locations. Now, again, it's not going to be everywhere, but this is something that they're going to do in some places. And apparently they're saying some fast food joints are going to follow. The thing I always loved about McDonald's is the machine's out there for you.
It's right there.
Like my beloved Chick-fil-A. Great spot. They do a lot of things well. They don't have the machines out there. You got to walk up and hand it over.
You got to talk to somebody.
And an employee
And
goes,
they know that hassle. And they're nice about it, but they know that Robert Hassel is going to prevent you from doing it as often.
Totally. But you go up and you hand the cup over and you go, I'd like a soda. And no one has, I mean, you got shame. So if you do it twice, you're not going to get a third, right?
Right.
So that's their play. But I just wonder where we're headed here with refills at fast food.
It's not good. So I spoke to someone years ago. I can't remember what the occasion was. I think it was actually for a school project. And what this person who owned and managed several fast food restaurants within one chain, right? He told me that basically they lose money on every item except for drinks. The soda, which costs, for the sake of argument, I'm just going to make up this price, cost $1, probably cost them 4 cents. When you add up all the bits of production, the carbonated water, the sugar that gets infused, the ice, whatever, maybe call it 5 cents. So if you got 3 refills, they still made, 70 cents off of your butt, right? This is now, as stuff gets tighter and tighter and tighter, that they need that extra 6, 7 cents, 10 cents, 12 cents, whatever the hell it is on that dollar from you, right? Because the whether it's beef production, chicken production, the whole 9 yards, lettuce is more expensive. All of it is kind of get priced in, so they've got to find a way to cut. It's sad because you're 100% right. The best part about going to McDonald's is I'm going to get exactly how much ice, exactly how much soda, when I want it, how I want it. If I have 4 refills, I had 4 refills. Thank you.
G&D on the Fan. 2 things we'll do next segment. One, I want to talk about a story in The Athletic that I saw. Ken Rosenthal wrote about why top prospects from the minor leagues, think James Wood, are getting called up after killing the ball in AAA and struggling more this year in the big leagues than ever before. Want to hit that. Also, a prominent NFL analyst thinks Jaden Daniels is going to be this year's CJ Stroud. If you're super high on Jaden Daniels, you're not as high on him as this guy is. Next on G&D here on the Fan. G&D, welcoming you back on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. The Grant and Danny program is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Kondori and Murad. They'll help protect your legal services, estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Schedule your your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit camlawyers.com. Be sure to mention G&D will get you a discount. camlawyers.com. Those are our buddies. They went to George Mason University. They went to Lake Braddock High School. They're big fans of the show, and they take good care of our listeners, and we appreciate them. So check them out. Before we get into what Bucky Brooks of NFL Network had to say about Jaden Daniels, who he think is going to be a star right away this season, I saw a story I just wanted to reference because a lot of people are now talking about James Wood and whether or not the Nationals should call him up. And it makes a lot of sense. I mean, they need a spark offensively. He was quite literally their best player in spring training. He is just 21 years old. He's their best prospect. He's at AAA. And he's, over the course now of what is 6 weeks of baseball, circuit to circuit, probably been the best player in the minor leagues and in AAA. He's hitting over 350. He's got an OPS over 1030. He's got 7 homers and 9 steals. He's been unbelievable. And it seems silly that he's not in the major leagues. But Danny, Ken Rosenthal wrote this story in The Athletic about a week ago. And what he wrote was why the best hitting prospects in the game are having a really hard time making a transition to the major leagues. And I just found some of the reasons suggested here really captivating. He talked to JD Martinez. You remember JD?
Of course.
Played forever with Boston and so many other teams. Former MVP. JD Martinez said that when he was rehabbing in the minor leagues, he's now with the Mets, he was talking with the AAA coach, and he told the coach when they were saying, like, are you ready to go up to the big leagues? He said, I just haven't seen any velocity. Like, I have not seen the stuff that I need to see to feel like I'm ready to go to the major leagues. This is a 14-year veteran, and he hadn't really had this problem in AAA before. But if you look at some of the ways that we evaluate and grade stuff from pitchers, the chasm between AAA and the big leagues seems to be growing because pitching at the major league level is definitely getting better. But they've also made the rosters in the minor leagues smaller.
This is the key to me.
The rosters in the minor leagues got smaller because now you have to pay players more and you have to put them in nice housing and you have to do these other things, which is probably good. But the owners are going, okay, well, we're not going to have as many players or more than we need and just keep them around then. And so the smaller rosters some are suggesting means that maybe there are fewer what we call 4A types. The guy who's played in the big leagues a lot, who's now being stashed in AAA. The Nats, just as an example, their AAA team, Rochester, James Woods on tonight, they're playing against Aaron Sanchez, who once competed for a Cy Young with the Blue Jays and pitched for the Nationals. He's just kind of hanging around trying to keep his career alive. There aren't that many guys that have been in the big leagues and know what it's like and have that kind of stuff. It's more younger player prospects or just kind of org soldiers that aren't big league caliber at the AAA level, which isn't even where you're going to see the best stuff. You'll probably see better consistent stuff at AA, where a lot of the really good younger players that are moving up to the big leagues are, and lesser of the guys getting stashed. But Rosenthal looked at this year's call-ups, guys like Jackson Holiday, who was unbelievable in AAA. And then he went 2 for 34 in the major leagues, got sent back down. Henry Davis of the Pirates, Danny, #1 pick in 2021. Back at AAA after hitting 162, had a 486 OPS. You look at Colt Keith from the Tigers, 414 OPS. Wyatt Langford, who was a top 5 pick last year. Texas Rangers outfielder, College World Series.
Just mashed his way onto the roster out of spring training, by the way.
And he's hurt right now.
Yeah.
But he was struggling. I mean, he hadn't done a whole lot for Texas, and it was a slow start. His point is, it seems like these guys are having less success early than they used to among the elites getting called up. And he tried to figure out why that was.
So it's a great piece because it kind of delves into a number of different elements. But I think the most important one that I think we underestimate, and this, by the way, has been a staple of things in sports, society, and everything else. We underestimate all the time the second order effect of a policy. There are always trade-offs to something. No matter what it is, you want to fill one cup, it means you're not filling another cup. So to get, and by the way, I'm all for this, just for the record, getting minor leaguers better conditions, better paid, etc., led to Now there's no, I'm just going to throw some names out there, former Nationals. There's no Zach Duke at AAA. There's no Tom Gorzolani. There's no John Lannon. There's no Ching-Ming Wong. There's no, as we talked about, those 4A pitchers that could probably play for somebody at the major league level, but are sort of stashed there at AAA. It's where kind of that 31-year-old, 32-year-old veteran that's got some big league service time was bouncing around, and you're going to get a pretty good quality start from that person or a bullpen arm, et cetera. Now it's basically kids, and the kids that could throw hard enough are in the show, and they don't really give a damn where it's going. You're max efforting for an inning, then you go sit down. The depth of minor league organizations when it comes to the rank and file, not the stars, the star kids are still there, who are the bonus babies who are on the way to the major leagues at some point, the James Woods, the Dylan Cruzes, the Hassels. They're still populating the minor leagues at this point, but they don't get to go against the better players that used to be down there because it's not worth it to an organization, by and large, to keep those guys.
Well, I also think there's something to, just generally speaking, I wouldn't have guys in AAA for long periods of time because, I think the better prospects and sometimes the better competition is actually at the AA level in some ways. As an example, this is quantifiable. So Stuff Plus, super nerdy, just follow me for a second. It's fine. Basically, this is the way that pitching repertoires are graded, like the caliber of the stuff that a pitcher has. The average major leaguer is a 100 on this Stuff Plus scale. They've designed it as such. At AAA last year, the average pitcher was a 95. This year, they're an 86. And so what we're seeing is you're actually legitimately facing a bigger gap in terms of the quality of pitching. So when you get called up, it gets harder. Now, Ken Rosenthal talked to executives from all over baseball about this. Mike Elias of the Orioles, he said improvements at the major league level in advanced scouting are why it's so hard for young guys. It used to be you got called up, and after a month, there's
a book on you.
Yeah, there's like an adjustment made. Nowadays, everyone's watching video of every single pitch, every single at bat, everything that's happening. Everybody is grading you every step of the way, essentially. And you're not fooling anybody. And as soon as someone finds out that they can beat you high with velocity,
guess what you're seeing?
That's your third at bat. It used to be your 20th at bat or whatever. Another thing that I find really interesting, and this is actually the one I had not thought about, but I think this is really smart. This came from Matt Carpenter, the St. Louis Cardinal. Has been around forever.
Long time vet, yeah.
He's in AAA right now. And he said, you know what I think it is? I think it's the 6-game series in the minor leagues. So during COVID, to help with travel, minor league baseball started to do 6-game series. And what they do now is you're off on Monday and you play Tuesday through Sunday against the same team. Instead of like baseball at the big league level and what the minors were doing forever, 3 or 4 games on to the next, traveling all over the place. You basically spend a week in one city, cuts down on travel. It's easier for the teams and money and all this stuff. But his point is you see the same pitching a lot more than you do in the majors. He thinks that's a huge advantage for hitters. Now, I was talking to someone who runs a system about this, just trying to get some info, and they said, I don't know if I buy that because the pitchers have to deal with the same thing, and it goes both ways. But I kind of do agree with this idea that at the major league level, you're facing a guy and you might not see him again for a month. But at AAA, I just faced this guy at the beginning of the series. I'm going to face him again in this series. I'm facing the same relievers multiple times. I'm going to have more success because I'm comfortable and I know what I'm facing, basically. And that's just not the case in the majors. The minor league roster limits, which we talked about, were suggested.
I think that's the biggest one, yeah.
But the 6-game series to me is actually really interesting. Like if you're seeing the same pitchers all the time, it goes without saying you're probably going to have a lot of success.
Without a doubt. It matters. It's just not necessarily in terms of the scouting report, right? You can read words from the iPad or hear from the guy that just faced him. Hey, fastball rides a little bit, or a little bit of cut to it, or he pronates his changeup and you can see it. There's a difference between hearing that and then seeing it twice in a week, because the guy that you face on Tuesday, you're probably facing him again on either Saturday or Sunday. Like you're going to see that guy a second time in a week, not a second time to your point, maybe 4 months from now, and he may be a totally different pitcher based on how his arm's feeling or what pitch he discovered in the bullpen or something else. So I do buy that. But to me, it didn't used to be this way, but now that everybody throws so damn hard and everybody with stuff that's great is in the show.
I think that's the other thing
that's the biggest
we
thing.
Just need to circle back to.
Yeah.
Pitching's never been better.
It's so nasty.
Hitting a baseball's never been harder. That is a big deal too.
Without a doubt.
This guy throws 102. The guy before him threw 98, and the guy before him threw 97. That's the three that I'm facing tonight. Like, that's not that fun.
No, it's harder than it's ever been, period, full stop. But it's my own limited analogy is when you're in high school playing some pretty decent ball, you're going to see a good pitching every now and again. You'll find somebody that's probably a college pitcher. Well, you know what happens in college? Every college pitcher, you'll be surprised to find out they're all college caliber pitchers. So all of a sudden, if you're not ready for that, if I went straight from high school ball in May and played college ball in June, I'd have gone over for my first 77. I haven't seen anybody throwing 90 with a snapper that can locate where they want and has a scouting report about me. I would have been terrible. But thank God we had fall to practice. I get up to speed. You got a chance then that coming spring to see stuff. If you haven't seen it, you can't adjust to it.
I don't bring this up to suggest they shouldn't call up James Wood. I do think the Nats have probably noticed that all of the top guys, pretty much to a man, that have been called up from the minors and specifically AAA this year, have struggled when they got called up. And it doesn't mean James Wood would, by the way. It doesn't mean that James Wood is going to go 2 for his first 21. It's possible. He could also homer in his first game and be 7 for 11 and kill the ball. He makes adjustments quickly. But the latest of them is this guy who played his college ball in the SEC at Tennessee, Jordan Beck. Was one of the best outfielders in the minors, who had a big game last night, by the way. Homer drove in 5 for the Rockies in what was his 15th game. But he's hitting 230 with a 560 ops. It's been a real struggle. He was tearing the cover off the ball in the minors, and it's almost every guy that's been called up. So just a little food for thought as we continue to have the James Wood conversation. And I'll be somewhat hypocritical because I'll continue to expect that he should be up very, very soon. And I do think that's the case. They should call him up on their next homestand unequivocally. But I'm just pointing out it's a tough leap to make always, and it's gotten even tougher.
And I would add to that, this is a team that didn't have designs of winning a division. So if you're playing meaningful, like if you're the Orioles, I can't have a guy who's going to go 1 out of every 17 in my lineup.
No, but I'll combat that by saying, like, Rizzo on the Junkies, when they asked him about calling up James, was he on Wednesday? Was that I can't do what day it is. It's
either Tuesday or Wednesday when he was on.
So he was on Wednesday.
Yeah, could have been yesterday, could have been Tuesday.
No, he was on Wednesday.
Wednesday. So yesterday. Okay.
Okay. My point is, I don't know what today is.
Right. I heard it. Anyway.
All day long, I've been thinking that it was Friday.
Yeah.
So he was on yesterday. He said something to the effect of, when we call him up, he can never go back down. Like, the worst thing to do is to send a guy back down. And that's what teams fear. The Orioles have had to do it with Jackson Holliday, Heston Kierstad. Now, it was just because they couldn't get him on the field because they have too many good players. But my point is, that's the biggest fear is not like, well, who cares if they're winning, losing, developing, whatever. They want to make sure you don't go 2 for 34 and you're questioning yourself and you got to go back to Norfolk, which is what happened with the number 1 prospect in the game.
I guess that's a doomsday thing. I guess my point is, I'm never sending him down. Go 0 for 30. Go 0 for 50. Yeah. You're my big league outfielder. We trust you the future. You'll figure it out.
I get that.
And if he can't handle it, then that's another
easy to
conversation.
Say here.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're failing in front of thousands of people every night and everyone's talking about you on TV, I think when you're 21 years old, that can get pretty tough. But just a conversation I thought worth having after I read that Rosenthal piece yesterday. It was outstanding. Bucky Brooks, speaking of prospects, had a take about Jaden Daniels that turned some heads. Bucky Brooks is one of the lead scouting analysts covering the college and the pro game over at NFL Network. Listen to what he said about Jaden Daniels.
I would expect it to be a very similar impact. The reason why is because Cliff Kingsbury has done this before with a young quarterback. Look no further than the work that he did with Kyler Murray when Kyler Murray came out of Oklahoma. Right away, Kyler Murray hits the ground running, wins the Offensive Rookie of the Year award, has over 3,500 pass yards, 500 rush yards, 24 total TDs. I would expect to see that kind of production and performance from Jaden Daniels. When you look at Jaden Daniels, he is an elite prospect when it comes to his arm talent and his athleticism. He can put it together, whether he's working on the script or off the script. You look at the surrounding talent around him, Terry McLaurin, Jaheim Dawson. You also see Austin Eckler coming over to give them a threat out of the backfield with Zach Ertz. There are a lot of pieces in place for Jaden Daniels to hit the ground running. I expect him to do so. This Washington team should be much better than people expect, and a lot of it is going to be due to the man that's at the controls in Jaden Daniels.
Bucky Brooks says he'll be C.J. Stroud this year. Stroud, who had the historical rookie season a year ago, the likes of which we just hadn't seen. I mean, he ended up throwing for 4,100 yards, 23 touchdowns, and just 5 picks. He was in complete control all year long. He missed a game, so he could have been up around 4,400 yards and 26 touchdowns, something like that. But you saw it really from September on, just commanded the offense, good decisions, massive arm, exceptionally athletic, pocket passer. He moved and reset to throw. I don't think there's any comp between Stroud's game, who's very much a pocket passer, and Jaden Daniels. Having said that, he's basically saying he could have that kind of impact, and he's basing it, Danny, on Cliff Kingsbury having turned Murray into a stud in his first year, and what he perceives is a very good supporting cast around Daniels.
Yeah, I'd rather hear that than not. I mean, I'll be the one to kind of throw a little cold water on it. This is something that happens when somebody sets the bar so high, like Stroud did or Herbert did a couple of years ago. Houston was the laughingstock of the sport. They won one fewer game last year than they had in the previous 3 years combined. He turned that thing around to such a pronounced degree that we now consider them among the best teams in the AFC and therefore one of the best teams in the NFL. Like it's like, are they second behind the Chiefs? Is it them or the Bills? Like that's the offseason rhetoric because of how transformative this guy was. That's lightning into a thimble in the middle of an abandoned desert. And now you're just putting one outside of your front door and going, I'm sure lightning will strike here. This is incredibly rare. This is the most rare thing that's ever happened in the sport. That's why it's so noteworthy. Expecting that again the following year, I don't want to say it's folly. I mean, Bucky Brooks has forgotten more about football this morning than I'll ever know, but I do think it's unrealistic on a couple different fronts. He could be really good and not even approach what C.J. Stroud just did, changing the worst organization in the sport to one of the classes of the league.
What do you guys make of the idea that Jaden Daniels could be C.J. Stroud? That he could not only win Rookie of the Year, which is one thing. I mean, that's really not the conversation. That's pretty easy to see.
Yeah.
That he could have a rookie year where by the end of the season, we're all thinking Washington's got one of the top 5 or so quarterbacks in the league by the end of next year. I mean, Bucky Brooks says Kingsbury's done it already. This supporting cast is excellent. Do you agree with those two takes? We'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines on this next. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Bucky Brooks of NFL Network was asked if he thinks Jaden Daniels could be this year's CJ Stroud. It was a reaction to why he was so high on him and what is his ceiling this year. This is what Bucky Brooks had to say about Jaden Daniels being able to replicate what Stroud did, which we hadn't seen before just last year.
I would expect it to be a very similar impact. The reason why is because Cliff Kingsbury has done this before with a young quarterback. Look no further than the work that he did with Kyler Murray when Kyler Murray came out of Oklahoma. Right away, Kyler Murray hits the ground running, wins the Offensive Rookie of the Year award, has over 3,500 pass yards, 500 rush yards, 24 total TDs. I would expect to see that kind of production and performance from Jaden Daniels. When you look at Jaden Daniels, he is an elite prospect when it comes to his arm talent and his athleticism. He can put it together, whether he's working on the script or off the script. You look at the surrounding talent around him, Terry McLaurin, Jaheim Dawson. You also see Austin Eckler coming over to give them a threat out of the backfield with Zach Ertz. There are a lot of pieces in place for Jaden Daniels to hit the ground running. I expect him to do so. This Washington team should be much better than people expect, and a lot of it is going to be due to the man that's at the controls in Jaden Daniels.
That's Bucky Brooks on NFL Network. If you close your eyes and just think about an end of the season where we're all sure he's the guy, that they hit their home run, they got their answer, they don't have to look for a quarterback for the next 10 years. To me, that's the best case scenario. Like, forget their record, or do they make the playoffs or not, or how good are they this coming season? Who cares? At the end of the year, do we all know pretty confidently that the answer is on the roster? Jaden Daniels at number 2 was a victory, and they picked the right guy. If he is the kind of impact in year Bucky Brooks is talking about, we'll arrive at that conclusion by the end of his first season.
Yeah, we'll know.
Houston's got what everybody's looking for now, and Washington can join them. That would be amazing.
It certainly would. It's a dream come true. And I wanted Jaden Daniels. I agree with the pick. I think he's going to be awesome. But again, maybe I'm reading this wrong or hung up on the wrong detail. I just can't do the greatest rookie season we've ever seen. It's basically CJ Stroud, Cam Newton, probably Herbert, maybe throw Baker Mayfield in there. And Stroud transformed one of the worst organizations in the world into a juggernaut in
Maybe
one season.
He's saying which of the guys this year has the closest Stroud-like impact where the entire organization benefits from his existence. If you view it that way, and rather than focusing just on, will he have the same exact number of yards and touchdowns as Stroud?
Because I think Jaden Daniels should be one of the Rookie of the Year favorites. I think he's going to have a pretty nice season. I think there's going to be some up and down. I don't think they did enough at line, and I don't love the receiver cast the way Bucky Brooks does, but I think he can have a nice year. There's a difference between that and me being really excited for the future, and he's going to transform everything like CJ Stroud did. And that's probably my fault. This is a me issue that I'm sort of hung up on that part of it. But am I excited about Jaden Daniels? Hell yeah.
I wonder about the supporting cast. Like, that's the part that I hear and I want to pick apart a little bit, is how good is the supporting cast? I agree that I think the running back situation is very good. Whether it's Brian Robinson thumping with Chris Rodriguez, who led the team in yards per attempt, Austin Eckler occasionally running the football, but more importantly, giving you that J.D. McKissick out of the backfield receiving option where he was still effective last season. I think that's outstanding for a young quarterback. Having a safety valve, a blanket, so to speak. He is my son Truman's Benke. He's his blue blanket. Austin Eckler out of the backfield. That is perfectly done. The tight end position is improved. I don't know if it's going to be great, but I wanted them to go get a solid veteran, and I wanted them to draft a weapon. They did both. They went and got Zach Ertz. If he's healthy and on the field, Ertz should be able to help them, both as a blocker and a receiver. And then in the second round, you drafted the second tight end off the board, who they think might have some George Kittle to him in Ben Sinnott. So all of a sudden now, John Bates is your third guy. He was your first guy at times last year. Armani Rogers, who's been on the roster, off the roster with injuries and is a nice little weapon, is probably on the bubble to even make the team. Like, they've gotten a lot deeper there. That's a win. That's good. They built that well. The wide receiver room is the big question mark. I think McLaurin's outstanding, and I'm still high on Dotson. Sounds like you've really cooled on Jahan after last year.
Correct.
I still think he's very good. I don't feel like I did before last season, which was that he could be a top 10 to 15 receiver in the league. I was way over the top. and I haven't been wrong that loudly on anything probably with this team in the last few years. I completely botched in my assessment of how good he would be, but I do think he could still be legit. You throw in McCaffrey, one of these veterans that they brought in, like Olamide Zaccheaus or Demir Bird or Jamison Crowder, or somebody, ends up getting some catches. That's a good receiver room. I don't know that it's special, but it's very solid. It's good enough. It's every bit as good probably as the Texans were last year. Like CJ Stroud made Nico Collins a lot better. He made Tank Dell a lot better. Jaden Daniels might make De'Ami Brown really good. He hasn't had anybody throwing him the football that elevates you. Now you might. I think we got a plan for some of that too. The one area where I didn't hear Bucky Brooks say much about this, and there's good reason for it. The O-line is average at best. And the left tackle position is substandard. And those are my concerns in terms of supporting cast in air quotes.
Yeah, both tackle spots really to me are not what you need in this modern NFL, especially for a mobile guy, right? I need my right tackle to either be a stalwart or a guy that can get out in space to cover for some of those bootlegs and things like that. And I've just got someone that's pedestrian at best in Andrew Wiley. Although he did play a little bit better in the second half last year, still ain't close to good enough for me. I'm much lower on the receiver room than you are. It mostly kind of hinges on what you think of Dotson, but I think the other guys are just guys. I think every receiving room has 6 different Milnes, Browns, Zaccheauses, Demir Birds.
Totally agree.
So to me, it's
talking about receivers 4 through 6. Everybody in the league has guys at receiver 4 through 6.
Right. So I'm not listing them as assets. My point is, I think they're number one wouldn't be a number one on 12 to 13, 14, 15 teams. He's very nice. He's a good player, Terry McLaurin. Glad he's here. I love the guy, but he's not CeeDee Lamb or some of these other stars, AJ Brown, even in the division. And I don't think they have a number 2. I think they've got someone that's going to catch the second most balls in Jahan Dotson.
I mean, you've really soured on Jahan Dotson.
Yeah, I can't get over it. How maybe it's my own disappointment, but
you're not either acknowledging or you don't care that Eric Bieniemy was awful at his job last year, and Sam Howell was not all that good.
None of those guys caused him to drop the passes. It's the drop
comes and goes,
and when it came a lot last year, and it was a lot.
Drops.
Yeah, way more than you should have. To the point that he's not open, I don't know what's going on. So I'm sure the numbers will be better this year, but I don't have much confidence in that receiver group. I think they had a huge swing and a miss here. Now, if they're right and I'm wrong, that this room is plenty good enough, they didn't need to go get Keenan Allen, didn't need to go get another veteran to do what I think you should be doing anyway. I think it should be standard practice to do what Chicago has done, to build the nest for their young quarterback.
But I think those are two different conversations. Like, I also think they should have gone and gotten Keenan Allen, who's a Hall of Famer, to be and added a lot and been smarter about putting the receiver room together. But that's different than, is their receiver room good enough for a young quarterback? Like, this is not the Panthers last year or the Bears with Justin Fields, where they just did a bad job giving him weapons. You drafted a tight end in round 2, a wide receiver in round 3. You signed one of the best pass catching running backs in the last 25 years of the league. And you already have a perennial Pro Bowl type producer in Terry McLaurin, and a guy that you drafted in the first round, who we all thought was a star 12 months ago.
The only move out of those that I think is definitively good is Eckler. The others are hope. A third round wide receiver.
They did the thing. So
that's not doing the thing though. Doing the thing is the second round pick instead of a guy that's already hurt at defensive tackle
they took
rotation.
A tight end in the second round.
Right, a couple rounds earlier than everyone thought he would go. I like Sinnott too. I'm excited. I'm hopeful.
That's a different conversation.
No, the conversation is this one. That room isn't that good. Just go, they drafted somebody. Well, they drafted De'Ami Brown too.
My point is, they drafted a tight. You just said you got to draft a guy in the second round. They literally did that. Then you go, well, they drafted him 2 rounds too high. That's a different conversation. If you're not high on Sinnott as a second rounder, then we should talk about that.
Well, I like Sinnott.
The guy they liked the most at tight end in round 2, they drafted. So if they're wrong, then we should critique them for that. But they didn't like Jatavion Sanders or any of the other tight ends that much.
No, sure. And Sinnott's, that's to me is the X factor. If he's good, then a lot of this is going to make a lot of sense. But to me, I'm talking about the receiver position specifically. They had opportunities and they chose not to, whether it was, again, was free agency, whether it was via trade, whether it was via the draft earlier on. They took Luke McCaffrey out of Rice. We'll see if he's, better than.
But again, they took a wide receiver in the 3rd round.
Right.
They liked him more than all those other guys that you and I had heard of and liked.
Right. In rounds 1, round 2, free agency, the 3rd rounder. I have too much De'Ami Brown in my past, where I got tired of hearing about how great he was. in pads or too much Leonard Hankerson or what? I guess he was a second rounder, but I'm not counting on a third rounder to be impactful right away for a rookie quarterback. Like, to me, I think the receiver room is below average, to be honest with you.
By the way, just looked it up. Dotson, same number of drops for last year as Curtis Samuel and Terry McLaurin.
In a fraction of the targets because he wasn't open all that much. So maybe that's Bieniemy's fault. Maybe that's Howell's fault for ball placement. To me, the line and the receiver spot, it's not the supporting cast that people seem to think it is, just because we've heard some of these names, I guess is my big takeaway.
Drop percentage for Dotson, about 7%. Samuel, 6%. McLaurin, about 5%. So he dropped an extra pass over 100 targets. Let's go to Anthony and Calvert on Grant and Danny. Anthony, how do you feel about the supporting cast for Jaden Daniels?
I think they built it up well around their expected pick. Now, granted, some of that was prior to the draft, so that's why I said expected pick. And some of that was during the draft. I like it. And another thing I'd like to add is the defensive side of the ball is much better, obviously, at least on paper.
Totally.
So he can afford to make some mistakes. He can afford to take a few chances and not, have it all crumble around him. And then lastly, I think last year there was, granted, they weren't good at all, regardless of how you want to look at it, in my opinion. But there was 3 or 4 wins, maybe 2 or 3 is maybe a more accurate statement, on the table that could have been had. Into halftime with timeouts in your pocket, ending the game and losing with timeouts in your pocket, 4th down calls, et cetera, et cetera. So I think the coaching on the field during the game as well as during the week, preparation, et cetera, is going to be a big boon. I got Dan Quinn. I mean, I know you guys don't talk about wagering a whole lot. That's more the morning show, but I got Dan Quinn at plus 2,000 for Coach of the Year.
20-1 is about where it should be, probably, I'd say. But no, I like those odds. I mean, if you can get a 20-1 ticket on him.
If you somehow get to 9-10 wins, he's got a viable shot at that.
There's a path to that. Someone asked me the other day, do you think there's a better chance they win 10 games or 4 games? And I said, probably a better chance they win 10 games. Like, they signed a bunch of veterans to raise the
winning 4 is hard.
The water level in the pool. Now, I don't know how sustainable it is because a lot of those guys will walk. And I don't think they're going to be that good. I think they'll probably be a 7-ish win team. But if you're saying it goes one way or the other, where they're actually super impressive or they're terrible, I would say it goes the way that they're super impressive. But his point on the defense matters to me. It's another area where you and I have disagreed quite a bit this offseason, whereas you've kind of viewed helping Jaden Daniels as way more linearly, people that are in the huddle with him, that are blocking or catching passes from him, as necessity to be helping him. And I view it more from the 10,000-foot view of, if you're giving up 13 points in a game instead of 22, you've helped your quarterback a lot. If you are keeping a team from scoring, and so you don't have to go out there and be perfect every drive, you've helped your quarterback a lot. And I do think they'll be a lot better on defense because they're going to be way better coached. Way, 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 way better coached. Remember, their secondary last year, Danny, was coached by a guy who was a high school football coach when Jack Del Rio didn't have him on his NFL staffs. Like, that was a real thing.
Oof.
And now you got Joe Witt, a pass game coordinator.
And Quinn's background too there, yeah.
Totally. You have 4 guys who have been secondary coaches or better on this coaching staff, all helping with the secondary compared to a high school coach from a year ago. Now, what do you make, though, of Bucky Brooks saying, with this supporting cast and Cliff Kingsbury, Daniels could be Stroud? 800-636-1067 is the number. We can get to more calls next. Also, our double play, what's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. We're about 20 minutes away from the Blitz and giving away 2 tickets to see Hank Williams Jr.
They're going over 6.5 wins. And you guys know how I feel about Jaden Daniels. I think he's going to be a big-time player. But I also like this roster. And you know, we go back and we look. There's one big concern is the left tackle position. They might be starting a rookie there. That's always concerning. But when you look at this team, there's talent on the outside for him to throw the football. They can run the ball. There's some good backs. Defensively, they have talent. Now like a guy like Forbes needs to step up at corner better than he did a year ago. But I do think they're talented across the board. And they added a bunch of veterans, which I think a lot of these veterans, by the way, if you look at it, they have real ties to the coaching staff. Almost all of them, to some point, have ties to the coaching staff or the front office. But I think those veterans will kind of help the younger guys assimilate into the team, and I think they're going to help Jaden Daniels. I think this is going to be a sneaky good team this year.
That's Pete Prisco of CBS Sports adding to what Bucky Brooks had to say about the Commanders roster. He's liking the group. I don't know that I'm as high on it as he is. They got a lot of guys who came in on one-year deals that were available who are just okay. But okay isn't a 4 or 5 win operation, right?
Right.
Enough okay players, you're a 7-ish win team. Now you're a missed field goal away from 8. You're a blown assignment away from 9.
You're in that bucket, yeah.
And you can kind of see how they could be playing competitive football. We'll give away the Hank Williams Jr. tickets coming up at the top of the hour. Real quickly, let's sneak in a double play driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
This is not a great story here, Jeeps, but it happened. We had a rain out during the week. So all of a sudden, everybody, when the Nats were on the road in Chicago, so we got off early, I was going to go pick up one of my kids at practice. Well, turns out the rain came and knocked off everybody's practice. So all of a sudden, I'm at home with the 2 boys. I was, we never get to do this. Let's go out to a casual dinner. Let's do a little casual dinner on a Tuesday evening, right? So we popped over to a restaurant. The wife was able to meet us. All of a sudden, a fun little hooray family outing, right? For a little while. All I can think about since that dinner, it was fine. Boys were, moderately behaved at the end of the day. A couple scoldings, a couple stop kicking your brother, sit up in the chair. I know you're hungry. We're all hungry. We're waiting for the food. Calm down. The normal misery of being out and about. But for the most part, it was nice. I can't get over this. Somehow it was $225.
What?
That's it. I can't. That's all I can think about. Is all we did was we went, we sat down, we ordered food.
Did you get appetizers?
So I got one. It was a big old fatty. And
What'd you get?
One appetizer, one main dish.
No, but can you tell me or you don't?
It's not important. So my youngest son was like jealous of my older son's order. So we had to get one of those for him too, even though he already had something. So there was a second kid's entree, my appy, my wife's 2 drinks with the alcohol in them. But even still, this is just a regular, 5:15 p.m. sit down. The meal came to $225, and it's all I've been able to think about since. I've told everybody, everyone's like, oh yeah, it's a lot. And then they just kind of go about their day, and I stew in it. I can't stop thinking about that fact. $225?
It's like $17 to go get a value meal somewhere now.
I know.
Crazy.
And that's all we're doing from now on.
Things are expensive. All right. Question for you guys. I want to hit a couple more of these. 800-636-1067. Thoughts on the supporting cast for Jaden Daniels? Will it be good enough to allow him to have the CJ Stroud type season? Stroud elevated his group. We think of those guys all more highly now than we did a year ago. It's funny. It's kind of chicken or the egg how that happens. Let's go to Derek in Waldorf. What's up, Derek?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I don't expect a season.
Your phone's breaking up. Sorry, buddy.
Call back, bud.
Let's go to Tony in Clinton, Maryland. What's up, Tony?
All right, guys, I got a list for you. You ready?
Yes.
All right, so remember, he just mentioned some of the historical seasons for quarterbacks, Baker, Cam Newton, all those guys, right? They were number 1 overall picks. Jane Daniel was the number 2 overall pick. I got names for you before Stroud. Zach Wilson, Mitch Trubisky, Carson Wentz, Marcus Mariota, Robert Griffin, wait a second, Ryan Leaf, and it goes all the way back to Rick Meyer. Those are the number 2 picks at quarterback behind the guy that went before them. It's the reason why C.J. Stroud's season is so celebrated is because it doesn't happen. So for us to have the expectation that Jaden Daniel is going to somehow ditto what happened last year, that's a bar set way too high.
Totally. But to be clear, Tony, I don't think the question is, will he replicate Stroud's season? The point is, Bucky Brooks is saying this guy is going to basically take the organization on a rocket ship into being a top of the conference a year from now. Can you see that or no?
Not next year. I'm in the same agreement as everybody else of you guys with the receiver room and the talent. Like to mention, he lost his credibility when he mentioned Zach Ertz as a guy that's going to help a rookie. I mean, Zach Ertz he could literally be on any roster right now. Nobody's excited to have Zach Ertz.
Right? Yeah, he's not a weapon anymore. But Zach Ertz will help a rookie quarterback more than you'd think because he's seen everything. He can get in his ear. He can get on the sideline.
Be a positive influence,
hey, this
certainly.
is what's happening. But he's not necessarily a weapon or a game breaker. Ron in Richmond, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, guys? First, let me tell you a story. I took a lady out, and we went to a place called Perry's Steakhouse. We had a steak that we split, and then we ordered the entrees. We ordered asparagus and what else? Well, mushrooms. And had a couple drinks. $390.
Yeah.
So
it's like, how did this happen?
Yeah, exactly. When she told me, because I don't see very well in the dark, I said, "How much is it, sweetie?" She said, $390. If I was at the Palm or the Capitol Grill or somewhere, but I'm in Richmond at a place called Perry's Steakhouse.
Perry's.
So
well, I'm still stuck on you guys sharing a steak, if I could say that.
Well, you know what? We weren't it was late at night. It was almost 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. And we would leave in town to go away for the weekend, going down to Wake Forest to another restaurant that I had read about. But anyway, my position is this. If the defense is what it could be, then it would help him because we would get turnovers because of width, and it's going to make the field shorter. So it's going to help, and then it's going to build his confidence. But I'm like with the other guys. I'm not crazy about the receivers we have. I'm not crazy about Terry McLaurin. I'm sorry, but he just doesn't. He doesn't strike fear in me, and of course, I don't have to cover him. But
I'd be terrified if I was out there one-on-one.
$390 bill, a little bit scarier than Terry for you. Terry McLaurin's an outstanding, in my opinion, very solid starting wide receiver. He's not a explosive, dangerous X, right? He's not a top 15, top 10. I think he's just outside, maybe in that 13 to 18 range, probably, if we were ranking all the receivers in the league. But in a perfect offense, Danny, you kick him over to Z to be more of your possession guy, and you've got a X who can kind of take the top off vertically a little bit more in a perfect situation. Here, he's just a really good top receiver choice. Nothing wrong with Terry McLaurin. He's outstanding. But is he scary? Is he CD Lamb? Is he, maybe what Malik Neighbors is going to end up being? No, probably not. Neighbors went in the top 10. Lamb went in the top 15.
Right.
Terry McLaurin went in the third round. I mean, there is a difference probably. And give him credit. He's worked his butt
100%.
off. He's become one of the best in the league. G&D on the Fan. Let's give away those tickets to go see Hank Williams Jr. as we return for the Beltway Blitz next. Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're winning 2 tickets to see Hank Williams Jr. this Saturday, 2 days from now, May 18th. Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale right now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. This is courtesy of Live Nation. Final chance to win this week is tomorrow. So make sure you've got those dialing fingers ready right at 4 o'clock. The G&D show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Moran. They provide legal services, estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com and be sure to mention us when you call them because they'll give you a discount. kmlawyers.com. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We'll break down the NBA playoffs, talk about the Commanders, but we start right now on the diamond. Our guy, Bobby Blanco, MASNsports.com. Bobby, the Nats need a spark offensively. 19 innings without a run, 18 innings, 2 games, back-to-back shutouts against the White Sox, arguably the worst team in baseball. It's gotten ugly offensively here.
Yeah, it's not good. It's, they played the Orioles so well last week, had a chance to sweep them. They played the Red Sox tough up in Boston, winning one of those. They were in the other 2. You come in, I know the rain out, the doubleheader is always tough, but you win that first game. And I guess to lose the next 2 games against the White Sox, yeah, not great on paper. Like you said, the worst team maybe in all of baseball is definitely the American League. But to get shut out the last 2 games was very tough. I know those guys have to be frustrated with that outing. Keibert Ruiz specifically coming up in a big spot and striking out with the bases a little late in the game. So, yeah, I mean, I know this is a tough matchup this weekend in Philadelphia against the Phillies, who have the best record in the major leagues right now. That offense is explosive. But, I wouldn't put it past this team. But we've seen them play the Orioles well. We've seen them play the Rangers tough. We've seen them play the Dodgers tough out in L.A. For whatever reason, it feels like this team could go into Philadelphia and win 2 of 3, and then we'll be like, all right, they're back on track. But the offense has to get going because the pitching has been well, but the offense is struggling right now.
You mentioned Keibert Ruiz. He's hitting 141. He's got a 392 OPS. He is statistically right now, I believe, the worst regular. He's got 90-plus at-bats in Major League Baseball this season offensively. And I know he lost 20 pounds with an illness. He was struggling before that, and he's been chasing his tail since. But they can't send him down because he's out of options. What can they do to try to fix him as they go here this season?
Yeah, Davey has been trying to just play him. The early solution was let's get him at bats. Let's play him as long as we can. He'll get his timing back eventually. You're right. They can't send him down. So he's going to have to figure it out up at the major league level. And yeah, he is. I don't think he qualifies because he missed so much time when he was sick. But of major league players who have taken at least 90 play appearances, he is dead last in OPS with an OPS under 400. So that's not good. I know he has admitted, I give Keibert a lot of credit. He's not hiding from this. He understands he's in a big slump. He understands it's not cutting it out right now. I just think, you can't really bench him right now. I think you can do a thing where we saw Davey at the end of last year where you get him and Riley Adams in the lineup at the same time. We saw him do it in Chicago, I think, for a day where one of them is the DH, one of them is the catcher. You still need him. I know it's bump him down the lineup. I know it's tough at times because he needs to come up clutch, but I think with time, Keibert will get going a bit. He's too far removed from that sickness where that's no longer not an excuse, but a reason to be slumping this much. But I still think, benching him is not going to do any good. Sending him down, obviously, they can't do without some, shifty maneuvering. So you just got to get more at bat. Hopefully he figures that out to play on his own.
Yeah, 3 times they've been shut out in May. I think it's 8 or 9 of their 12 games here in May. They've scored 3 runs or less. Kind of coincides with Luis Garcia cooling off and CJ Abrams cooling off in a major way. That's going to happen. That's Major League Baseball. Guys are going to have ebbs and flows. Eddie Rosario was the worst player in the world in April, and now he can't stop hitting homers. But you kind of notice there's not much depth to this offense. When Abrams isn't going great, all of a sudden you really, really notice it, huh, Bobby?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a great point with CJ and Louis right there because, you can kind of if you track this whole season right now, as those two have gone, this offense has gone. And if they're not going, like you said, they're not going really anywhere. Hopefully some reinforcements are coming. Joey Gallo probably activated off the IL tomorrow in Philadelphia. Hopefully his power starts clicking. He's got his timing. He hit pretty well in AAA. I know he's a veteran in AAA. He should be doing that anyways. But you just hope that his timing is there back after that AC sprain in his shoulder. And then ideally you get Lane Thomas back sooner rather than later. He ran the bases in Chicago, not at full speed, but still progress. That was kind of the last check mark he needed to cross before going on his own minor league assignment. You get those two guys back in the lineup. Hopefully they start producing, get some better pitches for guys like Louis and CJ to see, and maybe they start getting back on track too. So hopefully reinforcements are coming, but they definitely need a spark.
Bobby, thank you. Good info on the Nets.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Have a good weekend.
You got it. You too, bro. Let's talk some hoops. Nick Ashube at MGM tonight joins us now on G&D's Beltway Blitz. We'll get into the Wiz in a moment. They got the number 2 pick in the draft on Sunday in the lottery. Let's start, though, with the playoffs. The series you've enjoyed the most has been?
Probably Nuggets Timberwolves, which unfortunately may close out tonight with the way the Nuggets have been playing. But I thought this would go 7 games when we first knew what the matchup was going to be. I'm less confident in that now just because when we watched Denver put themselves in a position to win 4 straight and, quite frankly, look like the Denver Nuggets that we thought they would be. But a hell of a matchup. But I think the bigger thing, too, if you look at the NBA playoffs, we got a lot of young teams in the Western Conference that are getting playoff experience because I would put the Thunder Mavs series like right below it. So it's like everything's been going on in the West, and we know the West is obviously a lot better. But watching what the Timberwolves were able to do the first 2 games and the Nuggets rebounding the way that they did, it shows you that there's still a reason why they're defending champs.
2 questions here. 1, do you use hair gel or pomade on your hair? And if so, what kind?
No, it's more of like it's a non-shine kind of paste, I think is what it's called. You don't want really the shine anymore. I learned when like lights are on and stuff, it gets a little too shiny. Learn years ago, don't want that.
So it's like a hair cream kind of a thing that you use just for a little bit of hold?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a hold, but it's more of like a, it's like I said, it's more of like it doesn't look like a gel. It's a solid, it's not very shiny though, but it gives you a hold. Very good product. Yeah, I'll send you a link to the product.
Will you
really
please?
Good.
Thank you. Secondly, can either the Pacers or the Knicks, I'm assuming Knicks kind of makes that here, even though they're pretty beat up. Can either one of those teams beat the Celtics?
I mean, the thing with if you look at the Celtics, what happened last night through the first 3.5 quarters was classic Celtics, right? They should close out a Cavs team that's missing 3 of their top players, and yet the Cavs are still hanging on there. So you look and go, yeah, maybe the Knicks could do it because they're tough. They could beat them up. They're not going to back down from anybody. They're well coached. But the Boston Celtics are just a better team on paper. I would say no if you're looking at talent and you're looking at depth, especially if Porzingis comes back for the Celtics because he's going to want to light up the Knicks' former team. But the Celtics just always leave that room for error. Every time we talk about this team, we see what the talent level is. We see how they beat the hell out of teams during the regular season, and yet you still go, but there's still issues there. So I'm going to say no, but there's always room for error with this Celtics team.
15-point win last night for Boston to close out that series. The other of the games yesterday, Mavs 104-92 over the Thunder, so they're up 3-2 in that best of 7. Luka went 31, 11, and 10 in that game. Man, has he been great. Are the Thunder cooked?
I'm not ruling them out simply because Shai Gilgeous-Alexander could take over in the fourth quarter again like he's done. And Kyrie has not shot the ball well the last couple of games. And listen, Luka was great last night, but he has struggled at times in this series with all of the injuries he's dealing with. And he just has not looked like fully himself. But then you watch last night, you go, oh, there's Luka. I mean, throwing full court alley-oops to guys and scoring at will all over the place and not arguing with refs. He decided he wanted to play with joy again, guys. Sometimes in life, people drive you nuts, but if you just show them a little smile, sometimes it works out in your favor. And if he keeps playing like that, it's going to be tough. But that's also, again, that's another series that's been a ton of fun to watch. I'm definitely not ruling out the Thunder yet, but if you get another Luka performance like last night in the next game, it's going to be real tough for Oklahoma City to overcome that.
Nick, when I'm looking at NBA mock drafts, I see a lot of people doing the bit where they go, well, the Wizards need this. They're almost looking at this current roster like it's a thing. And they go, well, Donovan Clingan makes sense because they could use some rim protection. I'm like, maybe that's the right pick. Maybe it's not. But I'm going, I don't really give a, what they are right now. Like Koulibaly is going to be here. It looks like Avdia is going to be here beyond, the trade deadline this coming season. Who's the highest ceiling guy? I don't know that there is one. What should they do at 2? Trade the pick? Just shoot the moon on one of these international guys? Where are you?
I mean, listen, if there's an opportunity to trade this pick and get more first-round picks in future drafts, I take it. But it's not like the NFL where you get as much of that. Like the value, especially on these picks, the number 2 pick, like it's just not very high. Take the best player on the board. This team is so talent depleted, and it's not like they're looking to win anything even next year. So just take the best guy. If you get an offer to trade, maybe trade back and get a pick in next year's draft that isn't really highly protected. You take that. Guys, this is going to be a bad draft. There's a lot of depth in terms of like maybe decent talent that's similar to what you'd get in the top 10 on the back end of the first round. So maybe you look at it from that perspective. But like none of these guys are looked at as franchise-changing talents, just maybe some good players. So it's not really a draft to be overly excited about, unfortunately.
Miss you, Nicholas.
You guys are the best.
See you, buddy.
See you, bud.
Listen to him, BetMGM tonight. How about we wrap things up on the gridiron? Earl Forsey, keeping you up to speed regularly on this platform as our anchor, but right now, moonlighting as the Grant and Danny Beltway Blitz Commanders analyst. And Earl, the schedule is out, my friend. I know you count down to schedule release like I do.
Love it. It's one of the highlights now of what is going to be, a long, hard summer to get through. But to me, free agency draft and schedule release, because only the NFL can get ratings and get, win over any other sport. I said during one of the updates yesterday, it's Stanley Cup playoff season, NBA playoffs are ongoing, baseball season's well underway. But the highlight is a freaking schedule release. And it's true. The NFL, in about a 3-week span, gets great ratings and all the interest in the sports world from one guy reading names, or multiple guys, and men and women, reading names for 3 days, and a release of the order of games to be played that we've known the opponents for months. There's no better sport than the NFL. It keeps our attention that way. It's crazy.
Give me a couple of headlines to jump out to you maybe from the schedule here, Earl.
Okay. A lot of road games early and then a lot of home games before the bye week. So you've got, 4 out of 6 on the road to start the season. Then you've got 5 of 7 after that bye week, and then a month. So I said in one of my tweets, X posts, whatever you want to call those things, survive and thrive is kind of the way I see it. You've got, and Baltimore wraps up the first 6. That's an early season Super Bowl, by the way, October 13th. By then, all the Ravens running backs should be injured, and they'll find out that most of the receivers suck again. So that's an early week 6 Super Bowl. But you get through, even if you win a couple of those games, I mean, if you split, I think you're in great shape. If you were to win 2 or something, okay, because you've got all those home games, and it starts after that with Carolina, Chicago, and the New York Giants. In my opinion, 3 winnable games. That's the middle soft spot of the schedule, 7, 8, 9. If you can pile up some wins there, it may be a decent team. I mean, my theory on this, guys, is they were 4-13 a year ago. I don't think it was that bad a team, but I think we've seen the systematic dismantling very quickly of the roster, that there was a lot of lack of talent there. Certainly wasn't just coaching, okay? But they were 4-13. Coaching change and all this, I think, is worth 2 wins. The talent upgrade from what they had before, I think you can say that may be worth a couple of wins. Now you get to 8, right? And if your quarterback is special and the guy, he may be worth a win or 2. Now where are we with wins possibly? You're in the 9-10 range. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it's possible, because I don't think it was a 4-13 team a year ago. I don't think it was a great team, but I think, especially with
they were basically like 4-5 before the bottom fell out, and the staff just wasn't good. I mean, they didn't do a good job.
I think basically Ron tapped out and quit midway through the season, and the team fell apart too. That's what I'm saying. They were, treading water early, and I think that's why I don't think it's overly optimistic to look at it that way. I think an upgrade in coaches is certainly worth a win or 2. And the talent they've changed to have basically competent players on defense now, especially at linebacker, I think could be worth a win or 2. And then your quarterback. We saw what it was worth last year in Houston. And that's a guy, certainly, if he is as advertised, has a ball hit the ground in Ashburn yet? I don't think so. during rookie minicamp and OTAs. If he's as advertised, he could be worth a win or two on his own, right? And then we get in that range where you could, that final month after the bye week, possibly have a shot. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Sneak one in really quick.
Yeah.
Similar question to Danny's, but is there a matchup that gets the juices flowing for you, like a game that you go, ooh, I kind of like that? Whether it's like for me, for whatever reason, I don't know why. Bengals on Monday night, I'm fired up for. Like, I just think that's fun.
I think that's a big early, and it's to me, I think it's 1 versus 2. I think it's that Chicago game. I'm really interested to see. And that's week 8, midway through the season. You get to find out as fans, don't you? If that number 1 guy is really that much better than the number 2 guy. I mean, isn't that an early career, early season, mid-season measuring stick for both teams? I think it is. You maybe we put too much and we'll put too much on that game. But to me, Grant, that's intriguing. The Burrow, Daniels thing, Cincinnati, those are 2 LSU superstar quarterbacks, right? And the guy that could have been yours 2020 had you lost that one game you probably should have lost. Here's the Burrow thing, though. I don't know if you saw or heard, Darius Butler's on the Pat McAfee show. He said, I guess it was today, that he had the same wrist surgery that Joe Burrow is recovering from. And he said that he's only got 50% use of that wrist.
Yeah, Burrow said he spent the entire offseason with his team, whoever that is, trying to find a quarterback at any level who had dealt with this injury, and they couldn't.
They can't. No, it's more
That's
than
scary.
pitcher injuries. Tommy John. It is because, and I think Burrow's kind of one of those gutsy, I'll do anything it takes kind of guys that he'll be effective either way, but that's going to be a factor, and you get them early in the season. That's one of our few prime times, right? Monday Night Football, and then, of course, Philly. Eagle fans are all, I guess, on Twitter talking about how the Commanders' W looks like a taco holder, and okay, we'll see you later in the season.
In fairness, it kind of looks like a taco holder.
That's exactly what it looks like.
That's fine. Maybe we can beat them with our taco holder helmets.
Burgundy and gold W, okay? Another burgundy and gold W in the books.
Super exciting.
Yeah. We'll see. But I want teams here to win, guys. You're talking about the Wizards, and we have the Caps probably in a rebuild momentarily. And I just want teams to win. I'm too old for waiting for next year or 2 years. I want some teams that can win. Not sure this team will this year, but I think they may have a shot once we get through the summer.
Earl, thank you as always, buddy. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Have a good weekend.
You too, brother. That's our guy, Earl Forsey, on our Beltway Blitz. I got the odds for the Commanders games this season. How many times will they be favored next on G&D? I've got the point spread for every Commanders game this season in front of me. Veason's Tim Murray, buddy of mine from the area, sent this out. How many games do you think the Commanders will be favored to win this year?
So just a cursory glance, looking at the schedule, I wouldn't have said more than 4. So my guess is 3 or 4. I'll say 4.
3 is what I'm looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Favored to beat the Giants in week 2. Favored to beat Carolina, -3 in that game. Favored to beat the Tennessee Titans, -1.5 at Landover, Maryland's stadium to be named later. And that is a early December, right at the start of December game, before the bye week and then the trip to New Orleans. Those are the only 3 games, Danny, they are favored in this season.
Yeah. Now, again, so much will change. If Caleb Williams isn't playing in week 8, when the Bears come to town, or, Dak Prescott's hurt, you get another Ben DiNucci type situation. I mean, stuff changes. But again, the way I think about it is this. This is a bad analogy, but bear with me for a second. In 6th grade, I did a science fair project. I thought it was great, right? I got a decent grade, and I go, I'm going to enter it into like one of the citywide fairs for science projects. Locally, I was very excited about my science project. I entered it. I went in, and the people that were judging it came by for 4 seconds, looked at it and said, thank you. And then they went next door to the kid that built the hovercraft. And then they went down for a guy that had a working volcano. And my little thing about which solutions conduct electricity best didn't look that good anymore, right? So the thing I got like a B+ on wasn't really that special. That's what's going on right here. Locally, we're excited, and we should be. Nationally, they're not that interested. They're hovercrafts. They're volcanoes. There's way cooler stuff. So in other words, nobody's really that excited about our science project yet.
The only reason I thought there would be a little more intrigue in our science fair project, to use your analogy, is there is intrigue in Jaden Daniels. Nationally, he just won the Heisman Trophy.
Mm-hmm.
He was the best player and the biggest star in the number 2 sport in America, which is college football behind the NFL.
Yeah.
And then he was the number 2 pick in the draft. And outside of Caleb Williams, not just because he went second, he might have been the second biggest personality, in the draft, so to speak, in terms of their coverage and the guys that they spent the most time on draft night. And for those reasons, I thought maybe it would be the Jaden Daniels effect, see the Robert Griffin effect.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows this guy. He just won the Heisman. He just had the greatest season that's ever happened in the history of the best football conference in America. And there wasn't as much to that as maybe I anticipated. But I get it otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
This is a pretty boring operation from a national standpoint. Well, let's dive into the schedule and give you some nuggets on each of these games as we go here for the Commanders, Danny. 2 primetime games, week 3, Monday night in Cincinnati, week 11, Thursday night in Philadelphia. No home primetime games, which I like.
I love that. As few primetime games as possible is good for me. But in general, you're right. Just in terms of fans getting to and fro, the artist formerly known as FedEx Field, logistically, that's good. It's easier to not have to do it on a Thursday or a Monday.
I just don't like being exhausted, being up super late, getting home at 1:32 in the morning, and then getting to work the next day. You guys don't have to deal with that this year. A week 1 in Tampa, Raymond James Stadium against the Bucs, 4:25 game. I got my wish. I got a road game and I got a 4:00 window. Lo and behold, I can't believe I got both of those things, especially an East Coast game at 4:25. Washington's playing it in week 1. What did I do to deserve such a wonderful gift? It happened. First time Washington's been at Raymond James Stadium since 2018. They've won 2 straight games in Tampa Bay. First time they've opened with the Bucs since 2004 at home. That was the Clinton Portis 64-yard touchdown. First play of the season in Joe Gibbs' return game.
I was sitting in row 1, seat 1, and I looked at my friend and said, we're going to go win the Super Bowl. Joe Gibbs is back, and one play, and it's a Clinton Portis touchdown. Please and thank you. This used to be pretty commonplace, by the way. Washington, back in the day when I was a wee lad, would play that 4:00 window game all the time. Now, even though it's 2 East Coast teams. So that's a big deal. Tampa Bay, defensively with Todd Bowles, might pose a nice little challenge here for the rookie quarterback, but that is a game against a team that's probably not a juggernaut.
Week 2, 1:00 kick at home against the New York Giants. This will be Jaden Daniels' home debut in the DMV. This is the only 1:00 home game in the first 4 games of the season. So a lot of opportunity to sit on our couches and watch 1:00 NFL Red Zone, 8 game at a time or more football Only note I've got here from what the team sent out that I thought was interesting. The Commanders have lost 2 straight at home to the Giants, which is odd considering the Giants have not been that good.
Yeah, they've lost a whole bunch to the Giants, frankly. Doesn't matter who's been at quarterback. They have struggled to play well against that Giants team for some time now.
Week 3, Monday Night Football. My mom's birthday, Danny.
Here we
September
go.
23rd, 8:15 East time kick on Monday Night Football in Cincinnati against the Bengals. 5-5-1 all time against Cincinnati. 1-3-1 on the road. So the series hasn't gone very well. Washington has not played there. Do you know when the last time they went to Cincinnati was?
No.
2008.
Because the last time they played Cincinnati was in London.
That was supposed to have
right?
been
They would have been
Cincy
over
game.
there. Yeah.
That's why it's been 16 years. First ever Monday Night Football game between the two teams on Monday night. Danny, the Commanders, 7-23 all time. They have won back-to-back Monday Night Football games, though, to
They're on
get to
fire.
7-23, including that Taylor Heineke took a knee, got a flag call because he got hit right before he was about to get tackled. 32-21 win over the Eagles a couple of years ago.
This is a Bengals team that when Joe Burrow is healthy, now we talked about it briefly with Earl Forsey not too long ago, will he ever be Joe Burrow again? I don't know. This is a group that lost the Super Bowl 2 years ago and lost the conference championship game in 2022. And despite being completely, underwater at quarterback, both with Burrow injured for much of the season, they were still a 9-8 team last year with just a tiny little point differential to the negative. So this is a group that could be formidable and does have Super Bowl designs.
Week 4 at Arizona. This is against Arizona out west. First trip there since the 2020 pandemic season. Again, 4:00 window. So another great football watching day.
Remember, that was the game where Ron Rivera stopped trying to win, stopped taking timeouts, and that was the beginning of that era. We didn't really know what the hell was going on. And that was the first sign that this may have been a little bit weird.
Week 5, 1:00 Sunday at home, Cleveland Browns. Browns have been a bit of a bugaboo. 5-17-1 at home against Cleveland over the Washington history. 12-35-1 overall. They've lost 2 straight, including the Carson Wentz 3-interception fiasco last time the Browns came.
Who could forget? Last year, Cleveland, again, was really, really good. Full, complete team. What they get at quarterback is going to be the mystery.
Week 6, they are in Baltimore. This is about as easy a road trip as you're going to have. Third ever trip to Baltimore. First time playing there since 2016. The two teams head-to-head. Washington 1-1. Downtown Charm City 3-4 overall.
The Ravens were the best team wire to wire in the regular season last year. That, of course, didn't get them anything other than lost just like everybody else did to the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC title game. But that is a group that's poised, with the addition of Derrick Henry, by the way, to run over people.
Week 7, Carolina Panthers coming to town. Washington is 6-3 all time against Carolina. First time hosting the Panthers since the end of the 2020 pandemic year. That was the first time we saw Taylor Heineke play in a game.
This is the Dave Canales led Carolina Panthers, please and thank you. They now have the worst owner in the sport, probably. Their organization's a bit of a gong show. I don't have a great feel for them this year. I don't feel like they're going to be pretty good, though. Any good, rather.
Wait. You don't feel like?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a
I
great...
thought you just said they were going to be good, and I'm like, wait a second.
No, I stumbled over
They're
myself.
going to stink.
I think they're going to stink. Like,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're going to stink, but we always think that about teams, then sometimes they sneak up on you. I don't feel like they're sneaking anybody.
Bryce Young was so bad last year.
Terrible.
I hope he gets better quick because I liked him coming out. Week 8, Chicago Bears. This is one of my favorite games on the slate. Pick number 1, Caleb Williams. Pick number 2, Jaden Daniels. Last 2 Heisman Trophy winners. Third consecutive seasons Washington is playing the Bears. This one somehow wasn't on Thursday Night Football. 12-12-1 at home, 23-22-1 overall against the Bears lifetime.
They have transformed themselves in a couple of years, and it took a lot of pain to do that. It took a lot of struggle to do that, a lot of trading away current picks for future ones. This is a group now poised for a breakout.
Week 9 at the New York Giants, 30-57-3 at the Meadowlands. For whatever reason, it doesn't matter if the Giants are good or not. Washington just does not play well in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Last year, they went there, and a terrible Giants team held them to 7 points and sacked Sam Howell 83 times.
That was the worst game of the
terrible
year.
That game was?
Yep.
That was the game when I decided, like right then and there, Eric Bieniemy is not good at this. It was that game. We just didn't have a plan. Week 10, hosting the Steelers for the first time since the opener in 2016. I'm pretty sure Antonio Brown scored 2 touchdowns, like picked on Bashaud Breeland, if I remember, in that game. I don't think that was Josh Norman yet. 2-game losing streak against the Steelers at home.
Steelers, always well coached, always tough. always anemic on offense. Maybe it's different this year with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields? Question mark. I don't really believe it, but maybe.
Week 11, they go to Philly. This is prime time, Thursday night football. 15th time they've ever played the Eagles on prime time. Want to guess what their record is in those 14 games?
0-14?
5-9.
Oh.
All time against the Eagles under the lights.
That's better than I
They
thought.
beat them, you'll remember, in Week 10 on Monday Night Football. I referenced earlier the Heineke Monday night game. Eagles were 8-0 going into that game, by the way.
That's right. That was the win of the Rivera era, probably, right? Either that one or the Steelers game. The Eagles last year fell apart. We all know that. Everybody's written them off, I think, incorrectly so, by the way. That's just my little, not a sermon, just a thought bit about the Philadelphia Eagles.
Danny Solomon. Lon Rouillet.
Lon Rouillet over here.
You ever met Lon Rouillet?
Never in person, no.
Danny Solomon? That'd be kind of cool. Week 12 against the Dallas Cowboys. 30-35 at home against Dallas. Earliest game, the Cowboys against the Commanders since 2020. First trip, or earliest trip in the season that they've made to DC in 4 years, because generally it happens later in the season.
That's wild. And it's week 12.
I know.
You know, that's crazy. That's like a Big Ten game. It's like Michigan, Ohio State. They can't play until December. That's weird.
I like this game because it doesn't happen very often. Week 13, Tennessee Titans, 15th game all time between the two. Washington's lost a couple in a row to the Titans, 4-4 at home against them. Last trip for the Titans to DC was actually in 2022. That was the Carson Wentz, like at the goal line game where he threw the pick.
He actually played well that game.
They were also in the district in 2014 and 2018.
This is a Brian Callahan production here, Callahan Auto Parts. They're trying to remake themselves a little bit after being a Mike Vrabel ground and pound, play some good defense type team, modernizing. I don't know how good they're going to be this year. My guess is not very.
I want to talk about this next. Bye week, everyone seems bothered by. Week 14, third straight year, first time in team history. They've had the same bye week 3 years in a row. I don't really mind that bye week. I want you to hold your thoughts because I actually want to come back to this and take some calls on it in a couple of minutes. So we're going to circle back there. Week 15, Danny, at New Orleans. First trip to the Big Easy since 2018. We were there.
Yeah.
We went to Brennan's. We ate our weight in gold. And then Drew Brees broke a passing record and had like 14 kids all celebrating the victory with him.
Alex Smith threw this first pass high to Adrian Peterson, got him blown up. We're going,
that's right.
This afternoon's going to be a long one. And
that was a Monday night debacle.
Yeah.
2-game losing streak at the Superdome. Washington will look to end 9-5 on the road all time against New Orleans. Week 16, Eagles at the artist formerly known as FedEx, where the Commanders have lost 3 straight to the Eagles. Latest Eagles trip to Washington since 2021, 3 weeks to go in the season.
This will be a huge game for Philadelphia, in my opinion, again, to try to decide the division.
Week 17, against the Atlanta Falcons, Kirk Cousins makes his return. 4th straight year playing the Falcons. They play them all the time now. Beat them 24-16 week 6 last year. That was when Desmond Ridder threw 3 interceptions. They are all-time 10-4 at home against Atlanta. That's the Eric Bickle, like, I just know it's going to happen because they always beat the Falcons thing. They beat Atlanta at home for whatever reason.
Yeah, whether it's Deron Payne's pinky on Marcus Mariota a couple of years ago that led to an interception or whatever. But yeah, that's the Leo quarterback I used to play for that team, me, Marcus and some guy named Kirk.
And then the final game of the season at Dallas, 3rd time 5 years, they will close the season with the Cowboys. Going to Dallas does not often go well for these boys.
Those are
17-43-2 all time.
That's a terrible number that you just said out loud. Ew.
Rivalry, though.
Yeah, that stings. The nostrils. I wonder if Dallas will need that one. That's the only point.
I wonder if Washington will need that one. How do you guys feel about the bye week? I heard today, just listening to B. Mitch and Finley, seems like a lot of people are annoyed and bothered by it.
I think everyone's upset.
I'm not that upset about it. Make the case for me why it's such a big deal. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Here's my argument against the late bye week being so devastating. When coupled with playing 3 winnable games in your first 4, which I think Washington is, the Giants stink. The Cardinals are not good. The Bucs made the playoffs last year. I think they're average. They won a terrible division. They're very much beatable. Their coach almost got fired at the end of the season. Like, if they didn't make the playoffs, Todd Bowles would have been fired. They're not some juggernaut. You could win 2 out of the first 4, 3 out of the first 4 potentially. If you get off to a fast start, Danny, the way the schedule breaks down with the Thursday night game against the Eagles, I view that as a mini bye. So you get that weekend off and a week and a half to rest up. You basically have 2 bye weeks in the last 6 weeks of the season. When would you rather get your rest? A month into the year? Or for that final stretch when everyone's banged up and bruised and not at 100%? I would rather have, say, a week 13, week 14 bye than a week 4, week 5 bye. Obviously, traditionally, you'd like it smack dab in the middle of the season. And if you could really plan it out, you'd want like a Thursday game week 4, a Thursday game week 12 or like Thanksgiving or whatever, and then a week 7 bye or something. But while perfect and ideal, that's just not how it's going to work. So I just don't view the late bye as nearly as detrimental as everybody else.
Everyone's bothered by it, and I tried to figure out why. I guess maybe because it looks odd. It looks unbalanced, I think, is my best guess, because it looks strange because there's so many games before the bye and then so few after.
You mean like when you actually look at a schedule, like game, bye.
Yeah.
Game.
Yeah, I think maybe that's it, because to me, this is the most intuitive thing in the world. Poorly drawn analogy, because I'm sure a marathon runner will go like, actually, you stiffen up if you rest. But if you're running 26.2 miles, I would not like my rest stop to come at the 4-mile mark. I don't want my rest stop at 2 or even at 7. Around 21, 22, I'm going to be sucking wind and everything's going to hurt. If I get to lay down and rehydrate with my IV, that's when I'm taking it. So these guys are going through hell in terms of getting their bodies ready. That's the time that you'd want that premium rest.
Again, would I prefer the Thursday game to be maybe in late October, early November? Yes. It's only 3 weeks before the bye, essentially. That would have been ideal. But basically, the stretch of the season, I think about, with Tom Brady, Bill Belichick, what they say in the documentary on Apple is like the season started for us every year around Thanksgiving. That's about when the Commanders have their 2 byes after that. Like that ramp up period. I'm not telling you it's going to be easy. And it all really, I guess, talking about it now is irrelevant, because where do the injuries come in? What week is it where you're down to your 3rd left tackle or, something like that? Right. That's when you want your bye. But just typically, the schedule came out and it was a big, like, throw your arms in the air. Again, they did this. Again, Washington's got a bye week in week 14. How dare them? I'm fine with it. I yes, please. Thank you. Now, next time, give me a Thursday game on October 27th. Let's go to Aiden in Alexandria on the Fan. What's up, Aiden?
Hey, what's up, Grant and Danny?
Hey, buddy.
I actually think I'm kind of in minority here. I really like having that late bye for the exact reasons you guys said. Just making sure our guys are fresh at the end of the year, especially as injuries kind of stack up as the season goes on. So I'm pretty happy that the fact that like our guys get that extra week of rest so late in the year.
Let's go to Matt in Fredericksburg. Wants to hop in on this. Matt, you bothered by the late bye week for a 3rd straight year? First time ever for the team. They've had the same week as the bye week for 3 straight seasons.
Hey guys, I don't think I'm really bothered by it, like in terms of the 3rd in a row, but I think, I've never really heard a player say that a later bye week is better. It comes down to fatigue. And they're advocating if we're going to keep expanding the amount of games that the NFL is going to play, then that they would need a 2nd bye. But real quick, another point I think that plays into it in terms of fatigue and wear on the players. I don't know if you guys saw, but the Commanders have the lowest travel miles out of all of the teams.
Yeah, we talked about this in the first segment.
Yep,
actually.
we did see that, and it's my favorite. No worries. It's my favorite part about the schedule is that element of it, right? Where think about if you're a Seattle team that's got to go east a bunch of times or San Francisco, otherwise they go to the Western time zone one time at Arizona, and that's early on in the season. Everything else is either puddle jump, plane trip. Dallas is probably their furthest flight away from home.
They change time zones half as much as the Chargers will this year.
Yeah, there you go.
They fly 10,550 miles. the lowest of 32 teams. The Chargers, who travel the most, which makes sense because they're out west coming east a bunch and presumably have an international game. 26,803 miles traveled, almost 3x. I mean, there are a total of 5 teams that are traveling 25,000 miles this year. Washington's not even traveling close to 11,000. So, yeah, that is, I think, of the benefits that they have, and this was known before the schedule came out because we knew where the games were going to be, just not when they'd be played. But the travel schedule, they cannot complain. I mean,
no.
This is one of the rare years, and you pay the piper because you play everyone. There's going to be a year where you're traveling an S-ton.
Yeah, next year they'll have 9 road games, and I'm sure they'll have like 3 straight at one point off a short day's rest.
I think it has to do with the division you're playing too, right? Like, typically they don't let you play the NFC West and the AFC West the same season, as an example. But when you're playing one of those divisions with all the teams out west, you're going to travel. It just so happens for them, they don't have to worry about that this year. Andy's in Pennsylvania. What's up, Andy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Really enjoy your show. Earlier, you all were talking about the outrageous price that you spent with your family out to dinner.
Yes.
And I'm in the restaurant. I'm in the restaurant business. I just wanted to explain a little bit. It's a sacrifice between quality and maybe shrinking or not having the quality of your meal. And so from commodities to distribution to storage and then to labor costs these days, we jumped in labor cost from $7.25 an hour to $14-15 an hour. California is costing $20 for minimum wage. And so it's a shame. And I've got 3 kids in college, and I understand, but you either have to sacrifice quality, service, and cleanliness in your restaurant, or just go ahead and shrink your items, lessen your staff, and not clean your restaurant. And so
and just do that. Yeah.
That's
and
not
then
an
good luck.
option. Yeah. I mean, things cost a lot of money right now. It doesn't matter what it is. Man.
Totally a thing, man.
Gas, milk, just name something. It costs money. A lot of it.
Just a casual little family dinner. And my wife and I went like 5-star, folded napkin every time you come back from the bathroom. I get that.
That's the one that's stunning is when you sit down, you have a very normal meal. Just at a normal, nondescript restaurant, and they bring you the bill. You go, what?
I can't get over it.
The Nats with the rain out, I had the doubleheader the other day. So you and I weren't on until late. So I knew I didn't have to be here a couple hours later. So I took my little guy to lunch. My daughter was at school. So I said, hey, me and you don't get to do much. Let's go just daddy time, right? With you and him. So we went over to Glory Days Grill and we crushed it. Like, we had such a great meal. That's the play.
Yeah.
Is go to a place, where you're going to get good food, where it's consistent, where you love it. He got his little shark attack. We had a blast. But if we picked a lot of restaurants, just me and him, I would have gone and sat there and gotten a bill for $68 and gone, the heck was I
What
thinking?
did I do? How did I do it?
But yeah, man, you got to have your go-tos that you can hit up and feel good about not having to take out a loan. I appreciate the call, though, and the insight on your field. G&D, we got Sean Merriman on the show in about an hour, right at 5:45 today, talking about what the schedule release was like as a player. Also, how the Commanders can try to get some pass rush from the edge position, which is not all that well put together. You're listening to The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The show is sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murad. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com and be sure to mention us. You'll get a discount if you do. kmlawyers.com. Last chance for you to win tickets to Hank Williams Jr. is going to be tomorrow at 4 o'clock. No more chances for the rest of the day, so make sure you're listening at that time. We've got Sean Merriman on the show in about 40 minutes, right at 5:45. Former Terp, former excellent edge pass rusher as well. Two things I want to cover with him. First, as a player, when the schedule came out, how big of a deal was it, or did you care? Like, I saw a couple guys were asked about this at the podium during OTAs, and they're like, I'm not really that interested in when we play these teams. I got to play them in either way. But I did see, like, Kirk Cousins mentioned, like, my wife's going to take our kids to every single game this year. That's what he referenced.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, like, she wants to know for planning purposes, so she's excited.
Makes a lot of sense.
And I'm sure there's some of that with families and stuff. Like, I think you probably care some. But as a player, is it really a needle-moving day? I want to ask Merriman about that. Also, Washington's going to be able to rush the quarterback from the interior. I don't know if they're going to be able to rush the quarterback off the edge. Can you be a really good pass rushing team if that's the case? That's something I want to ask.
Yeah. And his experience, too, in a slightly different era. I mean, I know we're still in this, the forward pass is king era, but at the beginning, there were different kinds of offenses that felt more often. And he still was among the league leaders in sacks. I want to know what he thinks about kind of modern pass rush and sort of the quick throws and some of those things. Plus, also, how do you scheme it up? Like, if you looking at this Washington defense, for example, right, where you go, their strength, as you mentioned, is in the interior. Your best outside pass rusher. Are you trying to go, let me get him one-on-one? Or am I trying to get John Allen one-on-ones or Deron Payne one-on-ones? Like, how do you structure that as defensive coordinator?
I gave Tom Brady a lot of credit for how well he handled the roast. He got obliterated on Netflix a couple of weekends ago now, and he just sat there and wore it. And even the one time when he got up and took issue with something being said publicly with Jeff Ross, I thought he was joking. Now, some have alleged that he wasn't, that was literally his way of kind of letting everyone know, I told you not to talk about Robert Kraft. Don't talk about Robert Kraft. Not sure which way I lean on that now, but it doesn't matter. I thought he handled himself well.
Yes.
He took it for 3 hours in a way that most people can't. Tom Brady has come out now and said he regrets doing the roast, that he actually wouldn't do it if he had it to do over again, because basically the jokes were too awful.
Did he really say that?
Toward his family. This was Tom Brady on The Pivot, which is a podcast.
I loved when the jokes were about me. I thought they were so fun. I didn't like the way that it affected my kids. So it's the hardest part about, like, the bittersweet aspect of when you do something that you think is one way and then all of a sudden you realize I wouldn't do that again because of the way that it affected actually the people that I care about the most in the world. When I was going through all the Deflategate stuff in 2015, 2016, I watched 3 things on TV. I watched Premier League soccer, I watched golf, and I watched comedy shows. Because every time I turn on sports, I was like, are you kidding me?
Right.
So it's like, I just want to laugh. It's a good lesson. Like, for me as a parent, I'm going to be a better parent as I go forward because of it. Like, if we're not laughing about things, we're crying.
He wouldn't do it, and he didn't like how it turned out because of his kids. I think I can relate to this pretty well, but I guess my question would be, what was his expectation? Because I'm assuming he got paid a ton of money. Like, I don't know if it was millions, but maybe millions.
I thought I saw that it was, yeah.
He's also a producer now on this series. This Greatest Roast Ever series is going to be around, led by him and Kevin Hart, where they're going to have other guys like Charles Barkley or whoever's willing to do it sit there and wear it, and he's going to benefit financially in that regard as well. So there was a reason to do it beyond just attention dollars and beyond him just wanting to get beat up for 3 hours, right? I mean, he got some money out of it, presumably. But if he was to say, and he didn't really get into this that I heard listening back to the interview as much as I could yesterday. If his point was, I didn't think they were going to talk about my ex-wife. I didn't think they were going to talk about me walking out on my, Bridget Moynihan. I thought kind of families were off limits. Okay, maybe. But have you ever watched one of these things? I mean, it's really vulgar. It's like the joke that makes people the most uncomfortable is the one that's best in these settings. So I guess I would want to know more about what his expectation was.
I also, one of my favorite comedians is a guy named Ricky Gervais. If you haven't heard of him, welcome to planet Earth, by the way. But he had a great line years ago. People conflate the subject of the joke for the target of the joke. Nobody made fun of his kids. Not one time. That never happened. If it had, as far as I know, maybe I missed a line here or there. But if they had, I'd go, yeah, that's probably out of bounds. It's not about them. It's about him, right? Like one of Nikki Glazer's jokes that I thought was brilliant, so perfect, just excellently done. Was she's like, you guys don't even know that TB12 method for the diet. It's so strict. It's so strict. You can't do anything. Like if you follow it really closely, you could lose your entire family. Like I thought that was brilliant. Just so brilliantly constructed, right? And again, that's not a joke about his kids. It's a joke about Tom Brady and the relationship that went south. You know what I mean?
Yes, but I think that's what he meant was when I'm the target of the jokes, it's fine. Like in his mind, I think that was a joke about his family.
Right, which is wrong. It's about him.
Right.
And it's all about him. And he's at the center of it. Yeah, it's ripe for fodder with all due respect. You walked out on your pregnant fiance or girlfriend or whatever it was that time. It might come up. That's what everybody talks about, when you're not in the room, dude.
Yeah.
Like, so I'm with you on what you think the expectation was.
How about this, though?
Yeah.
My thinking is maybe he didn't think they would go as hard at Giselle as they did for the allegations of cheating. She's come out, remember, right after the roast, said it was like disgusting and it was terrible and she can't believe he did it and all this stuff. And maybe she read him the right act. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But
fine.
Here's my point. If you these are kids, they're not college age or anything. They're younger than that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have to go through a divorce. Like my parents are still together, steamrolling toward 40 years, which is awesome. But even if your mom or dad did wrong, you don't want to hear people bashing them for it. Maybe his point was there was so much Giselle shrapnel that's I'm mad at her, but that's the mom of my kids and they're devastated and they hated hearing it. My rebuttal to that would again be, you didn't think that was going to come up? Like you were famously benefiting from that relationship publicly for years and years and years, and you guys split up, and now it's come out recently why you split up. It might come up, man. But I just think if I had to guess, and I don't know anything, obviously, his kids were devastated hearing the jokes and what's being said about the mom and their relationship. And he's like, I made my kid sad. I shouldn't have done that. Which I respect. Fine. I mean, people are like annoyed that he said this. I have no problem with it. My point is, why'd you do it? You should have known your kids were going to be sad. Like either you care about them getting sad or you do it, but you can't have both. But I do think it's pretty reasonable way to react as a dad where you go, oh, my kids were really upset. I shouldn't have done it.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm a jerk. I have zero sympathy in that regard. Like to me, the sad thing was that you guys split up. You guys did the thing. The damage is done. Someone going, look at that. That's not as bad as that. Me saying, look at that.
But you wouldn't want to hear people making jokes about your mom like they made about Giselle in front of tens of millions of people.
Sure. Then I might not have signed up for a roast then.
No. But the kid didn't. That's my point.
Well, if
he didn't sign up for a roast.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's one of those things where you have every opportunity to say no if you're Tom Brady. So I don't have much sympathy. When you step into the arena,
sympathy for the kids.
Well, yeah, of course. As children that have gone through something they didn't volunteer for. I'm not even talking about the roast.
No, that's what I'm talking about. But the roast as well. I have sympathy for them hearing the jokes. I guess you can't when you have a teenage kid. You're not. Hey, don't watch this. How's that work out?
Mm-hmm.
Like they're probably gonna figure it out and hear about it at school and get a million texts and everything they're scrolling for 2 days is nothing but jokes about their mom.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know.
Maybe he just shouldn't have done it because you've got kids that are going to see all the jokes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't, one of the things I pride myself on is I don't care about people's love lives at all. So when people are like, oh, did you see the latest with Tom and Giselle? My answer is no, I never did. So I don't know if she cheated or didn't cheat, or I don't know if she went with the pool boy or the jiu-jitsu instructor or the karate guy. I have no idea. I don't care.
After that roast what the allegation is.
Yeah. So again, I've never cared. So I don't know the specifics. So I'm talking out of my tuchus here. So I don't know who did wrong or who the bad party was or who the aggressor was or the aggrieved or who feels slighted or whatever. I do know that it was the roast of Tom Brady. And when you do everything public like that for a long enough time, there's going to be some fodder. At no point did anybody make fun of a kid. That's the part that I
understand.
Kind of can't, because nobody did that.
Okay, well, what about Giselle?
Yeah. That to me, that's fair game. Because again, it's as it pertains to him, where it's like, she left you for the jiu-jitsu guy. Like the Kevin Hart's joke about like it's all the all-time terrible ideas. Like, hey, you should try jiu-jitsu. Like, brilliant. Like so good. That's not about her as much as it is about, hey, you got left by this person, right?
So not everyone's buying that Brady didn't know what was coming, because that's kind of his allegation, right? Like, I had no idea it was going to be quite like that. Nikki Glazer was on Barstool's KFC radio. She might have had the best set of the night.
Oh, yeah.
And
She's great at this.
This is what she had to say about that suggestion that maybe he was like blindsided.
I think there was a part of
I mean,
Tom.
that was rough.
It was insane.
That was
he
pretty
did
rough.
It was awesome that he did it.
Yeah,
I don't
like,
know
it's
if
very
in
cool.
hindsight if he would have done it, knowing what he
Yeah.
knows now. Because I think that there's some part of people, even in me, where I'm like, they're not going to make fun of this one thing. Like, I know what the line is, but they won't go there because I don't even know if they know that's my line. I don't think he knew we were going to say he lost his family
Like
and stuff
50
like that.
times in a row.
Yeah. I don't think
that's one of those things where you're like,
that sucks to hear.
I've been in a locker room. I've been with the guys. I have thick skin. I can take it.
He was ready,
And
but
then
not.
Kevin Hart kind of sets the tone right away where it's like, we're going to demolish your family decisions. And I wonder if a part of him was like, you know, he kept a good face on probably because he can't move it anymore.
Yeah.
But
He
like,
chose a good face for the day.
the one he took out of
He
the
picked
closet
out-
and
yeah.
put on. But I
Truly.
wonder if a part of him on the inside was like, oh, I did not think about this at all. Like,
Yeah.
I did not think this through at all.
I
They're
think
gonna do this
so.
all night long.
But if that's like you can't go into these thinking that you're going to be different than anyone else that's been roasted, and there's too much
Yeah.
footage out there of roasts where I can't really feel sorry for these people that sign up for it.
I think that last part is kind of what I was getting at. Do a little research. Watch one of these roasts. The ones that I remember from being probably older than a teenager, but I remember like a James Franco roast. On
That's
Comedy
the best one
Central.
ever, by the way.
I think it was. This one actually was my favorite one ever, to be honest with you. But before that, James Franco. There was one other one that I'm struggling with now to remember.
Justin Bieber, Bob Saget, Bruce Willis.
Bob Saget was a really, really good roast.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, these are people that are in the game a little bit.
Yes.
Right? They get it. But if you're Tom Brady, watch a Jeff Ross set or a Nikki Glazer set or anything like that on, like, dude, you chose to, why did you do this to yourself? It is kind of like there's a boiling pot of water. You walk up, you pour the boiling pot of water on your chest and you go,
this is hot.
Ah, it burns. And like, I kind of feel bad. Like, no one made you do that, man. Why did you do that? You didn't have to do that.
But it goes to this sort of I think Nikki was touching on in that clip. It goes to this kind of pathology of I'm invincible. I'm the greatest of all time. Everything I do, I'm the greatest at. I'm the #1 broadcaster without ever having broadcast before. I've got $400 million waiting for me. The instant I'm like, yep, those Cowboys sure want to pass that ball down that play. Go Dak Prescott or whatever. Right? He's handed everything at the stage. Right? Everything everybody kisses is kisses the ring. He just believes he's above it. And it's going to be like, well, you cheated that time. Did you deflate the football, buddy? No. These are pros who've been waiting to knock you down a peg for as the golden boy of the NFL in the sporting world, and having everybody scream at you if you suggest he's not the greatest of all time for like a microsecond. He's been in half the Super Bowl since the year 2000. Yes, they're gonna come with axes, bro. Zero sympathy from me at all, and 0.0 sympathy from me for Giselle as a side. Also,
I would double click on that, but I'm just gonna leave that off.
I'm just
to the
saying, no
side.
sympathy. You're not a victim. Everyone's fine.
I think everybody's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I hope the kids weren't too embarrassed.
Right.
That stinks for them.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe your dad shouldn't have done the roast. It's kind of where I'm at on that. You did a roast, man.
Yeah.
They brought in all the big guns.
Uh-huh.
Kevin Hart hosted the damn thing.
Yeah.
You knew what you were doing, buddy. There were probably some meetings along the way. You could have backed out here and there before they started promoting the thing. I wonder how much he got paid for it. That's really what I want to know. What do you think he got paid?
I thought I saw somewhere $25 million.
No.
I don't know
come
if that's true or not.
on. If he got paid $25 million, I'll eat my phone. That's a lot of money.
It certainly is.
I was thinking, did he make $1 million? So you think it's well over that?
I don't know where I saw that number. I was looking for it while you were talking. I don't know the answer, but that's the number that's in my
what's your
brain.
guess at what you think he would have made?
Yeah, millions of dollars. Many millions.
I mean, come on. Let's take the kids on a nice vacay. We'll go. We'll play some board games and put our phones away for a couple of weeks. Sean Merriman at 5:45. Some changes coming to the Monday Night Football broadcast crew, and they are very DC related. You're listening to G&D. with the schedule coming out last night, all the various networks were unveiling some of their plans for broadcast this season. And Monday Night Football came out with their new group. Robert Griffin's out on Monday Night Countdown at ESPN, which is really surprising to me. Jason Kelsey is in. I kind of viewed Griffin as like a rising superstar with ESPN, but he does have a lot of different roles, and I'm sure he's very busy. He does color commentating on college football, and he has a lot of success in the booth, it seems like. He's pretty popular, gets some marquee matchups, and a lot of people talk about his calls because they're unique and different, and he's I would say kind of like 1990 Sports Center, if you would. Like,
yeah, that's a good way to put it.
And this sounds like a knock. I don't mean it that way. I enjoy watching him, but it can be a little bit cheesy, like he's doing analogies and metaphors and, working in pop culture. But my point is a lot of the stuff goes viral and it's clipped and you see it all over social media. And I actually think he's really, really good at the game broadcast stuff, which maybe is the forte moving forward. I'm not sure. He's obviously in studio a lot. But he was one of their main contributors on Monday Night Countdown. They're taking him off the set, and they're replacing him with Jason Kelsey, recently retired Philadelphia Eagle. So first things first on Griffin. Surprised by that? Because doesn't it seem like all signs were pointing to him being kind of one of the next huge stars at ESPN?
I thought so.
Maybe he still will be, but if that was the case, why take him off Monday Night Countdown?
Yeah, I wonder if they've got like a larger college football role for him coming down the pike, or maybe maybe a game day seat. I don't know what I don't know here.
So what are their most popular shows where you would want to showcase somebody? I would say in his role, game day is number one.
Mm-hmm.
There's no spot for him there, right? I mean, McAfee is going to basically replace
Corso, basically.
Corso.
Yeah.
He's already on the set right now. And then Herbie's not going anywhere, and you've kind of got your crew with Desmond Howard. Pollock's long gone. So
Yeah.
I think they've kind of made their changes. What's number two? Would be Monday Night Countdown
Monday
or
Night
something
Countdown,
else?
probably. Right? I'm thinking out loud here. Maybe it's Inside the NFL show that gets clipped a lot. That's the Orlovsky, Mina
that Sunday
Kimes,
one?
Marcus Spears.
Yeah. Maybe he could do Inside the NFL.
Mhm.
Rex Ryan's on there. I don't know. I was surprised by that.
Yeah, me
'cause
too.
It seemed like he was getting a lot of love.
I really like him as a studio guy. I don't love him as much on NFL games. On the rare times he's kind of been.
I've never seen
there.
him do an NFL game.
Well, not in terms of color on NFL games, but just on those kind of sets. I like him as like a
Okay, so
a
you
guy
like
that's,
him like on Get Up with Mike Greenberg.
yeah, in studio, a little bit longer form, debating stuff. I've enjoyed him much more as a studio guy, which I think he's really talented and funny and charismatic, and that shines through a little bit better than some of the quick bursts. But yeah, it's interesting. Like where it's a funny problem to have kind of a glut of talent all of a sudden at ESPN.
What about Jason Kelsey? Jason Kelsey, it feels to me like there was a time last year where a lot of that was getting shoved at me. And I get, it's just a little too much. It's like, look, he's funny. He doesn't have a shirt on. Look,
Mhm.
he's got a beard. Look,
He's drinking a beer.
he's got a wrestling mask. Look, he has alcohol too. He likes it.
Mama Kelsey has to make a lot of food
Yeah.
for her boys.
Also, he's got a mom, and you have to
Mhm.
know her too. And his brother dates Taylor Swift. Have you heard? So it got to be a lot.
Yep.
I actually think when I peel all that back and I just listen to Jason Kelsey talk about football, I think he's phenomenal. How much have you actually heard him
A lot.
talk ball?
He is sharp.
He was on a broadcast as a guest third mic for a little while that Amazon Prime did. I want to say it was the Al Michaels, Herb Street Low Energy Shabingus. And they had Jason Kelsey sit in on that, and he completely brought energy and life to the thing. Like, I think he could do it every once and he could be a star. I guess my advice, not that he's asking me, he's more successful than I am, would be you don't have to turn it up to 15. Like you don't have to try
change
to be
speeds a little bit.
Pat McAfee, right? And even with Griff, with Robert, who again, he's done an amazing job. His career is incredible, and he's going to continue to be a star. But like he's jumping off of the boat into the water like McAfee did. Like you don't have to do that. Just make really good football points. And I hope that's the route Jason Kelsey goes. Don't be a wrestler cutting promos. You don't have to have their funny facial hair. You don't have to do the Ryan Fitzpatrick wacky where you're sitting
Mhm.
there with your chest hair out and everyone goes, look at his chest hair. You're smart, man. You can make good points. Just do that.
And I think the fact that you're entertaining will come through. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're naturally entertained.
You don't have to try. Don't be, as my kids have called me many times, don't be a try-hard. You know what? The try-hard's bad, but a sweat is even worse. Don't be a sweat.
Dude, those are real ones?
Yeah.
So wait, that's butt funny.
Yeah.
I actually got one from my nephew this weekend.
What'd you catch?
I have to think of the term he said. Let me think of it. Well, explain the one you just said to me while I'm thinking.
All right, so a try-hard is somebody
That one's easy.
It's obvious, right? They're so desperate for your approval, and a sweat is that turned up to 11. Like a sweat is someone that's like beyond desperate for your approval. I'm like, yep, you nailed your dad pretty good there.
Sweat?
A sweat. You don't want to be a sweat.
That's
you don't want to be a
great
Montez.
one. What did he say? So he was referencing a player on his football team that played poorly. Selling. That's what he said. Have you guys heard that? So this is my nephew. He's probably got some of these terms in his back pocket. I don't know, but he's certainly never broke them out on me. And he we're talking about young middle school, right? Start of middle school age. And I said, so did you guys win the game? And he's like, no, we lost. And it sounds like they got beat really good, by the way. And I was like, what happened? He's like, oh, our quarterback was selling. And I was like, what? And he's like, our quarterback was selling. And I was like, what do you mean selling?
What commodity did he have for sale?
And he's like, oh, he didn't play that well or whatever. And I'm like, selling? Like kids, man. Kids' terms are hilarious.
Yeah, so the latest one that's been going around is skibbity. Now, you're going to ask me questions.
Like skibbity doodah?
Nope. You're going to have great questions.
You have to know what it means.
No, I don't.
You can't bring it up if you don't know what it means.
I have no idea what it means. It's skibbity is kind of like Smurf. It goes everywhere all the time. They say skibbity, and they also say the word sigma. Skibbity and sigma are in 40% of their sentences when they're talking to each other. Now, you're going to say, what do those things mean? I haven't cracked it yet. I don't know. The parents have a text conversation going where we're trying to deduce it. No. Because as soon as you ask, it's on to the next thing. It's like when your mom joins MySpace.
Yeah.
Where it's like, look at my page. I have stars. Nope. Out. We have to try to crack
that
the code.
Might not be a bad thing. I mean, it's not
Not
like,
knowing?
Well, no, it might not be a bad thing to ask and then never have to hear that word again.
Yeah, but there'll be another one. There'll be another skibbity next week.
That's true.
You know what I mean? So I'm telling you, we hear those terms all the time and have no idea what they mean.
Have you heard selling?
I've not heard selling specifically. I've heard the opposite end, which was eating.
Yeah, but that one, I think that's.
Does everyone know that one?
I don't know. I mean, that's pretty common. Like every player who's ever run for 11 yards gets up and does the Ezekiel Elliott, like I'm eating, the little feed me.
I like
more.
a oversized caricature of a cereal bowl.
Exactly. That's hilarious. You hang around kids and you just pick up these weird
and you get
terms.
so much dumber.
That's one way to put it. I was going to say you pick up terms, but maybe that.
I said it destroys your brain cells.
You referenced Andrew Wiley earlier today. I want to talk about him a little bit later because he was named the most underappreciated commander by a publication that went through every single team and picked one player on each team that's basically undervalued or that the fan base doesn't properly appreciate. Andrew Wiley got that love.
How about that?
I want to hit on that and ask the question coming up on Grant and Danny. Who gets slept on? Maybe doesn't get some of the correct credit deserved for being better maybe than the average fan thinks. I think Charles Leno for a while was that guy. Is Andrew Wiley the new version? We'll get to that. G&D on the Fan. Sean Merriman, one of the great pass rushers of his era, joins us next right here on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's go to the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit BetQL.com. Former Maryland Terrapin. Excellent NFL pass rusher, mostly with the Chargers, also with the Bills. Sean Merriman joins us. Sean, the world has changed from a schedule release standpoint since you were playing. It wasn't that big of a deal when we found out what the schedule was, and now it's must-see TV. It's a primetime event. What do you make of what happened last night?
Isn't that just great how the NFL just got us all wrapped up in their arms?
Yes.
I think for players, right? You go through training camp and you go through the off-season workouts, the OTAs, then training camp, and then you already kind of got set in mind of who you get prepared for. You start to look at settling old grudges, right? Maybe a guy took you over a pile, after the whistle, or did a dirty play, or, some guy that was talking trash to you last week, and now you get an opportunity to get in front of him again. You've been waiting all off season, right, to see this guy or this coach or this team. So that's the most exciting part. And then, too, especially when you open up the season on a big primetime game like that Ravens Chiefs game, it's going to be massive, and so many implications on who's what. Is the Ravens the same team after losing their defense coordinator and linebacker and big players? And so there's a lot of implications when you open the season up with those type of games. So I think this is great by the NFL, man. Obviously, they're smart in the way they're scheduling, and they know how to hype it. It's almost become, as you said, man, it's become like an event, right? An event within an event, right? To promote a big game and a big opportunity like that.
That's such a great perspective, Sean, from not only a former player, but, one of the best to do it during your time. Because we think about it as, well, if this guy's playing his former team, they're going to get amped up. But you're saying you would look at the schedule and go, oh, I got beef with that guy, or I don't like how that guy did me the last time I played him. And you really circle it for almost individual matchups.
Oh, no doubt about it. And whether guys come out and say it in the media, or they say it, publicly, it happens all the time. You might got a guy that shot at your knees or something last time you were playing, or you got a wide receiver that caught a pass and wouldn't stop talking or scored a touchdown, or quarterback, to say something. Now you want to get back at this guy. So it's always a lot of, I call it the game within the game, right? So we're looking at it as a team, but individually, you might have, a defensive coordinator that went to another team and said, screw my last employee. So now you want to go back and you want to prove a point. So there's always this game within the game that I look at. But no doubt about it, the NFL has done a magnificent job at keeping it massive.
Sean, is it easier or harder to pass rush now compared to when you broke into the league?
It's a lot easier. Let me say this. It's not easier, but you have more opportunity. I mean, they're throwing the ball 70-plus times in the game now. Back when I played, I remember playing the Kansas City Chiefs in those divisional games where they had Priest Holmes back there and Tony Richardson and Willie Rowe, Brian Waters. They were running that football 30-plus times. There ain't no doubt about that. And they're running powers and just strong set and formations. So the game has changed with that. And I'm looking at it like, man, nowadays, you can go out and pin your ears back on second down because they're coming out launching and throwing the ball. So I wouldn't say easier because, guys have gotten a lot more athletic. The Rashawn Slater, the Smiths, so many of these great tackles now, so athletic. But you got a lot more opportunity to get after the passer now.
So here's my only, and it's not a counter, but it's kind of a follow-up to that, Sean. I feel like the quick, short passing game has taken over to negate pass rushes, right? So you're 100% right. Guys are throwing the ball more than they ever have, and that's by design, and that's kind of, the influence of all the college offenses kind of coming up, et cetera, the air raids and the spreads and all these other kind of things. But I feel like the ball's out quicker, and maybe that makes it a little bit more challenging. What are your thoughts there?
Well, you know who started that. The reason why that's even there is my favorite player of all time, which is Lawrence Taylor. They implemented those passing formations, those techniques because of him, right? They had to get rid of the football of that West Coast offense and timing and getting the ball out. But it's like chess, right? I mean, they'll hit these quick passes, then boom, they want you to start throwing the ball down the field. They're going to start looking down the field. So as long as you, as a defensive player, are film ready, you prepared, 3 out of these 3 or 4 set passing situations or formations on what they're doing, what they like to do, and their tendencies. You know these things, so I wouldn't even look at them like, okay, well, I know they like to throw in second and second and six situations. So I'm gonna just get my hands up. I'm gonna just go and try to bat the ball down. That gets them out of throwing those quick passes.
Sean Merriman, former Maryland Terrapin, of course, one of the great edge rushers of the 2000s in the National Football League. I'm looking at Washington's defense, and I am worried about getting pressure off the edge, but they're going seemingly really hard and heavy in the middle, where Daron Payne, John Allen, two of their best players, and then they drafted an outstanding defensive tackle, one of the best in the country, in the top 40 as well. What's your thought on building a pass rush from the inside out?
Yeah, well, it's key. And I'll tell you this, I played with I played with Jamal Williams and with the Chargers, and I played with Kyle Williams with Buffalo. And let me tell you, that interior is so important as a pass rusher. And I'm not saying that they don't need a top-of-the-line pass rusher on the outside. But when you got that pressure from the inside, a lot of those guys can just run up the field and not worry about having to come up under, because they can't. Those inside pass rushers putting so many pressure, they can't step back up in the pocket, which allows those outside guys, especially at their speed, to just bend the corners, get around the edge, because they can't step up in the middle. So I'm not saying it all, right? I think that not having a key pass rusher on the outside is not going to be beneficial, but you got some pressure on the inside, man. You can kind of start hiding some of those weaknesses on the edge.
So in terms of like setting guys up, I always think about this from if I'm a defensive coordinator, Sean, like, is it I want to give the best look, like let's say I've got 2006 Sean Merriman on one side. My whole goal is to get you one-on-one with somebody. Like my entire defense is designed, and I'm going to win a lot because you had 17 sacks and were unbelievable that year. Is that how you'd think about it as a defensive coordinator, or would it be more, kind of setting up the various guys at different points with some of those the tackle games and different things like that? Like, how would you design it as a defensive coordinator at this point for a consistent pass rush?
Yeah, you hit it right on the head, and you hope that your guys, once they're one-on-one, they can win those battles. And how you negate that and you go on and put that in action, you start bringing the safety or linebacker up in those A and B gaps. Right now, the offensive tackles and the guards want fan protection. They're going to at least count that inside guy as a down guy and not fan protection. It's going to leave the outside linebacker or pass rusher one-on-one on that DN or that tackle, or maybe even a running back. And you should win those battles all day long. So, you can get very creative, and I could go on there for days. This type of stuff gets me happy. Right? So, having the opportunity. But I played for a great defensive coordinator, and with Wade Phillips, he believed that we get our best players on one-on-one matchups, we should always win. And he was right. That's the reason why I was able to do what I did, because I was put in those situations where you couldn't get a tackle and a tight end to stick on. You couldn't get a tight end and a running back to stay in and chip off the edge. You had to block the one-on-one because we created matchup problems.
The other passion that makes Sean Merriman happy is fighting and lights out sports. So we're always trying to support a local guy done well here. What can you tell our listeners about the fights you got coming up this weekend?
Yes, I just launched Lights Out Sports TV, so you guys can download that. We're on Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire, iOS, Android. We got Vizio coming, LG TV, so any major TV platform or phone. Download Lights Out Sports TV. We got several sports up there. We got Outdoor America that's coming this week, which is your fishing, hunting. You got Speed Vision, which is your motorsports. Glory Kickboxing up there. Swerve Combat. World Poker Tour. And you know what I got into? It was really interesting. I never thought that I would just fall in love with it. Was chess. Believe it or not, man, we got Chess TV up there, and I'm watching these even late last night, about 11 o'clock last night. I'm up watching these chess tournaments, which is great. But yeah, now Lights Out Extreme Fighting, my MMA promotion. We got a big fight Saturday. This Saturday starting at 5 p.m. Pacific. You guys make sure you download. So if you got any one of those major TV platforms I just named, download Lights Out Sports TV and tune in. But this one's going to be a big one. We got 19 fights in one night, so it's going to be big.
That is awesome, dude. This is really, really cool to catch up with you, buddy. Good luck this weekend, and thanks for the time.
You got it. Thanks for having me.
Sounds like a great event. Good luck to you. There's Sean Merriman on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Next, some news and notes from around the NFL, and we'll get you ready for the evening ahead in the playoffs in basketball and hockey. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Final furlong, Grant and Danny, the stretch run, taking you up to 6:30. No Nats baseball tonight. They are off until their 3-game set with the Phillies. That starts tomorrow. The Phillies right now are the best team in baseball. They're led by a bunch of former Nationals.
We know some of those guys.
And they are mashing. They also have the pitching staff that goes the deepest into games among starting rotations in all of baseball. So it will be a very tough task for the Nats into the weekend, up 95. But as far as the slate goes tonight, you got 2 games in the NHL, Rangers, Hurricanes, 7 East time, and then Edmonton, Vancouver, Western postseason action, TNT at 10 East. You know, the Hurricanes, Evgeny Kuznetsov was scratched at one point healthy in this postseason, but he's been scoring off and on for them. He scored a goal and did the bird celly with the Hurricanes in the playoffs the other night, and it hit me way harder than I thought it would. Like I shouldn't use past tense. I am very glad that they traded Evgeny Kuznetsov. I was over it. It was not going to work here. The act had worn beyond thin. They did the right thing. They recouped some assets. They got some money for this offseason and beyond. They got draft picks. Like it was the right thing to do. It doesn't change the fact that when you bump into the ex at the movie theater, still stings a little bit.
Precisely.
Doesn't mean that you think you should be with her. Doesn't mean that you know that toxicity needed to be out of your life. But when you see her and she seems pretty happy, doesn't mean you can't go, okay.
It was 100% correct. I would also add, I'd have done it sooner. Like, now, not that they could have.
2 years ago.
Yeah, not that they, who knows what they could have gotten or couldn't have gotten. I was over it a while ago. That's the end of one sentence. Here's the next paragraph. Gave me the greatest goal to that point in the history of the organization. He beat those bastards that I hate so much. He shut them all up. All the Yinzers had to march out into the streets the way I had to do so many times. He gave me that. He was the great thing that brought us that Stanley Cup.
Well, shouldn't he also do a different celebration now? So the bird, I thought, was related to the Capitals and the Screaming Eagle and that whole deal. Maybe I'm making that up, but that was
felt like his daughter liked it, and that was it.
That makes
Am I made that up? I don't know.
I thought it was related to the Capitals. I thought maybe with a hurricane he could like spin around in a circle and pretend to be. I don't know. We gotta not do the bird bit, Evgeny.
Yeah.
You gotta retire that with us, and then you could go do your other things with the Carolina Hurricanes. I got no problem with that. But the bird's ours. You got to keep that one in DC. Those memories stay with us. Only NBA game tonight could be a series ender. Minnesota back home. The Timberwolves are hosting the Denver Nuggets. 3-2 series. Denver with 3 straight wins has the edge, and they can close out the Minnesota Timberwolves tonight. Nikola Jokic has just completely caught fire, and this is what we said after the second game. Everyone started to think, oh no, Denver's in big trouble. To eliminate a champion is champion's work. I mean, you really have to drive a stake through these teams. If you think you got them, punch them again. Right?
It's like every horror movie, right? Where they're just minding their business after somebody shot the killer one time. Empty all the guns and all the ammunition into the face and chest. Kill him.
Clip. It's like if there's a bad guy on an airplane.
Yep.
You know, you can't just like tell them to have a seat and just like, hey, when we land, we're going to handle this. This crazy person is still right here.
Mm-hmm.
They need to be unconscious.
Yeah,
right?
there we go.
They need to like not be able to do anything
That's what I'm talking
to
about.
anyone else the rest of the time. For the Denver Nuggets, they're going to punch their hand through that ground like Shredder. They're going to be back alive. You can't let them get any hope. And down 2-0 in game 3, right before halftime when they hit the half-court shot, Jamal Murray went on his little heater, swung the whole thing around. But I think the Nuggets end the series tonight. They eliminate the Wolves.
I think they stole, not the will, because Minnesota's obviously tough and tenacious, but they kind of stole that confidence from Minnesota. Especially, to me, game 4 was the one. Game 3, whatever, you lose to the champion. You didn't play particularly well. It was a double-digit loss.
Yeah, you weren't going to sweep them.
Yeah, game 4 is the one. That's like, okay, we got punched. We're ready. We're ready to come back. It's at home. We need this one. They need this one. Probably whoever wins this game wins the series. And it was pretty close. And Denver got them. I think that snatched their will.
Dara said something.
Grant, where is Linnell taking you for dinner once they win the series?
It's a very good question. So that was the bet that we made, lunch or dinner.
Yep.
I think we'll probably do lunch.
A little
just
lunchy.
It's easier. I'm a Walters guy in the Navy Yard. We might as well do it here near the facility, right at the studio. We got options, though. We could do a silver diner. Maybe go get a little breakfast one
very
morning.
Nice, yes. Breakfast all day there.
Walters is not a bad option. Maybe if I really want to be a jerk, we'll go over to Circa. That bill's a little bit. He might have to work the polls a couple more days if he wants to pay for his guy over at Circa.
Now he would, just for reference, it was not the poll that you guys are thinking of. This has to do with a different kind of poll.
Oh yeah. I guess
you basically called Linnell a stripper for a second, which I thought was great.
I mean, go volunteer.
Linnell's gonna have to get his ass on that pole for a couple times.
I guess.
Get some tips.
I didn't even think of it that way.
Oh, I did.
No, my guy made a couple extra bucks the other day.
Yeah.
Just a second gig,
Working the polls.
Exactly.
For the election. Election.
People.
That's an L. Election.
But I feel good about it. There was a brief moment, very brief moment where I was just slightly nervous.
Yeah. Well, down 2-0, you probably are losing both games at home.
But I'm telling you, I really was still confident. Linnell texted me after game 1. He's like, I tried to tell you, GP, I'm taking that money or whatever. And I'm like, okay. Then he's texted me after game 2, eyeball emojis. He's all excited. And I'm like, guy, this is a long series. And I didn't want to do like the old guy, young guy bit. He's the youngest in charge movement.
Sure.
But I've seen this before.
Right. I've been through a few more playoff series. This
They don't go quietly into that night. So, Darius, I feel good. We're going to Walters. I'll probably get some deviled eggs. I'll get some chicken wings. And then maybe I'll get myself some, maybe a little burger or something. We're going to run up the bill just a little bit.
Oh, man. Here you go, Jay.
And I wouldn't have done that, but multiple texts was a lot.
When the flames get fanned a little bit like that?
Chirping a little bit.
Yeah.
So
it was just a handshake and the terms. Let's go have some lunch. There's a couple appies. I'm gonna need another soda. You know what? I want to try a different kind of soda.
Yeah, probably a
Here we go.
Diet Coke and an unsweet iced tea day.
Yeah,
those are only $3 a piece or something. That's the thing you were complaining earlier about how much food costs. You know what I like to complain about?
Yep.
How much soft drinks cost?
This one soda I got one time was $4.
$4.50. $4.50. I walk into the place. I sit down. I'm waiting on someone meeting me. They text me, say they're not coming. Okay, no problem. I've already ordered my drink. I get my bill, $4.50 for a Diet Coke.
And, I couldn't get free coffee?
Furious. $4.50. That's asinine.
I know.
That's
I know
crazier
what we
than
sound
your
like.
meal.
I know.
Your meal, $200 some, whatever. $4.50 for a soda.
Just whatever my meal.
Well,
no, I know what you mean.
You ate a lot of food.
I know. Food was consumed.
And it was a lot.
Yeah.
But you knew what you were doing.
Sure. You had one sip of soda for $4.50.
$4.50. That is a crazier thing.
And I know what we sound like, right? It's like I remember when the soda cost only a nickel.
No, here's what we sound like. Correct. You know what shouldn't happen? $4.50 for a soft drink. That should not be a thing. That's not like you're giving me a can. You're just taking your little gun and shooting it into my glass.
The little shooter.
No.
That's absolutely ludicrous.
Ludicrous.
All right. Game you're most excited about. I want to wind the show down here. We had not hit this yet. Commander's schedule released last night. We spent much of the day dissecting it from all angles. But I do want to know, what is the number one game you're most excited about, Danny?
Week 15. Sunday, December 15th, 2024, at the New Orleans Saints.
The triumphant return.
Why? Because many moons ago, gentlemen, you are looking at right now, if you're on the YouTube stream or if you're Grant Paulson, once gained over 16 pounds in 4 days down in the great city of New Orleans. I will attempt to challenge that record. In my per day weight gain, it will be in New Orleans. I'll make my return. I don't know how long I'm going to be there. I don't know what's going to happen. I do know this. I'm going to eat. There'll be beignets. There'll be po' boys. There'll be muffaladas. And there will be feasts.
Here we go.
Thank you, Al. You're going to have to roll me back on that plane.
I talked to Christian after the schedule dropped, and he said that they have already made many plans for our arrival, including, he said they will try to have you break your own bread pudding record, which is still the record.
Oh, my God.
He also said they're planning a Ryan Explains It All with food for the kitchen staff because they listen to Grant and Danny in the kitchen there. And so they all know Ryan's bits and skits.
They love Ryan.
So they've got a whole Ryan Clary version of Ryan Explains It All with their own menu. I believe they want to do one of my restaurant reviews where I have to say, what
Amazing.
each thing means. They are planning all kinds of things out for us. So we got to get listeners to make the trip with us. It's going to be December 15th. Commanders Saints in New Orleans. So that's your 1 seed.
That is my easy 1 seed.
I don't know why this is because I'm not a big Monday Night Football guy generally. I will say I do like cross-conference games. When you play a team you don't play very often or like the uniform matchup that you don't see a lot, that appeals to me, and maybe that's where this is coming from. Week 3, September 23rd, Mom's birthday. Monday Night Football. Commanders Bengals. Under the lights. Jaden Daniels wearing his visor. The light reflecting off that. Daniels versus Burrow. LSU on LSU crime. Let's do this thing together. Couple of Heisman Trophy winners. My favorite college quarterback of the last decade, Burrow. Probably the guy I had the most fun watching in college over the last several years, Jaden Daniels. I think that game is going to be a blast. Now, Washington may lose the thing going away. My sneaky thought on the Bengals, though, is I am not sold Joe Burrow is just going to be Joe Burrow again. He got hurt last offseason with the calf. They stunk for a month, and it's because he wasn't
But he wasn't
right.
himself, yeah.
He couldn't, plant. He couldn't throw. They were terrible. And if you caught them in the first 3 weeks, it was a godsend. Now he's got this really serious wrist injury that no quarterback's really ever had that he's dealing with, trying to overcome. And everyone just thinks he's going to be Burrow and they're going to be the Bengals. I don't know, man. I'm not convinced of that. So that Monday night game under the lights, I'm fired up about.
Yeah, they started 1-3 last year, to your point, before doing what it looked like they were doing that Cincinnati thing. Remember where they start off kind of poorly and then start ripping wins off? But then it all came crashing down behind the music style. Game I'm most afraid of.
Yeah, what are you scared about?
Cincinnati, Monday Night Football. It's primetime. No primetime games. Wrong. They may not be any good, Cincinnati. Doesn't matter. They're playing Washington in primetime. We should hide under a rock for a couple of years till the program is good. Then let's start puffing our chest out and let the world see. Hidden away on red zone when someone else is driving is fine. Hidden away at a 1 o'clock time when 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 other games is playing. That's the right stuff for us at this stage. In the building phase, eventually it'll be time to peacock a little bit. Eventually it's going to be time to strut our stuff on the runway. Now is not that time. Prime time, week 3, Cincinnati, a possible Shabingus.
I want to add before I give you the game that I'm really scared about. One other game I'm super excited about.
I'll allow it.
Because I have not mentioned this today. I think that at Baltimore game could be a blast. Daniels versus what Daniels might become. The Washington, Baltimore rivalry, the regional element to that. Only the third time they've gone there to play, and Daniels and Lamar Jackson in the same building. I kind of dig that. Game I'm most scared about. I guess it would probably be maybe at Dallas. Nothing good happens when they go to Dallas, seemingly, anymore. So week 18, end of the year. I'm so tired of the Cowboys hanging 56 or 40 plus. Remember last year it was the Thanksgiving Day game that was utterly embarrassing.
Yep.
Sam Howell falling apart. It was the first time we thought this guy might get benched. He's throwing a pick 6 in 3 straight games. It all began there. There was the 56-point Shabingus where in that disaster of epic proportions, Daron Payne and John Allen got into a fight on the sideline and they're slapping at each other's faces. I'm just so tired of going to Dallas and being embarrassed that that'll kind of always be the answer. And week 18, end of the year, if they need the game, just please lose normally. If you're going to go there and lose, just don't embarrass me. It's too important. It's too big of a deal. People care about the rivalry too much.
Combined last year against the Dallas Cowboys, a combined score of 83-20. There in those 2 games. That's a 45-10 and a 38-10. Whipping. That's tough.
Not good, man.
That's tough. That was that sequence, by the way. Remember, they were in it against Seattle, talking about Washington, right? That was a winnable game. They didn't play that badly for most of it against the Giants. Then they'll lose them by 2 scores. That was the Dallas, Miami back-to-back, where they gave up 90 points and scored a total of 25. They lost 90-25 over 2 weeks.
Danny, look who is on the line. It's our guy, Christian. He is our buddy in New Orleans.
Look at this.
He is the gentleman who was responsible for sending us to New Orleans back in 2018.
That's
so
Christian's music.
We could see the then Redskins get destroyed by the Saints. And I guess he wants us to see something terrible happen again because he is back on the Grant and Danny radio program. The bat signal went up. I don't know if you heard, Christian, but Danny said this is the most excited he is for any game because, and I quote, "I'm going to try to break my record," which was 16 pounds in 4 days.
Over 16 pounds in 4 days.
Well, gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to welcome you back to New Orleans, Danny. There is heavy betting odds right now that you can do it since you were the only person to ever eat an entire muffalata at one sitting.
I did that.
Now, he did also, for the record, Christian texted me this, Danny. He said, "I'm trying to find Danny a pickleball court so we don't set him up for failure." And I said, "Don't even think about it. This is our Super Bowl. We need him to break the record." So I am like in his ear, kind of not wanting you to get any exercise.
Now, you forget I did exercise that day.
But still, I don't want you out there for 17 hours doing your pickleball bit and forgetting we exist. You're going to hang out with us. You're going to eat food. You're going to be miserable having to spend time with us. That's what you're going to do. You got to.
This trip will be a failure if Danny says, again, "I don't know if I can go to the game. I ate too much." Like, we have got to make that not be able to go to the game.
Never forget,
It was in doubt.
We had to talk him into going to the Monday Night Football
It was in
game.
doubt.
We were there from, I think it was Thursday or maybe it was Friday,
We got in
Saturday,
Friday.
Sunday. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all for the Monday night game.
Uh-huh.
And Danny ate so much bread pudding that as we're walking out of the restaurant, he said he was going to go take a nap at the hotel. And the game was in 90 minutes.
I didn't know if I could make it.
He was almost a game time scratch. Went out for on-field warm-ups and pulled a hammy.
So you guys still do the bread pudding at Danny's level?
We actually tasted it 3 days ago to bring back for the summer and to bring back for Danny. We literally might call it Danny's bread pudding for the weekend you're down here.
Oh my God!
Because for people who don't know, it's a dessert for the table, right? It's for several people to eat, right? So
It can be.
Yeah. What is it usually served, Christian? Would you say like 3 to 4 people?
It's meant to be an individual serving that's probably shared. It's certainly not meant to have 3 in the period of about 90 seconds.
Yep.
He ate 3 full bowls. What was it? 4?
3.
3 bowls.
Because no one was eating it.
1,400 calories per, I beg your pardon. I think it was like 1,800 calories per serving.
It's like it's so delicious.
And that was his dessert.
Yeah, and no one was eating it. So Christian had a bunch of little snacks and stuff put out for us, and it's like pregame food, having some fun.
Dude, that was great.
And it was amazing, but nobody was eating the bread pudding. I was like, it's so good. So like I just kept pulling them in, and Tommy was cackling.
What was the place called where we ate dinner?
Giacomo's.
No, not the place where I ate alligator. There was a place where we ate dinner, and I remember I had one too many of those hurricanes.
At the place with the fish, the red fish?
Redfish Grill.
Redfish Grill.
So here's what I remember.
It was a 10 also, by the way.
I was not in my best spot, okay? I was done. And I was like, I literally remember looking over. I don't know if it was you or Tom or one of our guys. I said, "Am I talking too much?" Just like really loudly like that. I was like, how obvious is it that I'm super drunk? And so anyway, as I'm like talking to him, Doug Williams.
Yep.
You know who Doug Williams is.
Doug.
Like Eric Schaefer and the entire contingent of like the front office, Bruce Allen, like didn't say anything and kept walking. Like those guys all come over to say hello to us. And I'm like, keep it together. It was like a cop pulling you over. I'm just like,
the look
keep
on
it
his
together.
face, Christian.
Keep it together. Oh, it's going to be fun. It's going to be
We're
fun.
going to make a whole bunch of bad decisions, gentlemen.
Can't wait. So the itinerary is going to be lots of food and some football. That's what we're working with.
Absolutely. Maybe a bowl game if that's in the day before. Maybe some Pelicans action.
Love it.
Absolutely. But a lot of eating and bad decisions.
All right. That's what
My
we're here
man.
for. You know us very well. So Darius, make your calendar say New Orleans on December 15th. Ryan's out today, but we'll get him up to speed. All right, Christian, we cannot wait to come see you.
Good to catch up, buddy.
And the crew at Brennan.
Take care.
See you, pal. That's our guy.
Yeah. Audience loves him.
They should love him.
Yeah.
They should love him. He's been good to this here radio program.
That is correct, sir.
Just one of the best guys in the world. Because as you and I have said many times,
This is what I was going to bring up. Yes.
We can't. There's nothing we can do for him.
We have given him, just to be clear, we've given him so little.
I mean, so little.
Like there's very little that we provide. And he's like, here's more.
He's just
here's some
egg.
stuff.
True story.
Mm-hmm.
I almost stated it. He offered that I could stay at his place when me and the wife went to New Orleans. We went to go see Jaden Daniels. I was a big Jaden Daniels mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So I went and go see LSU football,
Mhm.
and I'd never been to Baton Rouge. Wanted to go to a night game, so he helped me get tickets at a decent price. Like, just a great guy. We were eating and drinking like kings in New Orleans for a couple days, and so me and the wife, we didn't realize, like, okay, we're just gonna Uber, and he's like, you can't Uber, take my car, and I'm like, no. I borrowed his car.
Yeah.
He told me where to go pick it up.
He's like, do you need a suit? Take this one.
What garage it was. I mean, just the best guy. And I literally said to him after, I'm like, bro, I don't know what I can do. I mean, you're too nice. But I cannot wait to go eat at Brennan's again and to just be in New Orleans.
That place is so world class.
It's my favorite. But it's that city is my favorite. Just like it's babysitter for 3 days. Let's get after it kind of place. I don't do Vegas anymore. It's not Vegas to me. I don't know if you have this vibe.
Mhm.
Dirty is not the right word because that could be a word,
right?
But it's very commercial. It's very everything's a price. It's like I'm walking down the street and someone wants me to pay for something. I don't know. I like Vegas, fine. I'm not telling you I don't, but I'm good on it.
Yeah, I'm good on Vegas.
New Orleans, I'll just keep going back to the well. The food and the music, like legitimate culture, not just like I'm here to go crazy. That's the culture in Vegas.
Right, yeah.
Like there's legitimate culture to it, and it's football. It's Commander Saints.
Sure.
That's big. I don't know about you, but the Commanders, when I hear the word Commanders, I think about good football.
There's also, I think there's a place called Commanders down there in New Orleans. We should eat at. That's a quick side.
Maybe.
It's pretty famous. I think they do
don't know,
po'
man.
boys. I think I've got that one straight.
But you're good. You're going to come.
Yep.
You're going to not go back to the hotel early at night.
Well, I'm definitely doing that. I'm not going to like stay out late, but I'm going to eat and fall asleep a lot.
If Darius, me, and Ryan go out to Bourbon Street at 11 p.m., what's the chance we can get Danny to come with us?
All right. Stick aside. Like, which night is it? You're talking about Saturday night?
So I think we're going to, here's my idea, by the way. and
Okay.
Feel free, Darius, to contribute.
Mhm.
My thought would be we go down there and do the show Friday. So we fly out like Thursday night, do the show Friday, because remember last time we had a ton of listeners come by the show,
Mhm.
because more people than you think from this fan
Dude,
base go down there for that game.
party that the team had,
Yeah.
there were, I'm not kidding you, thousands of fans.
It was crazy.
That were there.
So I think we do the show there Friday
Yeah.
with like some quote unquote live audience, whatever, like some people coming through.
Mhm.
And then we're there Saturday, Sunday, and we either fly back right after the game on Sunday night if we can get the flights. If there's not a flight Sunday evening, maybe we come back after the show on Monday night, one way or the other. But I guess my idea would be this is a Friday night.
Yeah.
We're in, we did our show.
Yep.
We just had a nice dinner.
Mhm.
And now we're going to Bourbon Street.
Okay. So, like, what time are you thinking about? Let's be real here.
10:40.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you what. No, I'm not doing that at all. I'm going to bed immediately. I'm going to be so full that I'll barely make it to the hotel room, and I may or may not brush my teeth.
So
I'm just going to plop face down on the bed.
Here's what people don't get.
Yep.
They always say, like, oh, Danny's going to want to have fun because you're in a city and it's a road trip and whatever. Danny views this as an opportunity to be in a quiet, dark room.
This is it.
With no children.
This is it.
Or family. And all he wants to do is sleep.
Yes.
Did he bounce?
Yes, he did.
That's really what you want to do.
100%.
Is be in your room by
Mhm.
yourself with all the lights off in the cold.
What do you want for Father's Day? Chilly silence.
Yeah, you are also the only dad I know who asks for everyone to leave the house on Father's Day.
I want cold, dark silence in my home for Father's Day.
Danny Routier?
That's me, Chuck. I love everybody so much. Get out of the house. Go somewhere.
Are you doing that again this year?
That's what I'm asking for.
Like specifically, what does that mean? Like, don't be home?
Yeah, for as long as you can take it. As long as you can take the kids, whatever makes sense to you, however long you can stand it.
Like
take them.
Months?
No, for the day. I mean, they got to probably have an activity the next day or something.
What do you mean? As long as you can take
Like,
it?
well, like, dude,
Weeks?
we've been to one
You want them
restaurant.
to go on a cruise?
Yeah, we stopped by the playground. We've
Gotcha.
gone to the other flea
So
market.
a day. You want a day to
Yeah,
yourself.
as many hours as you can give me, I'll take them. If it's 5, it's 5. If it's 7, it's 7. If it's, morning to evening, that's even better.
I'm going to pencil you in for a night out on Bourbon Street.
Does that pencil have an eraser?
You know what?
What?
I'm gonna pen you in. I'll give you Friday night.
Do you
First
have any
night
that,
there. You want to get a little rest, catch
what's
up
that
on your
stuff
sleep.
that looks like fingernail polish that you used to have to put over the pen when you made a mess up?
Saturday night. That's the one. Because there's no show the next day.
Yeah, you can just rest.
Saturday night, you could sleep in on Sunday.
Mhm.
We'll go get some brunch. You can eat a couple bowls of bread pudding, and we'll waddle over to the Superdome.
I love that. I'll do it anyway without that Saturday night Bourbon Street thing. That's a no for me, dog.
4, Garris and our buddy, Money Metal Chris, behind the scenes. Grant and Danny saying so long. I believe Ryan's back tomorrow. He's been training back from New York
This
for like
poor lad has been traveling all day.
13 hours on an Amtrak from New York. I don't think that's how it's supposed to work. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Overtime comes your way next. We're back at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.